Check, audio check. Oh, it still has this flipping, what do you call it? This kind of whooshy effect. Um, the microphone can even pick up the clock. Okay, that's interesting. And I think, hang on, I think I've got about an 8-second delay here. Not that it matters here that I look, only matters where I'm looking at the other room. Now, let me just fade the volume down, otherwise I might have myself up with a yeah, that's in audio. You've got two mono signals playing, and you can delay one signal purposely with a very long delay, and then you just hear one sound that's sounding from the speaker that doesn't have any time delay on it, and then the other speaker that's got the time delay. You just hear this sound that's kind of moving like this. It is bloody annoying. Um, or distracting. Um, so I managed to figure out though nothing new here. I'm going to be using a little slidey show, so I'll see if this first one works. Shabam, and I should see it over here. Yep, bingo, it comes up. Little slideshow. Um, the Dolby SA10s that are in the kitchen. Actually, I have three of these. Um, the third one is in my bedroom. Um, Not sure what to quite do with that one, but three of these are primarily used just to decode or extract or add some better extension onto the existing called Dolby Atmos. Because basically, when you listen to those things, they're just like stereo zones. So sounds could be moved or sound could be positioned on those overheads. Like you could have one left speaker at the front, have one right speaker at the right of the rear of the room playing stereo. You know, anything could go on in that. You could go diagonal, do a circle kind of effect overhead, zigzag. Oh, yeah, it can only do certain things, and then that's about its limit. But when there's usually typical slight like stereo, I can hear stereo in the overheads and such, and I'm thinking, huh, it's a bit distracting because I can't tell whether a sound of a panned sound effect or a voice is phantom imaging or if it's slightly a little bit to the left or over to the right. It's a little bit difficult to localize um, because of the phantom effect. So I just put in some decoders to place any signal that's got a center signal sort of thing, and just place it in the middle of the ceiling on the same speakers, um, as well as the decoders will look for any other additional signal that might be hidden. shrouded by smoke and mirrors. And there's only one sort of movie I sort of noticed where it's got a signal where it's steered very strong towards the extra channel on these SA10s decoders. The SA10s are based on, go to, yeah, um, that should pop up now in a second. Yeah, there it is. The, CP45s. I used to have these in the rack, many years ago, but since, things have changed in the rack multitudes of times, the main 2 racks in the room, they have changed so many times. Um, Basically, it's just a Prologic decoder with discrete sound inputs on it because the CP45, was a little bit modified very quickly, surprisingly, around, just before 1999. The, CP45 came out, I think, mid-1990s, um, and was used for cinemas that are on a budget so it's a very inexpensive processor to a cinema, that is, and of course, they make their profit back from the processor after, a while or 2. Um, but these were, sold new for the home or, you wanted it for the home use, because like any audio, they have inputs, outputs. It'd be totally useless for, the optical inputs because that only works with a projector, that basically still has an electrical signal going from the film. The film is transparent, has wavy little lines on it, and that is then shines onto or some light shines onto it, which goes round a rotating wheel, which is, basically the sound pickup, and the signal gets translated through to a little solar cell. Little signals then get turned into electrical impulse signals, and then it goes through another process where it's got to be pre-amplified, where the signal level is increased a little bit so it could be it could be made sense of, and then goes then through to the decoder, the rest of the decoder, and then out to the through the B chain and to the the B chain is the any A-type SR noise reduction, etc. Then over to the EQ, any crossover that might be used, maybe, or then to the amplifiers, to the speakers, through to the auditorium. Bloody hell. That all happens in an incredible speed of light. So you don't have to think too much about that. But the CP45s many years ago, they just appeared on eBay so cheap. I mean, it was almost laughable. I mean, they were like cheap as fish and chips. A luxury fish and chips at a restaurant normally would cost anywhere about 20 plus, maybe £30, depending on how big your plate is. And that's what these were selling for. And I thought, oh God, snap them up quickly before they sell out. Um, so I had those for a few years, and then a little while on, and then I saw the um, go back to the oh yeah, I use this up here. Uh, hang on, just trying to see how to navigate this. The navigator. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, press that. Okie dokie. I'm trying to get the hang of this sort of slide thing, without fucking up the entire video. Um, so when the SA10s appeared on eBay, I couldn't believe how cheap they were selling. Oh my goodness. They were almost cheaper than the CP45s. Today, you won't get an SA10, I mean, very cheap. You're looking now at maybe, ooh, just over £100, or maybe $100 such. But those were selling like £20. I think one of them was like £15, and I thought, my goodness, that's like cheaper than my first Pro Logic processor that I bought around 1990, which was about £180. A Yamaha DSR 70 Pro Logic, which I still have, and I brought a second one because, they was pretty good. Um, so now these SA10s, they sit in the rack, and I use them as and when. I could use them for not just Atmos signals going into it, but I could use them for experimental overhead sound, which is based on an idea that was used in UCI cinemas when I was a projectionist for UCI cinemas back in the late 1980s, 89, and several other sites that I found out many years later had also used the same experimental overhead sound in the auditoriums. And when you look at the UCI sites, because the architecture is obviously the same architect, the auditoriums look identical. And it's like, is that Tower Park? No, no, this is up at Portsmouth. Oh, I didn't know that. And someone else knew about it, but not many probably in the projection team probably knew about it or probably even cared. But now, today, of course, it's like a big deal, isn't it? Because Dolby Labs like to say that Atmos is this, it's immersive that, it's storytelling that, and we know it's a bit of bullshit most of the time. Most of the time, it's you get fake or gimmicky, cheap mixing for overhead, or rather laziness. Or sometimes you get something that's absolutely state of the art, um, depending on how they know how to use it, how to employ the sound. Um, there's only really one benchmark movie out there, seriously, and that's Gravity. And I don't think there will be any other movie to this day that will literally surpass it. So, yeah, you got those Marvels and all this Marvel woke that's coming out again. What do they call it? The Marvel end games of the Avengers, Super Mega. I couldn't care less. I'm not into that Marvel stuff. If it floats your boat and entertains you, okay, be happy. Um, um, what else there? So there's not much mystery with these Pro Logic decoders, because like I say, the SA10s are both basically they're all stripped down. When you open it up, it looks like a CP45. Only when you take a closer look at inspection, you can tell that there's been excessive modifications where certain components have been demounted away from the circuit board, and other components have been added for modifications so that when the decoder is put into normal mode, it activates the speakers on the back wall along with the side wall. So you still get the left, right half surround original. surround configuration. There's not a home cinema, home theater, probably anywhere around that can do that, unless, of course, you program a storm audio processor or Trinnov or JBL, and you program extra speakers on the sidewalls, and then when you go to channel configuration, you reroute the other speakers so they go on the back wall and they play on with the sidewall, so it gives you the exact same sound signature sound that you experienced or remember hearing at certain cinemas. Um, Even still to this day, if a movie happened to be playing maybe 6 channel, so it's 5.1, it'll only use the sidewall and the back wall surrounds all at the same time, and you would hear a certain sound signature. So if you're a Predator movie fan, I'm afraid you're not hearing Predator in the same way as you. But then if you're not been to a cinema and heard it, 35 mil, um, or DCP, DCI, whatever the bloody hell they call these things now, because I've been out of the loop of projection for many years, and I'm very extremely retired. So I've had no involvement in cinema projection for nearly 28 years. Um, Not 20, 26, 27, no, about 27 years, I think. Gosh. um, hmm, uh, what else? Yeah, so that coming up in a few seconds. On my end, that is, I see a delay. The decoder chip inside the SA10s and the CP45s are this um, decoder chip. I believe it was one of the last ProLogic chips that they made. The chips for the, say, like, maybe used in the Dolby, where was it? I've got a picture here. I think I can still add some slides to the live show. I'll go there. Okay. Okay, that's the Dolby SDU4. The Dolby EX DU4 looks similar to that, except it doesn't have a volume fader control on it, nor, I'm looking at the actual thing in the room, in my bedroom. Yeah, it just doesn't have the fader volume control on it. Plus, I think there might be some modifications because it doesn't use the extra channel on it. So you're not gonna get anything else other than the left, right, 2 speaker use for the mono signal back surround, and then when you obviously switch the ProLogic decodering off back to stereo normal mode or whatever it is on it, you would only get the signal. Assume it would do the exact same as the SA10, um, except this is a watered down version that Dolby Lab made. Not sure what year that came out. I think if I look at the PDF manual for it, it will show I haven't got a slide of the, 'cause I haven't added it into the, if I add it, extra image, a few seconds. This is a picture from the website rather than my own personal picture. coming up. That's the EX DU4, and it's it's uh, if cause the front panel is a little bit difficult to open, so I have to undo the screws on the top of the processor and the underside of it, and then I can take the faceplate off, and then I could pull the cat, meow, the cat 150 card out of the processor, and then I can look at it, which of course it shows in the other picture. I think I did take it out. That's how I got a picture of the other one. Um, but the other SDU4s, they have little screws that you undo from the front panel, and then you could take the faceplate off, which only takes a couple of seconds to do. But with the other ones, yeah, you got to undo one, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you've got to undo 5 screws. Yeah, bit of a pain in the ass. No, actually, it's not a real pain in the ass. Just makes just bloody more bloody time for these things these days. So I'll just go back to here now, or maybe add something like that. So still got it up there. Wow, I like this screen sharing thing. Yeah, might subscribe to it. Um, because it just makes the video just look a little bit better than before, where I had to move a bloody camera around. So, you get an idea what the heck I'm looking at. If you're interested, most people that if they are focusing and are interested will be real die-hard fans and will be drooling over this like, "Oh gosh, I want that." Um, but what I still like to try is boop, boop, boop. Someone said many years ago, and it's been circulating around just a little bit. It probably doesn't circulate around much now because it's probably slipped most people's minds, because they've been so brainwashed by the Dolby Atmos thing, and, they think that is it. But, this history and all that of overhead sound goes back donkey years, it's it's speakers on the ceiling have been around for a long time, even when you go to a shopping centre, an airport, um, yeah, you got PA announcement speakers mounted on, either suspended above a floating ceiling or actually fitted within the ceiling, hence it's above. There isn't any other word for it. Anyway, I mean, it's but overhead sound it's because I think they put it there to sort of say it's simple, it's easy to do. It's like if I wanted to modify my home to have, a hole in the wall above the door so my cat can go through and climb around. I've seen all these things that people do for homes and thinking, "Wow, look at that." And things that are fitted on the ceiling because I'm not near the ceiling. We are nowhere near unless we stand on something or on a step ladder, and then we can touch the ceiling. But no, to a cat, oh no, they'd be up, running around, moving around it. I was looking at these things thinking, "Wow, that's cool." I'd like to fit something like that and let my cat just have a little adventure or get more cats and have them have so they can have a venture. Otherwise, um, yeah, um, but our ears, we can hear sound below us. It's just not it's just that the industry out there just don't wanna do it at the moment. They're either waiting, counting money, maybe too busy counting money, I think, because they know once there is a below sound multi-channel, that is it. Well, no, not necessarily, because the way I listen to sound and watch it in visually, and I'm looking around the room and I'm thinking, speakers are just located in their set these typical positions where they've been since multi-speaker layouts are being used for 1940 Fantasia. And most of you people go on and babble about Atmos and all. You don't know too much about the history. I've read this and I can almost just read it back, maybe not exactly, because every person wants to talk about something once in a while, and it's just a different opinion. It's the same, but it's just a slightly different opinion on their view. Um, it's like people what talk about censor round. That probably maybe pops up on YouTube maybe once every few years now, because there's still some that can recall it. There are some that have never heard about it, but are kind of curious about it just because they probably wanna show off to their neighbour they got a sub-bass system in their basement. Um, providing, of course, they're playing it back in more or less a similar way, which they wouldn't have a clue. They wouldn't have a clue. I know exactly. I saw Earthquake, 70 mil, 6 track mag, down at the local 5 times over the many months that it played for, from I think it started downtown around about probably around late 1974, very late, and I didn't even know because my dad took me to see the Tower Inferno because I thought he was a big Steve McQueen or Paul Newman fan, and I liked the movie. Um, that was playing downstairs in the auditorium, screen number 2, and there they had an intermission in the movie when they walk down the staircase, and then there's a big, huge boom explosion, and then it cuts to an intermission. And a few minutes later, the ice cream lady's coming around, and that is something you just don't see in the cinemas anymore, the ice cream lady. What, did they eliminate the ice cream lady? I I don't find it distracting. If I would have found it distracting, I would have complained decades ago. What happened to the ice cream lady? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I tell you, if there was a cinema around today that still got the ice cream lady, I'd probably go to it. Um, oh dear. Um, yeah, and during eating some ice cream, I hear this rumbling sound. I'm looking around and then my eyes start going up towards the ceiling and thinking, "It's coming from above. What the heck is that?" And I recall seeing this poster outside because outside the cinema, you got 3 posters down in the middle, so you've got walls left to right, and you got this wall in the middle, and you got these posters, Screen 1, Earthquake, Sensor Round. I remember seeing these big, bold letters that looked like, a little sticker that was additionally stuck onto the poster. I'm thinking, "What the heck is that? What does that mean?" And I was kind of fascinated, though sound never interested me. I wasn't couldn't care less. Visual images were interesting, but sound was not even on my food chain. Um, so It was a few days later, I went and saw Earthquake, and then I'm thinking, "My goodness, wow, that opening sequence with the music where you see the title appearing, with the dun dun, it just hit me in the chest." It didn't scare me. It scared me, it just, you know, surprised and whoa. Yeah, that was most people with their home cinemas, you try doing that, see if you could do that on the opening, and, of course, you gotta have proper speakers. You can't just have these little home theater speakers, it just won't work. You'd end up wrecking those speakers, believe me, you'd end up wrecking them. You gotta have proper, 15 bass cab drivers, or 18s, depending on how big the room is and how you can incorporate the system into the room. Um, and I think when the first earthquake appeared, which was only I think it was only a small minor earthquake that they had in the movie, and that was felt. That was felt, but not alarming. And then, of course, as the movie progressed on, there was, other scenes that had the, earthquake, sequences, and it was gradually building up because I think it almost was just under an hour until it really built up to, um, the, major big one, which lasted almost 10 minutes. Um, my goodness, that just had so much more energy in the low frequencies, pushing the air in the auditorium, and it just hitting me uniform over my body and just feeling up resonant frequencies just in the seats because of the way, things are made and, probably, probably the floor as well, but, I think the floor would be pretty solid, sort of solid foundation. Couldn't see the speakers in the auditorium, that was the thing. That was the thing that I just don't ever recall seeing because I think the lighting was kind of not very bright because they have it at a certain level, and they got other lighting which they can turn on so it would illuminate a little bit more of the auditorium if they're doing other things. But so they have usually a sort of ambient-ish light. So the typical layout for sensor rounds, sub-bass bins were a large one at the front of the auditorium, and that would have been placed, I would imagine, somewhere on the floor. But I didn't notice it. I don't think it would have been placed on the stage because that would create a silhouette effect. Um, you'd see it, be able to see, this silhouette, what the bloody hell, and that would be a distraction. So they would have placed it somewhere on the floor. And the other 2 bass, sensor round Sherwin Vegas, they would have been placed somewhere in the back of the auditorium. Not sure if they would have been placed right behind the, um because you can walk around the auditorium behind the seating, you can walk around it. They would have placed them back there somewhere, but no, I never noticed them. I just went into the auditorium, sat in the middle seat, in the comfortable seat, a Fulham seat, and yeah. And back then, for that sort of energy as sub bass, I'll tell you, it almost makes Dolby Atmos laughable today. It really does. Where you gotta pay, like, maybe 18 or maybe £50 to go to one of these Atmos cinemas that don't even have THX, and the cents around back then, a ticket price was 79p, 79 pence. That is cheap. You know, that is so diabolically cheap, and yet today it's just ridiculous, and you just don't you get and the only difference today, what I notice is the loudness, and I've gotta wear earplugs, um, and if I forget my earplugs, I've just gotta put my fingers in my ears because I'm scared of high frequency hearing loss, because the amount of loudness coming off those HF horns behind the screen, um, is well over 85 dBA. It's well over the spec limit, and, it's uncomfortable. It just makes going to the cinema today less enjoyable, and if it hasn't got THX, I'm not interested. At least with the THX that is today, which is oh, it's kinda like the KFC I had yesterday. Um, yeah, I had a KFC. It's like that secret spice flavor that they used to talk about. Um, today it tastes like a Burger King, dick stuck in a used condom, pulled out a bloody dustbin and boiled in hot water. That's what the bloody things taste like. Ugh. I mean, it's like Crocodile Dundee. You can eat this shit, but, you can't really you can survive on it, but you can't really live on it. Um, yeah, it's like that. It's like that is with THX today. It's just like the flavour of the bass that once was, it's gone. It's a different sort of thing now, you know? It's like I only found out the other day that this video brought to you by Pepsi. No, not really. I found out now they got this in cream soda. What? I got cream soda in the fridge. Maybe I'll just mix a bit of Pepsi and a bit of cream soda and see what the heck it tastes like. I don't need to go and buy Pepsi with freaking cream soda in it, honestly. Ugh. Oh dear. Yeah, next win though, KFC are merging with Burger King to bring out something different. The Muck King fucked up burger with extra flame grilled spice and marketing bullshit, honestly. Most people that are, savvy know this. Dear. Um, let's see, what else can I do? Oh yeah, I've got to press that. Abracadabra. I could probably add a short video in here as well. I don't know if that'll work, um, providing it's, okay. Um, oh, heck. Um, decodering. Crikey. To have done this video, I would have had to have spent really a day going through everything, editing which pictures to bring up and make your make you drooling behind your computer screens there watching. Because I know you want a piece of the action. Everybody wants a piece of the action these days. Um, it's like my dad once said. You know, why bother with that when you can go out and get the real thing? My point was that, yeah, but it costs so much. Well, save up for it. Oh, please. There is a limit. there is a limit, um, to, what I want to, save up for or what we wanna save up for, and oh, yeah, I think it's gonna be a little hiccup here. Hang on, just give it a few just give it a few sec. I've got a bit of a stool here. It's like a banana in the tailpipe. A banana in the tailpipe? I've got a bit of a stool here, and it's taken a while. Usually I get this all the time. Uh, maybe I'll click that off there. I'll try it again. It's a bit tricky. Yeah, it's a bit tricky. Do it, do it. Um, I only found out yesterday that a movie called Around the World in 80 Days could even, I think, had sound mag or something or playback up to nearly 8 channels. That's interesting. Didn't know that. See, sometimes there are movies that just go underneath your radar screen that you didn't even know about. Um, I'll add that. She's set. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Okay, I've got the hang of this now, I think. Add that. So I'll add 3 more slides here. You know, the thing that I can't understand with sound decodering or mixing and encoding. I did the mixing at college years ago, and once I found out how it was done, I thought, "Is that it?" I wasn't interested in pursuing it for a career or anything. I was just kind of curious about, so I found out. Once I found out, that's it. It's just like some people want to find out how this works, and um, when you actually do it and mix it, yeah. Otherwise, if I were to do it again, I'd probably put in some, well, discrete use of low sound and of course overhead. Um, but back then, I would be thinking, "Oh, is this doable?" And if it's not, the only other option would be eluding me a little bit is that, maybe encode onto one of these tracks an inverted signal. So it's reversed. It's reverse polarity signal, and then you can still hear it, but once it's got goes through a decoder that recognizes the inverted signal, um, it would carry that sound to another speaker array, but it will still have a little bit of difference of the other signal. Just a little bit, but it's tiny dB. So once it all plays together, you just don't notice it until you go scrutinizing and listening to it. That's why sometimes I scrutinize some of these so-called Atmos mixes, and then, if it's an old movie, and then it takes me less than 1 minute, and then I can say, "It's a fake. Don't buy it." Um, Maybe I could sell it on eBay and get maybe a little bit of money back because the word's gonna get around very soon that, basically no one would wanna touch it with a barge pole like that Twister Blu-ray 4K. They're fake. They're not the real Atmos, they're fake. Just so that you most gullible people will go out there, buy them, and then do bullshitting YouTube videos saying how great and all that is. Maybe they're right, but they're also wrong. because they've not done a proper, or they don't know how soundtracks are mixed, and they just think it's great. If the table was turned around, I would probably act similar, um, but since I've been there, tried I've done a little bit of that mixing thing. I know how it's done. Um, so if you go and watch Baby Driver, if you've got Baby Driver and you got a full, um, 6 overhead layout, height 1, height 2, height 3. Um, the middle overhead is carrying an extra signal within the music. This is where Baby goes on the run from the cops. The cops all show up after Baby just drove the flipping Jamie, that bloody dreadful actor or whatever he was. I think he was a president once. Yeah, you know that guy, and he drives the car straight into a flipping load of scaffolding poling on a truck in front. You know, and the things impale the guy. You got the music, which sounded pretty interesting and funny, where it's going, "Da, da, da," you know, you got the windscreen wipers at the start where going, "Dun, dun, 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 dun," and then the tempo on the music started to go up a little bit. Da, 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 dun, 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 until eventually they all come running out, alarms go, bang, 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 "Drive the car, baby, drive the car," and then he's thinking, "Fucking hell, I'm getting rid of this guy." Put the seatbelt on and then the way the music goes, "Da, da, 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 dun, dun, dun." Oh, that was funny. Uh, and then they all get out, "What have you done, baby? What have you done?" And then the cops show up, and then bang, 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 and then they go on the run, and then you got the music going, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. And if you listen very carefully, though you can't really hear it in the overhead, you can hear this kind of phasey sound. Um, it's kinda hidden within the, overhead. But when it's played back, I play it back through a below surround speaker, so it's below me. So I get a music that's above that's totally different and a music below that is totally different. I've got 2 signals moving, plus the other speakers in the room with the other sounds moving around, and then you get this helicopter. The helicopter, when it appeared in the movie, it sounded a bit gimmicky, plastic. It didn't sound organic like, I've heard helicopters overhead before, and I know what the bloody sound reflections should be like, and it just sounded so artificial. It's like they should have spent a little bit more on it, so you get at certain points with the film editing, because once you got a film that's cut, you gotta edit sound to that, or you while you're doing it, you're probably thinking, "Hmm, you know, maybe this scene's just a little bit too short here, for Christ's sake. Let's just make it a little bit longer, because what's the point of just putting some little bit of sound there for just a 2 second, huh?" We don't hear that in reality. It does not happen. How reality happens to us is what it is. I hate that word, "it is what it is," but it is. It in a film, it's like, bloody hell, camera's this position, and it cuts over there, and it cuts there. Bloody hell, what God, if we did that, turning our head like that, we'd go stir crazy. Um But it's sometimes seeing something that it lasts several seconds and you think, "Wow, that was good. Wow, that gave me a sound orgasm. I wanna come back and listen to that again because I don't think I'm gonna get that sort of entertainment value on TV at home." Um, yeah, I'll just go add something else there. Baby Driver. If you add on some matrix decoders to the overhead and do a few little, adjustments, that you won't have that center phantom. Then you can brag that you got 9 speakers on your ceiling. I like to get some more JBL, um, same speakers for the overheads, and put the height speaker, height one, and height number, because you got the height speakers, then you got the top layer. But if you fold, but if you configure the decoder or the processor, you basically will fold those other speakers or down into the other speaker, the other speakers or something, or they get decoded. Don't get too much going on sometimes. Sometimes you get a bit of a major disappointment, particularly if it's a Disney Atmos thingy. You get a you're guaranteed for a disappointment. Like, bloody hell, what have they done with the bloody sound level on this as well? It seems like it's got no dynamic range, and at the end of the day, dynamic range is fake. It's not real dynamic range. It's just like, "Oh, well, give this," like, because you listen to explosions, yeah? And then you listen to a dialogue or something that goes on depending on the scene or the angle or the shot or whatever it is, and you it there are only a few dB differences. It's illusion. Real explosions are so sudden and so damn destructive. You know, if an explosion were to go on within indoors, its pressure will be so enormous, it's gonna be looking for ways out of that room or whatever, you know? So it would definitely break in a door, no how, or buckle it slightly, depending on what sort of door and that, because the pressure is so enormous. If that were to happen within an auditorium, everyone would be literally deafened and blood coming off, goo coming out our ears. Um, so, but anyway, yeah, so sorry to disappoint and bust your sub-bass bubble there, but sadly, yeah, they're not, of course, they're not real. Like rocket launchers and all that. Come on, Apollo 13. When you look at the bloody engine bells, and you got that, boom, boom, yeah, it sounds entertaining. You were underneath the real bloody thing. That would be the last thing you'd ever see and hear. You'd be roasted, toasted, and you'd be vaporized. Um, vaporized, vaporized. Oh yeah, absolutely. Um, put this on a sit one here. So I don't know if anyone here can spot the. This is now closed down downtown. I found this picture very interesting because it was the last picture someone took of this auditorium. Up in the ceiling are the 6 original overhead speakers. They all play the sound, the same signal. Can't use. I'm not sure if not sure if we could use it because you're probably looking at it. No, I don't think there's a way that. No, I can point it, but basically, if you look carefully at the ceiling, you'll see squares on the ceiling. Down the middle, there's 1, 2, down on the left and the right, there's 2 more, and basically, because the speakers are so high up in the ceiling, you get a uniform sound. Thus, to someone that was thinking back then, um, pretty cleverly, I would say, is that, 1, you reduce the amount of speakers that need to go around the auditorium. Second, probably the amount of amplifiers used. I don't know if they maybe used free amplifiers for this, or maybe depending on what volt system or whatever I don't know. Um, but those speakers to this day are still intact in the cinema. No one that's explored the cinema, because people have gone into it many times and have explored it. I don't think they would have walked across, the top of that ceiling, because I don't know how secure it is, or it would have a catwalk, so you'd have to probably maybe get to some of those, uh, speakers or lights, or usually lighting in a cinema, that's high up. Um, when I was with UCI, if a light were to go out, you have a very long telescopic, pole, aluminium, and it's got a kind of little thing like this. So basically, you push it up onto the bulb, and then you start turning the, uh, the pole, and then it unscrews the bulb, and then you just bring it down, put the new bulb in, push it back up, and screw it in. That's how you get up to the ones that are very high up. Otherwise, you've got to bring in scaffolding, and that's gonna take hours to set up. Yeah, so someone obviously figured changing light bulbs over years ago was, probably came from other techniques, and then they employed it in use in cinemas or theatres or something. So yeah, so yeah, there's 6 speakers up in that ceiling. The other additional speakers that are very dark, they're around the sides of the auditorium. Um, the speakers used to be overheads. I'm not sure what model, what make they are. No information, unless one could go up there and they'll probably see a nameplate on the back of the speaker, or maybe it's in a box. I don't know. But it's flush, and that's what looks good. They're flush, they're hidden, you can't see it. You just hear the sound in the auditorium, and you're kinda like, "Wow." Because I had one person when I was with UCI many years ago, um, they came up and said, "Where does the sound come from?" "It comes from behind the screen." "Does it?" Because I thought they were coming from the speakers overhead, because they could see the speakers in the auditorium on the ceiling, but no, the speakers behind the screen, and it's got little holes in it so the sound comes through. So that made someone interested. Um, um, this one here, this picture appeared many years ago. Thank goodness I saved it, because I'm a fanatic with a camera. Um, I would have took pictures myself, and I took my, at the time, I only had a 16 camera, but I didn't use it. I think I had a 35, little ones where you just push the film in and it was a quick, easy click sort of thing. But someone took this picture many years ago, probably around 89 or 99. This is screen auditorium number 6, I believe, because I could see the projection port windows in the back, and there's a long corridor that goes down that connects onto screen number 5, which is identical. And then that screen number 5 is what was called back then, head project office. Um, and of course, I can see in this slide, only I know, I can see the Victoria Cinemacanica projector. I can see the slide projector that was also used for slide advertisements that were put on before the, the films ran, and I can just about see the audio rack that was very basic. And I can just see that wall, which is on the third projection port window, which is a little bit higher up. It's not really higher up. I mean, it's just, the port window is just a little bit higher up, and I can see the sound rack with, well, maybe the Dolby CP, 55, with the SA10 and the, sound associate modified quad amplifiers that were used, because you couldn't adjust or tamper with the levels because all the level adjustment was behind the amplifier, so it makes it tamper proof. Um, uh, so the auditorium had basic seating, grey seats, and they all went from, up to the side walls. Acoustical treatment was ideal in the auditorium. There was very little large echo, though there was still a honky sound in the auditorium. It still had a sort of typical honky sound because there were still areas that were not fully, you know, absorbed. But it had a better sound to the other auditoriums in the town, which had a bit of an echo on it. Um, and of course, on the ceiling on one side are 4 speakers. There's 8 in total in screens 5 and 6 auditoriums. There are 8 overhead speakers. The speaker systems then were electro voice. They were THX approved, but the auditoriums weren't THX approved because they wouldn't meet the THX criteria. The auditoriums were capable of peak levels of around about 90 dB. I think anything more over that level, then you start noticing it bleeding through the walls. Well, not bleeding, but filtering through the walls, and the walls are not very that thick, because you can tell by looking outside where the exit doors are, and you can see where the um, um, one auditorium will be over that side and the other one on that side, and you can see how thick it is. It's not that thick, yeah, it's not that much. But today, or rather, it's not really today, it's closed down because it's waiting for new cinemas to take it over. It will still have an appalling sound because I doubt they will make any improvements to keeping SPL level down, um, as well as modifying the floor because the floor needs to be stripped up, or because whoever did the design in, I think, 2011 or 2012, where Empire Cinemas then took over from UCI Cinemas. They did an appalling refit, absolutely atrocious, and you don't just hear it, you can feel it going through the wooden floor, and it's just totally distracting. It's like being in someone's home where you can feel their home cinema below you, and you got one above, and you can just feel it, you know? And this is professional cinema at the end of the day that we're talking about, and yet the criteria standards of the how much sound should filter through should be only kept down to a minimum percentage, and it seems like they've overstepped that boundary and gone a bit too high, and it's just, yeah, that's what cinema is like today. It's terrible, and the cinemas, you know, like I say, they weren't, they're not designed for THX. Otherwise, you shouldn't hear really between them. It would have to be very faint, but it's not. It's too damn it's flipping audible. I can almost make out the flipping what movie's playing. Um, mm, uh, so that's the large auditorium there. Um, I'll go to the other one, which is interesting. The smaller auditoriums that, you know, here we go. Here we go. It should be there now. They all look identical, screens, 1 through 1 and 2, because you go through you can see a little projection port windows in the background, and I don't know which screen this is because they look so damn identical. Um, it's only the large ones I can tell what number they are. So I don't know if this is screen number. Well, let me try and think. If I'm walking down the corridor on the left side or the right side, um, oh no, it's difficult. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Uh, but on the ceiling here, the overheads are only 7 speakers. So there's 1 speaker located right at the back, the auditorium where the floor is sloping up towards the entrance, and there's an exit door that's in front of the auditorium. It's too bad that the person didn't post any other pictures of these auditoriums because he must have had other pictures. He's not just gonna take 1 picture looking towards the back of the auditorium, he would also take one taking forward. So it's too bad he didn't upload any other pictures. Not sure who to credit here with the pictures. Um, he showed up years ago. But, there's 7 speakers, and so when you walk to get a better overhead sound, you've gotta walk it's gotta be more or less middle of the auditorium. The only awkward part was the projection screen was pretty high up. I'm surprised still, even to the day, that the Dolby Stereo even actually worked in those auditoriums, 'cause it never was my favourite auditoriums. They were okay, but I prefer 5 or screen 5 and 6 because the screen was a little bit lower down, it was a bit more curved and just a little bit larger. Um, but yeah, the overheads worked pretty well. They gave well, what word should I use here? A uniform sound coverage, and they all gotta be working and performing correctly. One speaker's broken or knackered, they're gonna stick out like a sore thumb, which was the case. What happened in the auditoriums, I think when the opening of Tango and Cash was playing, and there was 3 of us in projection, and, one of the other team members turned the fader up right at the beginning of the where you got this dark narration sound over a black screen. "Okay, let's do it." And the volume fader was up at 10, and no, they don't go to 11. And some of the sound must have been filtering because sound on low frequencies can filter from the front, signals into the surrounds, though they got, usually, a very shallow, um, filter on the, decoder the circuit board, where it kinda allegedly limits it to 100 hertz. That's not true. It can go down a bit lower. It can go down to 50, it can go down to 40. It could probably even make 20 hertz. But um, a lot of sine wave testing and so forth. So yeah, some signal must have gone right into one of those overheads and completely knackered it, because I think it was the next week I went in just to check a certain movie that I was watching through the port window, and I thought I'd step into the auditorium, and then all I can hear was all this rattling noise. And it draws your attention if you know what to look for and what to listen for. And I'm going, looking, it's that speaker right up there because I can hear the tingling, rattling sound. The bass cone must have been totally so far knackered. Maybe the mid range and the tweeter survived, Because that opening music, tank, boom, 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 but then the fader was gradually turned down just before it cuts from, um, where you got this, uh, truck with a horn going, "Eh," and it was just faded down back to probably, I think, maybe 6.4 or so on the fader, because that's where the fader was approved for use by the chief. And, because he probably may felt there might be certain parts of the movie that would drive an audience away because it didn't hurt your ears, but, probably maybe too loud, but like I say, it never hurt my ears. I've been there so many times, but it never hurt my ears. Um, yeah, um, okay, let's see, so, see. So, what I like to try is, that movie, We Are Soldiers, 'cause there's been rumours going around, "Oh, it doesn't have the mix on it." Yeah, well, it may have or may not, but when I tried it out a few years ago, um, where is it? There it is on that. It was a bit elaborate, the system in my THX home cinema, private, but there's one Dolby SA CP45 in the lower rack, and it's got a nice illuminated green, and that's on the surround channel, or on the SA10, it would be called the extra, and that signal was really illuminating, so there's a pretty strong signal going on. Otherwise, normally, the signal would be pretty idle. It would be very dim in its, signal or amplitude illumination. It would appear very dim. Maybe the mixer is totally wrong. Maybe something went under his radar that he didn't know about. He's been saying or trying to say to others that, "No, no, it doesn't exist." Um, and it was only used for one cinema. What cinema was that? Any information to find out about sonic whole overhead sound doesn't really exist on the internet anymore. There might be a few forums where they'll talk about it, but PDF files and such, white papers, news clippings that were put together. I don't know why black and white when colour's been around for quite a long while. They all look like photocopies, and such, and a bit of technical information, as well as an artist illustration showing the, um, overhead surround array, and I mean, it is an array. I mean, you got speakers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, bloody hell, it is a cluster. So that basically uniform sound would be heard from when they mix certain sounds of helicopters, and depending on what the if they're kinda going this way, upward maybe, or maybe you hear them above, and then they come down visually on screen, so the sound is gonna pan away from the overhead, and you see it on screen, so but they'll still be carrying a difference of the left and right signal, but you wouldn't notice it because it's so quiet in the dB level, unless you go listening or monitoring it carefully, speaker to speaker, and then you notice it. But when it all plays all together all at once, You don't notice it. You just think, "Oh, wow, it sounds all discreet." Um, that played up maybe I could Google around and see, like, where the movie was premiered, because I believe where it was premiered, it probably played for a very short while, and then after that, um, I don't know. It's kinda puzzling because would something why would someone go to the extreme extent of doing an install, and then you're gonna, what, after it, dismantle it? Hmm. Otherwise, I'm sensing something like a conspiracy here because, like, one sound mixer in Hollywood, was saying a few year ago now, and I knew who it was. They didn't say the person mentioned by name in the video, but I knew exactly who it was, because I follow sound, or used to be a kind of interest in it, but I don't really care much now for it, and I knew who they were talking about. He's won this Academy Award for this, that, and that, and that, and I thought, "They're talking about Gary Summers." And apparently he made a comment because it seems like he is not a big fan of this Dolby Atmos thing. There are a lot of mixers that probably couldn't care less about it because they probably know it's a bit of a gimmick, or it's not a real 3D sound format, and therefore it's a gimmick. It's just the time. If you lot out there think it sounds 3D, okay, do a video. I mean, have a real damn good listen. I mean, dissect it. That's what science is about, not just like, have a listen. No, turn these speakers off, get those other movies like Twister, Blu-ray, German, Twister, Warner Brother at 4K, and you do a listening comparison, A and B, you can still tell that, "Oh, yeah, I can hear that truck that's moving around on the screen channel, and I can just about hear it in the overhead." That's a gimmick. That's bullshitting the public. And you hear it in the new mix, or it's not really a new mix. You can still just hear it, only the mixer has only taken other sounds, and it's like it's passing through a matrix decoder, and when it passes into a matrix, it just filters out the rest of the sound, and we all know, we've all have been listening to fake, um, Dolby stereo sound, a stereo surround, what, since, Dolby Pro Logic 2 came out. Pro Logic 1, and then you got Pro Logic 2. There was a music mode as well. I think they had Pro Logic 2 music mode. This is going back donkey years now. This is going back nearly 25 years. Um, and you listen to it and you think, "Oh, wow, that makes that Star Wars sound interesting," but it also, at the same time, it's carrying a little bit of extra additional crosstalk, and personally, I just find it a little distracting, um, because it doesn't give the original signature effect of what I heard in the auditorium. Um, and of course, yeah, it was okay, Pro Logic 2, okay. And then Pro Logic 2X came along, so Pro Logic 2X, it, uh, meh, is all I can say. But when it's used, Pro Logic 2X is used with proper stereo surrounds on a 5.1 mix, it really does enhance and makes it a little bit better because you get sounds that can pan along the side wall like Mission to Mars, and you got dialogue panning across the screen channel, and then it goes along the side, and then it goes onto the other speaker, behind, and then it pans and goes into the other speaker, just kinda sounding like discrete, and then it comes down the left side wall and then snaps back onto the, center screen, again in, a scene in Mission to Mars. Um, I think that was not maybe the first movie to have a full, uh, dialogue pan that's slowly moving around, and whether it makes sense to anyone, it made sense to me because I could see what's happening with the camera moving and turning. It's just if I were to turn around and someone's talking in a room, I'm still gonna hear their voice. It's not gonna really do that effect like you hear in the movie, because there would still be a few other things that we hear psychoacoustically, um, unless it's artificially and they got the spacecraft just happens to have surround sound system, probably Atmos because it is set in the future, mind you. Um No, actually, it's a little bit ahead of it. They probably got Atmos Mark II version, um, with below sound. Um, yeah, Logic 2 works okay on stereo surrounds, but not okay on Dolby Stereo full mixes, because you're trying to create a signature sound that only very few people probably can even remember. And then you get this effect sometimes, and it sounds like the speakers are the sound is moving along those side speakers, one speaker at a time, but it isn't. It's a time delay effect, or a Hass effect. Uh, you get, and it sounds wow. It gives me the wow. It gives me the ultra goosebumps listening to the end credits of Star Wars, where they have mm, the the princess theme playing. And the way the harp is and the string movement is going, and you just get kind of swell effect, but only if you got the surround configuration, you get that wow. It's like getting a flashback with the Laserdisc, letterbox edition, the CBS Fox ones, so they look a little bit more they look a little bit more, yeah, flashback, other than the THX faces, which are totally different. They got different remix to them slightly. They bit of the same and a little bit more, um, but they look all bloody DNR'd. They look bloody awful. I got those ones, and I don't even bother playing them. I don't even play the CAV Laserdisc version anymore. I just put on because I think that's just about near close to a flashback. I'm gonna get, um, of course, the Empire and the Jedi, where you got the princess dialogue panning, or you got the Han Solo pans first. I don't know what it is, but George Lucas got it in for Han Solo. It's, with the the THX-EAV, you don't hear Han Solo's voice being panned over. You hear it in the center. Luke, Luke, and then suddenly, it goes through the forest, and then, but when you hear it, it's Luke, Luke over on stage right. That's how I heard it in the cinema. That's how I heard the princess when, "Well, looks like I'm stuck here. Trouble is, I don't know where here is. Maybe you can help me." And you hear the voiceover over on the stage left, or partly, because it's a little bit in the center, so you get like a phantom, but you hear it over that side slightly rather than in the middle where it is now, and it is just, oh, I could just rip the bloody screen down. Or just throw the bloody disc out the window, for God's sakes. What is it? Suddenly George wants it, pannings, and then he goes, what, batshit crazy, and has it all dumped into the Senate might as well just have a mono mix here. Anyhow, yeah, um, yeah, so I wanna get that I wanna put another decoder in, but it's so damn complicated. My system has gotten so flipping complicated now. I just don't know where to plug in. Um, maybe if I had a patch bay maybe if I had a patch bay. I've not had much experience using a patch bay. I understand how a patch bay is used, so then I can take something and easily connect it in, and it will be up and running in just a few minutes. Or I have it permanently fitted in, so I only have to press a button, but it's gotta be backward compatible. Otherwise, I'm gonna be sick as a parrot. If I'll be sick and depressed that, "Oh gosh, it can't do original playback." It's got you know, that's why all the so-called immersive processors that they make today are all bullshit. If you wanna add on something that gave you a flashback from a cinema many years ago, you got to add on another decoder. There's no way around it. Um, because, whoever these manufacturers have been talking with, they'd probably be obviously collaborating and talking with Dolby Labs, and Dolby Labs have been totally misleading them. So I think what we got here is a sound conspiracy to deny enthusiasts of such the the sound right to listening to how it should be. Oh, and like I say again, it's all this bullshit, like the director's sound intent. Sometimes the director could be entirely wrong. They're not all directors are very clued up on sound, and it's like that guy for that Doom movie, that director. He's not really clued up, and so what he asks the mixers, "I trust you. You do it." I think that's a quote that I read somewhere on the internet, and then he's just wowed. But Dune 2, the sound mix on that, absolute rubbish. It's not what you call one of these epics. They don't do things like that, hardly. You could say Gravity is epic because it's using all the directional dialogue panning that would be normally associated with a movie from the late 60s, 70s, where dialogue is panning, and you get Foley sounds that move and track with and most of that trend to this day is being lost. And when you listen very carefully to a film mix and, you can see what's going on, and you think, "Oh gosh, why didn't they just pan the sound and make it sound more realistic, like you're there or they are here?" Huh? No, that's impossible because there's a heck of a lot involved in sound and mixing and such. There's a heck of a lot, and most of which it doesn't get done. You get a lot of bullshitting going on, but all you get really generally is an approximation. The real thing itself is more complicated, more complex, which is, we can talk about it and then we talk about a movie and then think, how could you make it? Well, there's a lot more that needs to go into Atmos. is not even the tip of the iceberg. It's way down there, way because when you gotta put images to it, images that we can associate with, and then we think, "Well, how come there's not a sound of an X-wing going underneath?" And then it appears and it comes up on screen because we hear it off screen moving around below. It's in space. You know, there's no up, down, side to side, or back to front, or turned around, inside out. It's complete weightless. So you'd hear an X-wing in a vacuum, of course, coming from below. And whoosh, it appears up on screen because we see the typical cliches for decades. Something comes in at this angle, this angle, this angle, this angle, dun, 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 overhead, or we always see the same typical cliche, and it's boring when the sound doesn't track it correctly, and you just hear it typically on the sidewall speakers, and if it doesn't match what you've just seen, it's like, "Oh." With this BS 3D sound immersive bullshit. Um, 13 years of it. 13 years of listening to bullshit. My goodness, that's like having a prime minister or president in bloody office for bloody hell, you'd go stir crazy, you'd go crackers, you would. You think, "We've had enough of this." Well, you just don't turn it on and ignore it, which is what I try mostly doing now with Atmos. I just try to ignore it. I just care less about most of the other titles on. They're just boring. I know they're fake. There's only a few that sound decent enough. I think, is Atmos worth buying? Because I can't. I tell you one thing, other thing, I just can't understand a lot of things when I can see certain processors and can see how they're designed and what else they're trying to do or bullshit. Hang on, so I come on a sec because there's a delay. Oh, there's my cat Sooty. And I've got my below surround speakers underneath the seats. Um, if I designed that again, I would have the speakers so they go in the floor, and there will be 3 speakers. I think there is at present. This picture was taken a few years ago, 2016, I think. And the below surround has changed around, quite a little bit. Um, in the room, there's at least, at the moment, there's about 4 zones of below surround matrix. I'm the only home cinema that's got it installed. The American dubbing stages don't have it. George Lucas doesn't have it. Russians don't have it. Not even the Chinese. Maybe a theme park, they might have it because you go to a theme park and, sometimes you can see these speaker things or like, or you notice there's a sound coming from below and you think, "Hmm." But yeah, but for actual home cinemas or movie theaters, no, I'm the only one that's got it. I'm up and ready, geared ready for the street whenever it comes along. I'm just getting older, not getting any younger. Um, actually, the more I get older, the more I get more sound wiser because the more I know how sound can be mixed. Um, and it's just a shame that Dolby Atmos is or Dolby Labs have just wasted their product for nearly 13 years, and this is probably why some Hollywood mixers think it's a gimmick. I'm not interested. Maybe wait, or maybe they should just push, nudge. Why aren't you delivering this? Because mixers are still basically mixing with their hands tied behind their back. They can hear themselves on a dub stage if they're got in front of a mixing console. They can hear their hands moving down below their ears. They could even hear the caster wheels moving around on the floor. You not possibly hear as well as feel it. You know, a lot of people think this Atmos movie's brilliant. Well, that's brilliant. Oh, bloody, oh, well, immersive overhead. Oh my goodness. Most of you lot wouldn't know what you're talking about. If it excites you, fine. It used to excite me listening to Dolby Stereo donkey years ago. Most probably couldn't even remember what that sounds like unless you've got a proper setup in the home so that can reproduce it. Um, or actually, it's a little bit more than that. You know, when you get mixes, um, are they exactly translating back? I mean, it's like all these Star Wars ones. They've been remixed. Think about it. The frequency response will be a little bit different going from their original to the remixes in the 97. Um, they would have some slight frequency extension added or something or improved. So they're not exactly translating back as fully as what they used to be. They're slightly different in their frequency response because 35 mil or 70 millimeter film has got a certain frequency response restriction limit. 16, no, 18 kilohertz, I think, or 70 mil. That's the big format. That's the showcase. Magnetic 6-track discrete, uncompressed audio, uncompressed. So they're not, even though sounds are compressed in mixing, because how the heck are you going to put all this on the soundtrack without it overloading? But when it's presented, it's not like you get some of these crappy 4Ks or Blu-rays or some DVDs now and then, like, oh, I'll just have a jab at Willow. Willow sucks on DVD, Blu-ray. It sucks. I couldn't imagine how terrible it would sound in 4K. It's probably the same as the Blu-ray, or maybe they just tweaked it a little bit at Skywalker or Disney, whatever the bloody hell they call it themselves now. But you just don't get that bass slamming into your chest. You put on the THX Laserdisc, Dolby Stereo, um, wow, most home theaters would be reaching to turn down the volume. I just have my fader at 7. And I just get, I think I'm just getting like a buzz of what it would have been like in, well, I've got THX in the home, so it's a little bit more than that. Um, it's like getting a buzz maybe if I were to go to, say, High Wycombe, no longer exists anymore, that I tell you, that was sub-bass and bass of the likes most people have probably not even heard or felt. Very few people that probably say, "Yep, I remember. I've been to that cinema many times. I only went once and would like to have gone a second and a third and fourth time." And I got a very memory of memorizing sound. Saw what they call a preview show So you had these tickets, you just show up and you go in for free admission, a preview, for Arachnophobia. I think it was on a weekend, on a Saturday, I think it was, on the morning. It was in a very lousy Odeon, screen number 6 downtown. It used to be a very large auditorium. Um, I can bring a picture up of that. Let's see. It's very difficult to find a picture of that, I think. I think it is. It's very difficult to find a picture. Anyway, I just have to interpret that with my hands. So I'm just go to this picture. And so the screen used to be very large, like boom, yeah. And then what they did in 1989, I think Die Hard, last movie that played in screen number 2, and then it moved upstairs to the cinema screen. And then it took a few months to turn the downstairs screen into, was it one, two, three, four screens. So you got 3 screens more or less towards the back of the auditorium that were larger than most people's little living rooms. And then you got the original main screen that was right at the end. But when I first went in and looked at Lawrence of Arabia, I was thinking the screen would still be big. It was like that. It was like fucking real VHS letterbox. And I only just saw it about a day or 2 at the Odeon Marble Arch up in London on a freaking fuck off giant large fucking curved screen. Of course, David Lean went barking bonkers when he saw it projected and demanded the screen curve angle to be brought in slightly so it wouldn't be so deep because it just didn't look right. And so that had to be altered, but I wouldn't know what that original screen looked like. It still had the original other curvature of the auditorium, but Lawrence Arabia looked freaking magnificent on that screen. Flip. And I think was many years ago, many decades, was the largest screen in the UK. But that had since been surpassed by other screens. And that cinema now no longer exists. I think it's been totally gutted and demolished. Oh, yeah, you think they're immune. Hmm. Um, so yeah, I saw Arachnophobia on small screen. Yeah, the sound was okay. I hear the bass, but I don't feel it. I thought the movie was okay. And then I saw this new friend, um, and he was living down here, and he came from Buckinghamshire, High Wycombe, and he was going on about because he could see me doing some artist or art illustration of the THX logo, and he starts talking about it, and I've only heard it at the Empire Leicester Square with Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade and the Star Trek 70mm THX Marathon. And he was going on about how flipping great the bass is and all that. And I'm kind of a bit skeptic, thinking, okay. One day he says, "Hey, do you want to come up to High Wycombe? We'll go and see a movie." I said, "Yeah, sure." We had no idea what was playing. We get there, and then I see, oh, I've already seen this movie last month or so at the Odeon downtown. The movie had already started. So we got our ticket because they wouldn't allow you to go in because they don't want you to be spoiled. So they would say, come back in a couple of hours. But I was curious. I went through the first door at the entrance. And then you got the second doors because there's a bit of a 2-meter gap, and then, of course, it was that THX poster that was backlit over to the right side of the auditorium, screen 1, I think it was. I think they call it screen 1 or screen mm, it just looked so it was like the silver chrome look and that, because it's the first time I saw a THX poster, um, 'cause they didn't have them at the Empire Leicester Square. Um, I was just so hypnotized by it. It was like it was the essence, the letters and the chrome, the silver look was like the essence of the universe. And when I stepped fully into that auditorium, I only stood at the back of the auditorium. My goodness, what the fuck am I feeling? What the heck is this? It's I can feel it. I can feel my hair on my face, on my chest, on my legs, on even my freaking shoes. Yeah, I knew the scene. Where they're in the jungle with the spiders, and it was playing a very low level of the music track by, Trevor Jones, I think, score composer. And it was playing very low level, but it was literally pressing on my body. And that's a quiet scene in the movie. And it was like, "Where the heck is all this bass energy coming from?" And I'm thinking, "Wow, I'm hooked. I'm absolutely hooked." Like my friend said, it was voted the 8th best THX cinema on the planet. So, I don't know what number 1 was, and I don't know where that information came from. Must have been something going around during the 1980s, some sort of survey, what are the best THX cinemas or something, around the world, because there weren't many at the time around up to at the time then, that would have been 1990, January, 1990. I saw Arachnophobia at the Odeon in December 1989. Uh, but wow, waited to get in that auditorium. My friend said, "We'll sit down here." I said, "Well, yeah, because this is the best." Oh, he wasn't kidding. And I tell you, most people that play the THX trailer at home, I tell you, the classic one, the Broadway, the deep note, um, the Broadway, you got the Broadway, and you got the, la-di-da, 'cause it did have, say, like, for so many years, blah, 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 um, motion picture sound hadn't changed that much or such. At least I think it would it did, 'cause I have seen that trailer at the Empire Leicester Square, many years before, many a few years later. I tell you, the moment that starts, it's like I can feel it, literally, on my body. The instant that THX trailer, I can feel it on my body. Usually, most people, when you play it in the home, it takes a few seconds right into the trailer, and then you can feel something. You should feel it literally from the start. Like, that's it, that's the sound system, that's the soundtrack. Um, it takes a little bit of trial and error and putting that together in a home. Otherwise, you end up destroying your amplifiers with overloading, with clipping and, busting the bass drivers out and, whatever else, you'd end up wrecking your system. To get it to that sort of degree, oof, my goodness, because I tell you, even like I say, to this day, I go into these crappy Atmos cinemas, they are just woke, complete woke trash. And yeah, That cinema really was one of a kind. Where is it? Where is it? Um, oh, hang on. Gonna have to delete one of these. Okay. Um, got a certain limit on these. We load up, I think. Yeah, there it is. Uh, yeah, I tell you, that was a place to watch a movie. If that still exists, if it still existed to this day, it would put most people's home cinemas to or even that guy with his 20 sub speakers or whatever the bloody hell he's got at what stupid SPL level. That auditorium would put him to ruin. It would ruin him. It's surprising how many speakers for the screen stage channels and how many subs they used. Um, and that it's like figuring it out. I tell you, that auditorium would even put Trinov bass waveforming to utter shame. And all I do is just think, well, what else is going on? Because there, to me, I still think there might have been something else going on. You can't see behind the curtains or behind the red fabric going around. So it looks like surround speakers in the columns, but I don't think they are because they're behind the fabric. They look like the wedge-shaped angle of JBL 83, 30, 83, 30, 83, 30, but actually the angle's a little bit, um, they're just typical like some sort of column, but the speakers behind that fabric. You just can't see how many or how what the layout looks like unless there's a picture that's um, been taken before, during, or construction of the UCI, because it was that was the first THX cinema in the United Kingdom, 1987. Um, CIC, Cinema International Corporation, with UCI or United Cinema International. A little bit high up screen there. It's a little bit high up, sort of, but then you sort of see that sort of typical thing sometimes, you know. But yeah, it worked. So it was absolutely flipping wow. And, mm, and nope, not once did the sound hurt my ears. Incredible the way they. It's like they got Invisible Man, you know, the Invisible Man, um, pressing his hands on you. That's what it felt like. Oh dear. Maybe it was. Maybe George Lucas discovered an alien and yeah, yeah, that was one of a kind, pure and simple. And I can still remember how arachnophobia, how the bass sounds in that auditorium of the movie. If I play Arachnophobia on Laserdisc, I get a bit of a flashback. It's still a little bit more to adjust. Simple reasons is one, the auditorium size, bass wavelengths will be different within that room size, and the amount or number of 15-inch bass drivers and subs, JBL, and where the subs were located, and I'm not too sure if they had a 5 screen behind that. They had capability to show 70 millimeter, but then most 70 mil could be, or if it was a film that's got um, 5 screen directional sound, can have it folded down to 3 screen channel. So, um, but Arachnophobia was presented in Dolby SR, and most people, any to a cinema that's had Dolby SR playing, even still to the day, Dolby SR is still the best analog sound you could possibly hear. Um, but not many cinemas now are using it. They're very few and far between now. Um, yeah, it felt like watching something amazing how 35 could take a little, take a little leap and bound, and with a bit of noise induction improvement to give a bit more dynamic range and greater noise reduction. And then when played back on a really pucker, pucker sound system, JBL is really I don't know about JTL or KAS or what bloody hell they're called. JBL, bloody hell, I've been doing it donkey years before all these other home theatre manufacturers. Um, yeah, the more bass changes, the more it stays and remains the same. Um, yeah, anyway, see. Yeah, I just don't know how I'm just gonna figure out how to do that, 'cause there are 2 options open that I could reconfigure, the beat gain, and I got no place to put that Dolby SA10. I can use a Dolby SDU4, which is only a 1U frame, because it will still do the same exact same thing, except, it won't do all the other, but I had my configured to do left half, right half, um, stereo 5.1 or Dolby Stereo, so whether I use, my, CP200, which is absolute, I tell you, that CP200 is absolute flipping complicated analog processor. I mean, most people have probably got those things installed, and if they want something a little bit, it to do a little bit something other, you've got to find an engineer that knows that processor today, because any of the new engineers, they might have heard about it, but they got no knowledge of it, um, because they're only clued up to what is at present or last few years or such, because they don't expect many people now to be using them, which, you know, if you're gonna make a processor, it's gotta be able to do like CP850 or a 950, whatever. It's gotta be capable of showing 70 millimeter. No, not really. That's why you have that's why you have so many cinema processors in a not in a booth, in a rack, so that you can switch from, when you've got certain film prints that come in, and you know what processor to put it through. But when you got something like, home cinema today, and you got, say, like, Star Wars Laserdisc, and you think, "Damn, can't play it through this Dolby DSU, it's just not the same thing." Just ain't the same thing. So do a fake stereo surround, and it has a very digital, phasey sound on the center channel, if you know what to listen for. It plays music, you can hear it making a kinda sort of sound. When it plays through a proper Dolby analog Pro Logic decoder, it doesn't have that noise artifact. So you gotta know your decoders for your, film presentation playback. Mhm, mm, and boop, and boop. CP200. It's like the it's like the monolith out of 2001: Space Odyssey. It's still a mystery. It's totally smooth. um, I have to say, I'm not lucky. Say, with all honesty, without bullshitting anyone here in this video, I would have to say, if there was any wish that I wanted, that would be to have my two cats, Sooty and Magic, back. Because to me, this, at the end of the day, is just an immaterial pack of electronics, and it doesn't enrich my life. It makes me feel sad, makes me feel empty, soulless, empty shell is what I am, an empty shell. All I've got is my cat Bear, and, but I know most people would like one of these. But yeah, did I feel good? I know. My character was totally different a few years ago. 5 years almost 5 years. My character was a little different. I still detested, near field mixes, of course, and they would definitely end up in the cat litter if I'm being bullshitted. Uh, but my character's just a little bit changed, a little bit different. I've noticed that anybody's character would change, but anyway, I don't go in the room much now, so I go in there once maybe every few day or maybe once every few weeks. Um, Hardly go in there. It's there, I turn it off, put a movie on, so what? Um, but yeah, to have a something like that was designed for film, but like I say, if anything can have an electrical or signal to pass into it, and you can actually use it and think, "Wow, I didn't know that was possible," you know? Um, if it if it's actual codec chips or whatever you call them that need a specific signal that is a certain carrier wave signal, like a or they got or they got a certain sound when they are raw. You think, "What the heck is that?" It's something in decoding or, sound. Um, just come out of there, get onto there. Um, Whereas on the CB radio many years ago, they had these radio scramblers, and probably most people, I mean, radio scrambling and thing is not a new thing. It's an old technique, but to have some black box that's, one person on one end's got one, you got another one, modulate or talk on the radio, it just sounds like anyone's gonna be thinking, "What the heck is that?" They think they're on the sideband, the single sideband. They go checking on it. I can't clarify. I can't even tune in what I don't know what frequency they're on. I can't understand. It gets completely garbled. And that's the same with these decoders. Everything is compressed into a tiny file and scrambled, and then it goes into a decoder, unscrambles it, and plays it back in audio analog. So you got something at the end of the day that you don't have to have this heavy weight of film of like if you take, I suppose there's something on the internet there where someone's done a bit more science, but if I were to say that if you were to weigh the weight of the actual soundtrack, not the film print of 70 millimeter, but weigh the actual weight of the magnetic track that's put on, say, a film 70, and then you got the other one that's Dolby SRD. And if you were to weigh it, you're gonna the SRD is gonna weigh less. It'll be like the SRD has gone to slim world and been on a diet. And then you got the mag track element, and it's just got a bit of weight in it, and it's a bit more expensive. And you gotta handle it with extreme care. Otherwise, it will get roughed up pretty quick, and then you got a pretty unusable soundtrack. Um, so it has to be handled with care. Both have to be handled with care. Not that I give a shit about film anymore. I couldn't care less. I'd rather see the whole lot dumped into a skip. I couldn't care less about film anymore. Um, but you then get all that and condensed down onto Laserdisc, AC3, first format to ever six track discrete in the home and theatrical mixes. And then you get to DVD, or at least the early days of DVD, where people were complaining, and I think those people that complained couldn't you could just kept your mouth shut because you've absolutely ruined it. Because then the studios then go thinking, "Oh, well, we'll reduce the dynamics, we'll fudge it, manipulate, tamper with it." And then you end up with something called a bloody near field mix, for Christ's sake. And that's where, when I see old movies, or even if they're new, I'm skeptical of it. I just think I just can't trust it because many bad near field mix, it's like, is this a near field mix? It sounds like it's got good range on it, but unless you got an original that you could compare, like Willow, you compare that THX Laserdisc to the DVD Blu-ray. I don't have the 4K because it's inevitable. There's no logic buying it. It's just gonna be another bloody near field, for Christ's sake. The dynamics are like that on those smaller discs, and on Laserdisc, it's like that. It's like, I think I measured somewhere near like an 8 or maybe 10 dB difference. Whoa. Some other crappy things like, that crappy Abyss, if you wanna watch it in your mum's basement, because that's what James Cameron recommends, um, probably mixed it in a basement on stage. Because if you think it's got a theatrical original mix on it, you're dead wrong. Because if you listen to the surrounds carefully and then go to the Atmos mix and then listen again very carefully, you would hear the telltale sign there. But when you go to the DVD and you give that a damn good listen on the surrounds, you think, "Oh, right, this is way better." You gotta put that DVD back in, I'm afraid, if you want to play the theatrical. It's a little bit disappointing when it gets to the, like, I don't know, when it gets to the end credits, I don't know what the bloody hell is going on. But all that blue imagery in the text in there, it's all dotty. Yeah, I don't know what the bloody hell is going on there. Um, but when you put on the special edition version, you don't see that issue. Um, and of course, when you watch the end credits between the 2 versions, when it gets up through, they got a different THX logo now because they don't call it Lucasfilm Limited THX Sound System. They call it THX because it went private, because it got sold in the early 2000s to Creative Audio or Creative Sound or whatever the bloody hell computer company, and then it got sold again to, flipping, Razer, you know, shaving razors, bloody sakes. So it's no longer the same logo on the end credits. That's a bit of a bummer. You gotta put that, if you wanna get that, like, you saw that at the special edition, where it's got the THX logo on it, you get that flashback. Get that mm, and the dynamic range just seems a little bit better on the DVD, and it's a little bit way more better on the AC3 Laserdisc. That decompression scene where the submersible implodes. Um, I think there's a few dB extra there I can feel on my chest when that thing implodes. Um, it's okay on the 4K, but I wouldn't play it again. I wouldn't put that disc on the player again. Um, back in a sec. Oh, yeah, the clocks went forward, or was it back or forward? I can't remember which. Yeah, they changed the other day. So I've had my other clock still set to the summertime, and I noticed the other day when I looked at the hang on, where is it? So, yeah, noticed the clock had caught up with the computer, or the computer's time changed. Hmm. Yeah, interesting when you take a piss, right? Because we all go, we can hear it up here. When you're pissing, you hear it down below going into and then when you flush, below, hence below surround. This is why Agent Mulder in the X Files is pissing against the wall, and it sounds like he's peeing up here. Sounds like he's peeing into his mouth, like those aliens that get their finger and they piss in their mouth, don't they? Because their dick is the finger. Ugh! Disgusting. Oh, and when you fart, you hear it below you slightly. That's just how sound is. Where it's presented, where our ears are positioned is what we hear. So if there's sound going on below, legitimately, that's what we should be hearing in the playback and all this bullshit 3D immersive sound. Unfortunately, it's not the case. We're just being bullshitted. We get something that's like more speakers going along the bloody sidewall. Like, that's already been done. Fantasound did that in 1940. And then you get other cinema installs and then they put a few less on the sidewalls. Still an array, but maybe, um, it just depends. If there are ways that you can figure to put a system together that would use um, technology where it can minimize the amount of speakers being used and would do such, yeah, wow. And usually those sort of things, when they come along, they usually they're in their infancy. They're at the beginning, and they can't do what a typical other loudspeaker do, which could do a little bit more dynamic range or SPL level, but they can do a bit more uniformity. And I suppose that's you got to start somewhere, um, and then improve on it. Because how real sound is is perceived. Like when I was at the window taking a piss, I've got the window slightly open. I can hear sounds of children outside playing, and because it's a narrow gap on the window, and as well as a little bit below, a little bit above, because of where a window opens, I hear this kind of uniform, kind of mono, kind of like sound coming from one position, and I hear my here, and I hear the piss going into the toilet, and then I flush it, and then I just walk out. I can't hear much of my feet, too much. I hear little subtleties, but they're there, and then that's it. I come back in and I sit down and rant, or if I do that, that's moving around above me. I hear it above me slightly. I hear it because my ear level's there, and I hear it slightly above. You just don't hear that elements in these film mixes because there's a lot of details that are completely missing. And I think what they're trying to do is either try with Atmos to create some sort of binaural, but binaural, I've heard those mixes and they sound crap. I can't hear anything that sounds like it's below me, unless it's got to go through a mixing process and you got to have actual encode, decode, and you'll have speakers down there. But it's a lot more to it, a lot more. If you're seated in a cinema seat, there are some gaps in the sound field, and it's like, why can't they use the seats so that you hear sound in the seats? And I suppose problem is now with today, most people have heard this, heard that, and they'll think, "Oh my goodness, it's a gimmick." But, I don't know what it is. You go to a cinema and you're watching a movie, if it's a movie, or it might be some woke piece of garbage trash like Snow White, where everybody hates it. Literally, nobody likes that movie. I mean, nobody. Um, I used to like Disney movies, but not anymore. Not once they had the Lucas Bob Iger factor involved. Terrible, terrible. And any of the Star Wars now, I don't care. They're just terrible unless they exist on CBS Fox Laserdisc, or it's a 35 millimeter legitimate print that hasn't been fucking destroyed, or a 70 millimeter print, because they had a 70 millimeter print recently, a couple of years ago or two, that played before a public audience. So don't know what the story is on that, and where that print came from, what its condition was, and, because I think if George got hold of it, or Disney, or I don't know the backstory. There must be a little bit more politics to it, because if I was a fan, I wouldn't be going, "Woo!" I wouldn't be going, I'd be just waiting, just interested to see how it actually sounds. 'Cause I've heard the other one so many fucking times. Would I be hearing it and reacting, participating in a similar way, or would it be slightly a little bit different? It's like, what does the mono discrete surround on the 70 millimeter actually sound like? I have no clue, 'cause I've never seen it 70 mil. It's always been a 35 millimeter, which is mostly the case for other cinemas. They only had a certain handful of 70 millimeter prints made because of the enormous costs, and whether they think, "Is it gonna be popular?" You know? Of course, they make more prints for maybe they probably made more prints for Empire and Jedi because it was a little bit more um, and most people back then in the time that maybe in their early 20s might have some understanding of, "Oh, this is discrete sound." Whereas if you're a kid, you probably wouldn't even know. Um, this video brought to you by um, yeah, um, so, to take a few more things out. Um, oh, I could do that as well. I haven't tried that. Probably do that some other time because I be a little bit complicated. Yeah. I tell you another thing is, don't always think like you got to have your home cinema set up totally to Dolby specifications. Because there are a few ways round. Though they're not exactly cheap. Depends on how much the speaker is or the amplifiers. I've seen a lot of home cinemas on videos, pictures, and forums. I've seen a lot, and they all look like the same typical home cinema, home theatre, including ones that cost millions of dollars. And you think someone that's got millions of dollars there could have spent less. Actually, they could have spent less and still has. They just go to the wrong installers or the wrong people that don't know jack shit because they haven't worked in they haven't worked with projection in cinema. All they've done is read something and think they know it. I mean, I could say like I've never heard Cinerama, I've never seen it, but I understand it. I'd like to see it, but sadly that just come back. Um, maybe there's only a few cinema. I think there's one in Los Angeles, Cinerama. There used to be one in Bournemouth. It was the last. In fact, it was the last Cinerama screen in the United Kingdom. Uh, sadly, that cinema eventually probably squatters will go in and they'll have a fire to keep them warm during the winter. They get out of control and they burn the whole bloody building down along with a few other buildings. Um, Otherwise, the building is still intact. They say they were going to use it to building homes for the rich people. Yeah, the typical bloody rich. It's never happened. It's almost now 10 years. I don't know why they even bothered to put a generator and turn the bloody lights on in the building at night time. I mean, really, there's no one there. That's a bit of a waste of electric when you think. And several other cinema chains said they were going to step in and buy it and then have it put back to, you know, mm, never happened because you buy something and then you got to spend a few more million to do quite a bit of interior renovation as well as exterior. So basically, you're building on a shell to improve and bring it up to give it, I would say, gut the bloody downstairs auditorium and put it back to its original and keep the one upstairs doesn't need too much doing to it. Just needs a little upkeeping and improving. Um, and yeah, reintroduce bigger lenses and kind of reintroduce Cinerama back because that will certainly draw in enthusiasts, particularly even if they're hundreds of miles away. They'll just come flocking down because they want to see something of the likes that they have not seen for decades. Yeah. and having a having the system so it can play digital and film, so it can cater. It's not just singled for just one thing, because when it's singled for one thing and you've got public demand for this and you haven't got it, you can't present it, and they're not interested, you lose your customers. Um, uh, is that a recent picture or was that a picture a few years ago, I think? I think it's kind of recent, yeah. Looks a bit similar. Probably only a few years old, that one. Uh, uh, I tell you, when I put Raiders of the Lost Ark on, I tell you, I just go for the laser disc. I mean, the DVD 6 channel discrete is okay, but surrounds are a little bit stereoized, I think. Otherwise, it would be a format 42 release. But it's not too bad. I've heard, like I say, I've heard far worse, far, far worse. Mm, mm. You want to feel the buzz on the soundtrack. You want to feel it. You want to feel the buzz, the tingle. That's doable. It's all doable. Um, yeah, what's that picture there? That's a bit close up. It's a bit of a close up. Yeah, like I say, that one on there. Right. And scroll through. Can't remember how far down. It's about there. Up there a bit. Yeah, down a little bit. I think so. Oh my goodness. What my home cinema looked like years ago. My other one, oh my goodness gracious. Wow. Look at that CRT. My goodness. Look at the surround array I had in the room. My goodness. I was way ahead of most people's home cinemas, way ahead. Um, that one. If that's up there, no. I'd have to that one. Okay, I'll just like that's the widest angle I can only get on the camera with the wide lens on the Canon DSLR. Um, the fisheye lens get a little bit actual, a little bit go a little bit fraction wide. Um, but you get that typical fisheye lens curve. Looks like watching an IMAX Omnimax movie. Um, yeah, they've got the middle speakers in the ceiling. So that's like outdoing the voice of God, you know, on those what Aura 3D things. Who in a home theater has got 3 voice of God on the ceiling? So I could hear God behind me, above, in the middle, or in the middle, or in the middle and the front. Basically, it's just it's going through the, like, say, it goes through the SA10. Basically, it's like left, center, right, LCR on the ceiling. So when mission control and gravity starts hoisting and there's sounds moving, um, get more dramatically pinging back and forth, as the camera is rotating and, everything's turning and they're mapping the sound to follow those angles. Um, wow, totally has me tuned in. It's like listening to CB radio in well, with radio voices just moving around through the airwaves or through the space waves or, actually the transmissions will go from, and they will still continue outward depending on, how much amplitude they're using. And then uh, yeah, your room can be totally absorbed and you won't hear any echo. You won't get any pinging reflections, bouncing in the high frequency range. You just get direct sound. That's all I can get. That's all I hear is uniform and direct sound, or it could be diffused and localizable at the same time. That's what the surrounds are all about, is to create something that's diffused, and if it's depending on the mono discrete mix, then it's gonna be a mono discrete mix. Actually, if I wanted to make the surrounds on a mono mix sound stereo, I just add a time delay, a certain amount of time delay, uh, about 80 millisecond or so, maybe 90, it depends, and then it, gives illusion it's stereo, but it's not because you don't hear any panning moving around. Maybe I tried it on, experiment a few months ago with Alien on, DVD 20th anniversary version because it's got a much wider, scope image where it's cropped on the, later DVD version and cropped on the Blu-ray, most likely cropped on the 4K, which is crap. I don't know why anyone would bother to buy rubbish. 20th, is not a problem. I mean, you've got a problem watching it, and then you've got a problem with your eyesight, or it's your ego. You think you want numbers that are big just to impress a forum, a group, like, "Oh, you're in the club," sort of thing. But what the bloody hell? You got part of the image that's cropped off, and it's not wide enough. 20th anniversary edition is the one to, it's slightly different to the AC3 Laserdisc, um, which has got a total different mix on it. Sounds great. It's got a bit more, bass slam and such, where the alien has that guy, "Here, kitty, kitty," and then the alien has him for dinner, and it's like bam, slam of bass in the chest. Like, what the heck happened? You don't usually feel that happening in reality. You just hear it, but it depends. on what the surface is made of. You might fit your wood floor on a concrete floor, or outside on a no, it would have to be something of extreme size and weight for it to be felt, and you'd only feel it in your feet, your body, because we are coupled to the surface, and when you decouple, you only hear it. And again, to feel it would have to be again, the energy would have to be extremely big to feel it, or depending on what frequency and wavelength, and then you can feel it even when you're, say, maybe decoupled from a surface. But usually when you're coupled to a surface, depending on what that surface is, what it is. Otherwise, generally, no, you don't. Sometimes I like to feel it. I like to feel the soundtrack because it's like, um, it's a whole different movie completely. Um, load this one up. Uh, see. Right, right. Oh, that one? Oh, no, that one's totally different. I don't have the bass shakers on that one. That was a few years ago. Seems like yesterday. What is that? Oh, look at that. Look at that. Some rare pictures of Star Trek off-air broadcast. I tell you, the colour's totally different to the DVD, as well as it's got blue dots. When they used to show that stuff on TV, today they don't. You'd be extremely surprised. One would be extremely surprised to see Q dots being used on, as they use those crappy versions they use for those crappy Blu-rays. Not that Q dots are necessarily a Q dot is only there really, not even for a multiplex that's got a cake platter. Q dots are only really there to for projectors that are A, B, C, D, E, whatever. So you've got a multitude of project and you're doing real changeovers from projector A to projector B, and then you've got to load up, or unless you got, all these projectors lined up carefully to the screen, and all the aperture plates are all specifically cut for that date and so forth. And that's the reason is just so that you know when to start the projector up, and then if it's A B, then you first film is on reel one A, reel two B, and then when reel one finishes, start up reel two, and then you go to projector A, and then you load up reel number three, and that's how it works. And you look for the little Q dot, blip, count 10 seconds, and then you start up. If you hit your mark spot on, no one's going to notice. It will just look transparent. It'll look, you know. If you suddenly sneezed or something, you'll probably miss it. Or if you have a coffee, yeah, you'll miss it. Uh, I use that one. Loading? Oh, you got to be kidding. How many have I got on there? Hang on. One, two, three. Hang on. One, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine, ten. Oh, right. I gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Um, take that one off and take that one off. Take that one off. Okay. Just trying to figure you can only load 10 pictures up. And then you've got to delete a few others and then you've got to load them up. Load up the other ones. Yeah. Let's see. Is that a clear picture? Probably just see it. I can see it, so if I can see it, you can see it. That's just one row. That's just one row. That's the back seating row here. Front seating row is more or less the same. So you've got bass shakers underneath the seats, and that's how the back's around presently. It's only a few back room to go. I think I took that picture. Um, but the bass shakers, think about it. Most people have their bass shaker. Um, Most people have their bass shakers probably set to a typical 80 hertz. You know, you can run those bass shakers up to almost near 1 kilohertz. Um, so the more you put into it, and then put a low pass filter on the low end, so you just reduce it down a little bit, so it doesn't, so you don't self-destruct the bloody thing. And then, um, yeah, just set the crossover to the highest it will get. The way it runs on my system is 'cause some of the I want to divert some of the LCRS signal into the bass shaker. The signal would only go up to about 200 hertz on the Storm Audio with a 12 dB roll off, which that's flat. That's about 6. That's about 12, 18, 24, and then boom, 48. Um, so it's got a bit of a 12. So it can still pick up frequencies up to 400 hertz, 500, but wavelength as well as the mechanicals of the bass shaker, depending on the design of the bass shaker. Because there's so many different designs, and when it's like say coupled to a surface, how it resonates or what it does or how it reacts and so forth, and you've got to monitor carefully not to that you know you're overdoing it. Also, got audio limiters that are engaged, so I can set the audio limiter threshold to be a certain threshold level. So any large low peak dynamics won't damage the bass shaker because they can be put into excursion or bottom out, bam, and then it doesn't function anymore. You got to replace it. Um, or maybe actually replace the. I'm not sure if they have spare parts because you can open them up. Not sure if they do or would have spare parts for the actual voice coil. So you're gonna have to take the voice coil out, desolder the wiring and such, and then put the new voice coil in, solder the wires up, and do a frequency sine wave test to make sure it works. Because the magnet will be okay, It's the voice cord. Acts like a piston that goes moves up and down, creates different, pitches or frequencies that are going on with it. But I can run mine, so I feel I don't know how much of the soundtrack, but most of the range that's, say, typically within maybe 400 hertz down to the lowest it would go below 20 hertz. It'll go below 20, but how it's fitted to the seat and what type of seats, though they're cinema seats, real cinema seats, um, which present many other problems because they're all coupled together, the cinema seats, and they when all the bass shakers are all working, they will transmit other frequency into the other seat, but it's a small percentage that gets piggybacked into the other seat. And so when all of them are running, yeah, it's like, each seat's gonna feel mildly a little different as it takes quite a bit of know-how engineering, where how they're coupled, and they're very awkward because the seats are not exactly flat surface, they're slightly angled, and though there's I think I've put 4 screws on these damn things just to get it as tight as I can. I could probably go in and tighten it a bit more if it makes any resonant noise, and that's because it's going against a metal surface. When it gets to certain frequencies, it makes a kind of buzz. That's easy to eliminate, but will it diminish some of the energy in what's felt? I could slip a little bit of cardboard in between, and you'd be surprised what a little bit of cardboard can do these days, or even a little bit of blue tack. The inside of the seat buckets a few year ago, I decided to put some absorbent material inside because when I tap on it, it makes a ding ding sound. And I thought, put an absorbent in it, and then I tap it, it goes donk donk. I thought, oh, right, that's a bit of an improvement. That's a little bit of an improvement. So now, certain movies or such, I've got the bass sound coming from the screen channels, and I think, I've heard all this shit at these levels before, more than most of you have had hot dinners. And I'm thinking, try something different. I mean, it's not exactly original. It just means opening the bandwidth a little bit wider on the bass shaker, so it would I can feel like anything, say, like someone doing prop handling, or it's called Foley in movies, Foley, and someone says, "Can you sign in?" And he gets a pen, picks it up, and then plop, puts the pen down, plop, and I could feel that in the seat. Now, if I put the bass shaker down to 80 hertz, there's no way I'm gonna feel it because that Foley sound effect is a little bit higher up, and it's like, wow. It's like though it's up there, it's like it's here, and I can feel it. And when it plays music and that, it's oh, wow, what a buzz. What a buzz. I can still get the like, so if I the way I'm seated here on the bed with my fist like that, I feel a complete shaking vibration all over my body. I memorize stuff like this. I'm an analyst. I take it in. And then when it comes to, like, I'm thinking, "Is there anything a little bit more I can" because I tell you can play your bass, your sub bass very, very, very loud and whatever floats your boat. Most people like that guy with his 150 dB, you know why he's probably been denied Guinness Book of Records, because they probably think there's nothing different. There's nothing original there. He wants to keep bragging he's the loudest home fit any but I could do that if I wanted to, if I wanted to care to damage my hearing, but I'm not that stupid. There are certain limits you go to, and then you think, "No, no, back it off, back it down." There's certain infrasonic frequencies that I can play in the room at very low SPLs, and after a few minutes, I just notice, like, "Ooh, something I just don't feel right." I feel, "Ooh, shut it off, shut it down," because it's so unnatural. If I did that, what I'm doing there, if I did that for so many minutes, I will feel very sick after, because that is that lot that there, that like, oh, flipping that. That makes that guy's bloody home theater with his 150 dB seem like it came from Mickey Mouse bloody Fanta sound from the 19 bloody 40s where it's got limited bandwidth. Oh, I could feel the buzz in my ears. Now, if I stand up on the floor and do the same sort of thing, it's a total different vibration sensation because the bed is springy. You gotta take all this shit in. You gotta take all this information in. What makes it work? What makes it do this? I could put a speaker on a bed sheet, pull it tight, and I can get vibrations to go through that bed sheet. You gotta think how sound works, how sound waves work. And then there's simple things out there that you can make things and improve it for very little money. You don't have to go to these big bullshitting speaker companies for their oh, it's another sub-bass speaker. Oh god, looks like a load of marketing bullshit to me. I mean, Ascendo subs? I wouldn't touch one with a barge pole. They're bragging their subs can go down to that frequency. So what? There's been plenty of other subs that have been doing that for decades. Censor round. Oh, Joe and Vega. Even the Germans were messing around with infrasonics or something, doing some experiments decades ago. It's not new, you know. To most people that, you know, are in their 20s and 30s, you think, "Oh, wow, I need more." There are plenty of other things out there that would do exactly the same thing, only cheaper. Gotta think how these things work and then put them together. I mean, if Ascendo lowered the prices down, maybe they'll sell more like hotcakes than rather something that's only like they're aiming for the rich people, because rich people probably haven't got much brain. They just made their fortune through, well, frankly, I don't really wanna know. If it's got a salty sort of thing at the end of it, I don't particularly want no. Um, Shady. Hmm. Um, yeah, plenty of ways to do these things these days. That's why I got a new thing coming soon. So I'm gonna do something like a new version of my SAS. And that's got nothing to do with the airliners and certainly nothing to do with the special air service. It's coincidental that I chose those letters, SAS. I call it surround around seating because surround se of the surround, yeah, and I just got the sound into the seat, so the seats become a speaker. Well, It's partly with a bass shaker because I can open that bandwidth up to and I get a little bit more of the and the buzz, tingle, and I think, "Oh, wow, it tickles my arse." You don't want it just like that where you just feel it on your arse. "Oh, whoa, I can feel it, it's tickling." And when you've got bass shakers that are on the floor, when our feet are coupled with the floor, we feel extra. Uh, it is very difficult with bass shakers on the floor compared to my observations, going on a bus and feeling the mechanical vibration as well as hearing the acoustical. There's 2 things that are going on there. Um, with a typical home of a bass shaker, it would be just one thing going on, and so you're gonna be missing out, and that's why most people say, "I don't like these things," because they're not noticing it on their feet. They just notice it in their arse, and they think it's unnatural. If it was like, you know, floor up, then it will feel a bit more like, "Wow." When you blend it carefully, it seems like it's coming from those speakers, only you now you're playing those speakers at a lesser dB, you don't have to overdrive them, you don't have to bloody hell, turn it down for Christ's sake. You can play it at a different level and get a far better, I don't know, float your boat experience. I couldn't care less, frankly, my dear. Uh, yeah, yeah, just open up that bash to full range. Takes a little trial and error to get it, correctly adjusted, and then the level, adjusted on the screen level, or, you I do it through the Behringer DCX, so I've got a bit of control. But I wanted to put some few, um, what do you call it, bandpass filters in between, reduce certain resonance. But I think I'd look at the resonance. Why is this seat resonating or buzzing? That's only because how it's coupled, and if I figure out that, I can reduce and minimize it. Thus, I wouldn't need to, use a PEQ filter because all you're doing is putting a PEQ filter on a certain thing there and then reducing the amplitude, or yeah, you're just reducing the amplitude where it's typically always gonna make a buzzing sound. Um, maybe, because sometimes it's made up a load of frequencies or maybe just a few, so it depends. Um, yeah, it'd be interesting when the JBLs arrive because they're very shallow, low profile. I just see if I can fit them into the seat, and I'm gonna install several into the seat. So I'm gonna create stereo surround in each seat. So if I hear, though I wouldn't really probably perceive it very clearly, I'll probably sense a movement, and it's gonna be a very easy install if it fits. If it only works with one speaker, then I have to use one. But the seats are about almost 16 inches wide, but that depends on inside the seat bucket and how it's curved and how many speakers I can fit in. The speakers will probably be able to go down to 20 hertz, even though they say 50. I'll probably be able to get 20 hertz out of it. It's in close proximity, so I'll probably get a little bit of there in the surround field that I'd be able to feel, as well as hearing the sound from the surround field and the sound coming up from the seat going upward. Um, I'll have to see how it sounds once I get it going with some big noise and then do some sine wave testing. and then some uh, film soundtrack. Uh, See what it. I said the word. I can't stand that fucking word when people use it. Content, content, content. Bloody hell! It sounds like, oh, tonight I'm going to be making a meal with this content, and I'll be adding this content of spices. Fucking hell! I think they've been watching too many Hollywood movie premieres. Um, um, I'm always thinking. I'm always thinking. That's what they do in these labs. That's what people are doing on the internet. With all these manufacturers, because they're probably thinking, "Why don't we have him? Why don't we employ this guy here? Crikey, the way he thinks." And we got all these young kiddies there, and they're like complete dope. What the fuck are we hiring them for? Paying them when we can have one guy that can just bloody hell, you know? That's why you look at all these manufacturers and shit today, they are completely out of ideas. They haven't got any originality anymore. And so they've got a team. They have a team going around. I don't know why I bothered putting batteries in this bloody thing. Why is this going? Oh, that way. I'm bothering with this bloody thing. The damn thing doesn't work anymore. Something malfunctions with it. I don't know. Oh, turns it on. This bloody thing doesn't even work anymore. I don't even think my JBL G3 GO3 works anymore. It's not talking. It's not handshaking. Can't figure what went wrong with that. Although it's very inexpensive and cheap, I'll probably buy another one. Probably actually, I don't know what to do with that. Open it up. Something doesn't work on it anymore. It's not talking. It's not handshaking. Um, yeah, there's all these manufacturers today. They are just complete fucking out of fucking ideas, and they just go around scouring. You sound like an expert on this. I'm not an expert. Okay, get that straight. I'm not an expert. I'll tell you one bloody thing. I came up with the idea for this centre back surround back in 1989. If someone else likes to claim they came up with it first, then how come has it not been in use, say 1995, 1996, 1997? Oh, suddenly it's on the map, 1999. I should have just kept it to myself personally, but 30 minutes on the telephone, UK to New York, Dolby Labs, Eric Christopherson. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. Now I know what he was bloody doing. He was writing it all down and then probably passes it on to head office at San Francisco the next day or 2 days later, because I was depressed a little bit with this disorientation effect that I was hearing on 70 millimeter prints with splits around. And I was thinking, I always had this effect when I was hearing it when the plane pans around, and I was getting this weird effect on my ears and thinking, is there any way to make that improved? And it just struck me in projection. Watching this other movie through this is at Tower Park, so I saw 70 millimeter, last 70 millimeter showing of Last Crusade, Empire Leicester Square. I've seen it several times downtown at a local cinema in 70 mil. And then it just struck me by just listening to the booth monitor, how the actual sound sounds on the mono matrix surround signal, and it just struck me, a matrix decoder. Connect it to the stereo surround because the signal is stereo, a Dolby stereo, and then it does a decoding effect. Use that. Problem solved. So it's not an invention. It's just it's a simple discovery, and if someone else likes that fucking claim, then fucking well. Let's have a fucking one, shall we? I had it up and running in the home 1998, while everyone else in the home cinema was just still running 5.1 bog standard. I had sound going along the sidewalls and behind me. I'm ducking, I'm flinching with GoldenEye. What an improvement. I thought, wow, it actually works. And it's not mixed specific. They say, oh, yeah, it's got to be a mix specific, blah, blah, blah. If you got some surrounds or stereo surrounds or um, decently mixed, then the decoder will, and yeah, will take the center phantom signal and then put it, you know, and you just get a different effect. And plus, there's an extra channel that you think, should I use it? You know, I didn't use the extra channel or the for overhead sound until at least early 2000 or 2001. At least a year or 2 years before soundelux messing around with it for sonic hole sound for We Were Soldiers. I was doing it a few years before. But if I was on the internet back then, I would have shared the idea. I'd have probably gladly shared it. And anyone can just go out and get these things and just put it together, and it's like, "Huh, yeah, it makes an improvement." But you can still mix signals into these overheads and, or, actually, let's see now. I suppose it depends on the vector steering of the signal. Um, Depends on the vector steering, I think. So you put a signal at a certain degree angle, and then you play the track, and then it goes in, and it's all recorded. It's all getting recorded and laid down on the with the other elements of soundtrack, and then you need a decoder then to recognise the that, play it back, say, "We've mixed this into the signal, but we've done it so it could be used for below sound." Um, Still feasible to do that with an Atmos, though it'll be a lot better if some of the channels are traded off and used for just the beginning of below surround. So you gotta trade off something, and then then you can have it discrete without any going through a matrix sort of thing. But it may have to do through some other process because two speakers or even four speakers for below surround, it just won't work because it's our ears, or at least I, would notice there are gaps, and if it's a scene that takes place at with whatever on screen, and I'm familiarised with that because I've been there, I've experienced the real thing, and I'm thinking, you know, I'll be adding on another matrix again to try and expand the amount of speakers. It's a little bit more than that. I think the most around it needs to be like a cluster array, like what they originally were gonna do with that sonic whole overhead sound and have a literally a s because the speakers are so high up and it's still an array, you wouldn't really be able to tell what bloody speaker, it would be completely uniform, particularly if you play pink noise. And if you would probably start moving, sort of thing, do others still notice the, comb fucking filter effects? I mean, seriously. Um, if you take a single speaker and play pink noise, I could play some pink noise through that other no, of course, if I had sound playing out from this phone, I just move it, it's gonna make a sound. It's gonna be you're standing still, you're seated still, and you've got pink noise playing, and when you move, you hear the frequency change. Or if the speaker were actually physically moving itself, then of course again, the frequency starts changing and moving. If it's a bar, a fly, or a bee, and it's coming in, it only makes a certain signature sound, and it moves, and we hear it like whoosh, and then because it's going so fast, it's moving faster than what you could do running around a room. Because if you start running around a room, you're going to end up in the A&E down the hospital. It's that simple. You'll crash into things, and then they'll say, "What brings you into hospital?" I started running around chasing a fly. Oh, and they see you all look pretty banged up, look like you've been in a fight with a fly. um, yeah, I'm a little bit more into this. I wouldn't say passionately anymore. There are people out there that bullshit like Youth Man, and that guy, sadly, he's just become another salesperson. Yeah, he's more obsessed with it than I think he is with the reading the Holy Bible itself. Sad to say, 'cause he does more bloody videos than he probably does reading the Bible. Yeah, I'm sure he reads it every night before he goes to bed. Some people change and then they lose faith because he's not gonna throw down loads of money now down on us, is he? It doesn't grow on trees, and it just divides us. That's all it does, and then all this luxury and all this bloody nonsense, I tell you, I've been this close so many times to buying a trim off. Seriously. I think if I see the price come down just a little bit more, but I would have to sell my other processor because it's no use to me. But that said, would a trim-off improve my life? Would it change my attitude? Would it change my lifestyle with my cat bear? I don't honestly believe it would, because I can fall into a lapse of depression so quick that I would be in this bed for a whole fucking month and not care one bit about going in that fucking room. Um, Trinov has only got a few little things. That thing with the bouncy thing, speaker thing moving around, I'd rather look at the VU level meters because that shows the amplitude of the signal going out to the speakers, and I'm listening to it actually in the room, and then I can see, like, oh, this movie sucks on the end credits because Hans Zimmer's got the music on the left and right up here. He's got the center channel way down here. What's the point of mixing music that way? You ain't gonna hear that signal down it. You just hear the left and right. It's called frequency, audio frequency masking effect. What am I gonna do? Put a fucking audio limiters? What have I got? Change the level of the bloody mix at the moment as, like, say, I'm a projectionist and think, I'm gonna fool everyone in this room, and then when it cuts into, I'll just press a button and then have a limit those levels so they're at the same level. Plus, I've got to readjust the surrounds because it's a complete bloody mess. If anyone's ever watched the VU meters on end credits, God, what a mess! And you wonder what's going on with a typical home theater with just an AVR because you've got no VU meters to look at. You think, "Well, you want VU meters? Why shouldn't you?" Most people going, like, scratching their head, "Oh, the dialogue doesn't sound good." You know why the dialogue doesn't? Because you're not using JBL motion picture loudspeakers speakers in your little speakers, and like that stupid one that they were doing on the Youth Man channel with Gene DeSella and Audioholics and some other guy. They look like a pair of pussies lifting that speaker. I've never seen such pussy before. I've had many heart attacks. I'm in heart fibrillation as it is at present, which I don't think I'd ever come out of. And I look at those guys trying to put that speaker on a bloody raising it up only a few feet to put it on. I think, "I could do that myself." What's all this dramaticness with 3 guys, and Gene DeSello didn't even look like he was putting his back into it, and he says he worked out. What? I've never seen such bullshit. You put a cloth or a towel or something on the table, and then you just push that speaker into position, get at the bottom of it, lift it up, slide it, get it in position, and then pull the bloody, the towel out. Well, unless you wanna keep it there so it doesn't scratch your surface, really. Never seen such bloody unbelievable. And it just looks like a glorified tower speaker on its side. What a load of rubbish. If they wouldn't even use that in a proper cinema, it would be unacceptable to use. Um, you gotta be savvy and know when you're being bullshitted. I'm not trying to do anything. I'm not trying to win prayer or win over things. I'm just an ordinary person. I'm not sharing much experience. I'm just sharing an idea and think maybe some of you out, give that a whirl, give it a try. You never know. You might discover something a little bit more on it that I discovered. You don't have to keep running your bass shakers at 80 hertz down to the lowest range. Really, come on. Get a little bit more the feel, the buzz of the soundtrack because it's like, "Oh, wow, tantalizing." Um, Still a few more things that I gotta test and that because, how I can remember a film soundtrack going back nearly 30 years in a cinema. Well, actually, I think 33 years. 33 years. I ask most people today, they can't even remember yesterday because I know they're not really interested in it. They just want a home theater just so that they can show off. They got other things that they're interested in. Home theater is nothing to them. That's why it's just like a typical room. But then when you see these other ones, and I think, okay, I'm going to ask them, what inspired you to put that theater together that cost $1 million? What really, what cinema, what movie was it, etc. I'll tell you what it was for me. It was the Odeon downtown. Typically screen number 2 downstairs, the auditorium. And mind you, that auditorium also had overhead speakers, had sidewall ones going around the side and the back wall, and speakers in the ceiling. So it's just basically playing the same sound signal. So you just get a bit more uniform sound spread coverage over the auditorium throughout the seating of the auditorium. Um, and I think the first Matrix Prologic decoder I was looking at, though at the time it wasn't too expensive. I think it was a Marantz SP50. I was looking at had a built-in amplifier for the monomatrix surround, and I think the pre-outputs on it for the LCR. I just watched it a while, and then something else came along, and I thought, that looks interesting. I think, okay, I'll buy it now. That was a Yamaha DSR 70 Pro Logic in 1990. I had a I had a Dolby Surround. I did have a Dolby Surround. I think it was a Marantz, but they made several models. They made a Pro Logic one, and then they made a Dolby Surround model, which was a bit earlier. That was okay. It was okay. Had a few basic controls like a Hall mode on it, and something like a pseudo simulation stereo effect thing, which is really only like a time delay, and then you get this kind of like step effect from like a mono sound mix or something. So it makes it a little bit less boring. Um, yeah, and I just wanted to do the same layout of the speakers. It was just like looking at the cost of speakers then and what speaker to get hold of and such. Um, there was many. I wasn't even thinking JBL then. I've been to some hi-fi stores and seen these JBL. Oh, just the shape and the design of it, and it just catches the eye because it's different from all the other typical shape. And I see these wedge shaped, kind of like pyramid or whatever the bloody hell they were, TIs or something, JBLs, TLXs, I can't remember. Um, I'm thinking, my goodness, the prices burn my eyes. I can't afford that. And it's just waiting until then I experience a full JBL THX sound system, Empire Leicester Square, and I'm completely hooked. I'm knocked my socks off. My socks totally knocked off, thinking, wow, I don't get this at the other cinema. I'm hearing, feeling more detail than the other cinema. Huh. And I think that's it. JBL. Of course, it started small, and then Now today I got proper motion picture JBL speakers in the room. Smaller size though, but because of the room size, if I wanted the big ones, the big mama 4675A, but I would only be able to just barely fit 3 of those in the room. I wanted to have 5 because I wanna do a 5 screen widespread. And if can't do it, have to wait. Oh, something else shows up. Oh my goodness gracious, look at this. Oh, blimey, they're cheap, very cheap. Fish and chips. Fish and chips all around. £25. Oh my goodness, for some JBL. I thought it was a misprint with a bloody price error or something. Um, but someone obviously had something and wanted to get them out the home as quick as they can and just bump the price down and just get them out the home. I would probably, do that. Probably got things there I wanna sell. Um, but I want it to go to someone that's a fanatic, not just someone. It's like I like to have a kitten. I like to have another kitten. Um, I like to have another kitten. Yeah. Hmm. I'm gonna have an intermission. I wonder if I could put something on here so I could do intermission, like elevator music. Oh, I'll have a try. I'm gonna have a little trial and error at something here. I don't know if this will work. I really don't know if it's the first I've tried it. Um, I um, could I? Could I do that? I don't know. I don't know if it'll do it on this. It'll probably only play it once. It probably won't play it in a loop. I'll just give it a try. It might be the bandwidth is too big. Um, I don't know. Try it. Just have a little fun. All I want to do is have some fun. Do. All I want to do. Um, so, uh, all right, give it a try. Here we go. I'm having an intermission. Back in a moment. Oh my goodness, it does work. Oh dear. Oh, brilliant. Oh dear. Oh, oh, take my medication. Oh dear. Oh, that is so cool. That's even cooler than my bloody. I tell you, if I could put that sort of display on for my video projector. Oh, great. Oh, it'd be like having a flashback to see. Oh, want some biscuits? Want some whisker? said meow for Whiskers. Whiskers. Hello. 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 That with a loop on a video, so it's describing the music. Yeah. Probably get one of those boxes connected. Yeah, maybe try something like that. Just got stereo. Got sub bass. Got a long delay on there. Good to notice. Nice. Takes a little bit of trial and error, I think. Okay. I'll just relax tonight. So tomorrow, I have a meal tomorrow. No, not tonight. Ow. Oh, boy. Yeah, I should have found a video that can put on loop, so it's got the music as well. So it's like it's like playing the other mission thing on loop with the fader on. Okay, so I'll come out of that. Uh, uh, so no, just bring it back to that mode. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, that, yeah, I press that. Boom. Do I need that still running down there? take it off. Take that off there. Yeah, so, yeah, I'm just a guy that thinks. I'm just an ordinary guy that thinks. I've seen other people that they think, and they ask these questions, and then everyone else is kind of stumped because someone else is kind of wants mono, mono sound to play across. I'm not sure if it was three speakers or five, because the cinema was geared up for five speakers, 70 mil, and wants to place mono sound across all of it, so it sounds it'll give a bit more increase in the SPL level or frequency range, and it doesn't sound like it's coming from the middle. It's like, you know, be the same signal. Um, of course, when you put a delay on the one of those signals, put a delay on it, depending on the delay time, because it can't be milliseconds, it just won't work. It's got maybe 80 or 90 milliseconds, such. And then you get this effect that sounds like stereo. If you put too much long delay, then it sounds like it doesn't work. It'll be at the right sort of, but also it's going to give an echo effect as well. So if it's in an auditorium, it's already got a bit of an. It's going to make it. It's probably going to make voice, speech, uh, conversation, dialogue, bit muddled, bit muddy, bit muddled up. Works okay in my room because I don't have an echo reflection going bouncing around the room, or at least when the room is completely stripped out. As far as I can remember, it's got a kind of short, a very pinging sound. It's not got a very deep, you know, like you go into um, a subway underpass underneath a road. And you go into a subway underpass and you go, ooh, ah, yee, yee, clap hand and all that. You listen to all those frequencies and you listen to the time delay. You got other people walking through and what the fuck's this person doing? And I just look at it and say, I'm doing a sound test. What's it to you? Fuck off. um, See, memorize these sounds and so forth and then I can associate like that to a movie. Like, I'll tell you, there's a one good sound effect that's used in a movie. Doesn't really use echo time effects as such. It uses time delay, and that movie is GoldenEye, where they 007 and 006, I think it is, and they're in this archive of Russian archives, where junkyard, and you can hear the conversation. It sounds like an echo, but when you listen to the left channel on its own, it doesn't have an echo. When you listen to the center, it doesn't have an echo. When you listen to but when all three are playing together, they it sounds like an echo effect because the mixer was thinking very cleverly, although the technique's probably been used for some other movies that I've probably not even noticed, and it's just time delaying it slightly, and then it gives this echo effect. It seemed to work. That works on whether it be a fold down Dolby stereo mix or a discrete AC3, DTS, Blu-ray, DVD. Hmm. Hmm. Uh, I'm up to nearly 4 hours. I think I'll leave it till maybe later. Oh, what's my cat doing? I feel like getting a take. I just don't feel like it doesn't take long. It only takes 3 minutes. I'm really quick with preparing. It takes about 3 minutes and then get everything running in the cooking pot. I can have on a ready meal. It's got vegetables and such and that, and I add more extra vegetables. Uh, garden peas, broccoli, carrots, runner beans. Wow, I tell you, you wouldn't get that class meal from my fucking Burger King. I fucking know. But I'm thinking up in my head, I want to order a fucking Burger King. And I just thought, have a grape instead. Because I know someone else who's very clever, like myself. I mean, he said, right, you know why we eat? I said, what? It's because we're bored and our mind is wants to eat. He probably picked that information up on the Discovery Channel. He's right. 'Cause when you're doing something, you think probably less of it. So, yeah. But no, these are okay grapes. So you go take grapes to the hospital. It's like being in the hospital. You've got nothing much to think much. You've got to recuperate, and eat grapes. Really. um, it's not as if I'm out of ideas at the moment. I'm slowing down a little bit because I'm still thinking all the other things I've got to try and put together and make it work. Um, I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for a discrete version of below surround to come around. I want to be impressed. I want something that's going to psychoacoustically knock my socks off, not bore me, not where I've got to analyse it because all that's got to be checked before it goes out. Is there people we gotta bring some other people and have a listen to this and let them freely if they want to, because we gotta make it the best, so we wouldn't have to do it again. All these present Atmos mixers, oh, crumb, think about it. A day is gonna come along where they will have to be completely remixed again from scratch, maybe. Can't just do it one of these cheap things. Someone's gonna observe and notice. They're gonna say, "Red flag, crap, gimmick, avoid it." Well, that's how it works. You don't need overpaid people just because they got a PhD. You know, like I say, you know how much it costs to get a PhD? Several grand. And all you get is a bit of paper, bit of paper at the end of the day. After spending tens of thousands, and you get a little bit of paper. It probably only cost $3. What a joke! I wonder what manufacturer is going to do it. It's obviously going to be something new. We got to look at all the variables. I mean, everybody knows that they got new speaker type of technologies out there. They're not widely used because they're pretty, um, not grossly expensive, but they're just, they got limitations to what they can do. It could be taken further, expanded, improved until they got something that, yeah, looks like it's ready. I mean, these D-box seats, oh my goodness gracious, man. Some of that D-box stuff, my goodness. 12,000? My goodness. And you look at it and think which part of it is really doing the functionality. The rest of it looks pretty common. Yeah, they got this humongous price tag. It's like a bass shaker, just a typical affordable one, and just experiment with it, you know. But it's just like a speaker without a cone, and it's housed inside if you dismantle it and so one other clever clogs person just took an ordinary speaker, stripped it apart, and turned it into a bass shaker, and it seemed more better and effective than the actual bass shaker products. Only problem is the depth and the limitation to where how you can place it. I certainly couldn't place it with, say, within my seat bucket. I've actually put the bass shakers inside the seat bucket. Yeah, it worked. I could have improved it a little bit more because there were other sort of problems that I were noticing, and at the time, I wasn't thinking of using an absorbent material inside the seat. So if I would put the, because the way the bass shaker performs, whether it's upside down or upright, it has several characteristics in the motion or the feel of the unit, the device. Because voice coil, when it's upside down, is reacting to gravity different. It's got a magnet and it's held by, a magnetic field and such. If it were completely knackered, the bloody, voice coil thing would go donk right down to the when you turn it upside, it would just go donk. Um, Actually, I could put 2 bass shakers, one underside and one on top side. I suppose like they do with, a sub-bass speaker, one that's kinda that way and one that's pushing downward and one that's pushing inward, so, inward push feel, motion. Do it like that. Maybe purposely reduce, purposely, reverse the polarity to reduce certain resonantry or just experiment. Mess around with the variable phase. Time delay, mm, don't really notice it much. You've got to really turn it up to notice it. 2 sub speakers in a room, changing the time delay. It's just shifting the frequency randomly. It's just shifting the frequency random. Variable phase moves the frequency. Time delay just adds a random, you've got one frequency, it might be brought down and then it just shifts up a little bit, because of the time delay. At very low, would you notice it like, say, LFE sounding like stereo? Very difficult. I tinkered, tried it, wasn't getting much, there to blow my skirt up really, because I think it might be because of the way the wavelengths, low frequencies are travelling out into the room, whether it's on the left side or the right side, and the lows on this side just go completely get all around that and on that, vice versa. Just makes it maybe if it were outdoors and the speakers were spread apart, uh, widely wide enough, and then a time delay added on it, probably notice it then. Because there wouldn't be too much boundary surfaces for the sound wave to reflect on the ceiling and the walls, or compress or confine those bass waves, when they want to get out. Maybe on headphones, play an LFE signal, probably a starting point there. And, just observe it and purposely put a delay on one side. Just keep turning up until you notice it. And you think, ah, and then you observe it in the room and think, it's just like that sort of trial and error. Until you hit it, until you figure out how you can make it work in your room, and you say to everyone, try this. It's going to be different for every room because every room's a different size, different wall, ceiling, floor type construction. So it's going to have different characteristics, different strange characteristics. Unless you do a research sort of thing, research by testing outdoors, indoors of various indoor home environments. See how how and what is going on. Possible wooden floor bass waves are going to go underneath it and come back up. You can put microphones all around the room to prove that quite easily. If it's a concrete floor, hmm, um, you have to have, well, depending on where it is, got to have access to the floor beneath it and with microphones to do observations to see what's going on with the bass wave or certain bass wave frequencies with different amplitude levels to see what's going on. So you get a bigger picture of the idea of what's going on. Otherwise, I know the bass in my room is going up through that plasterboard up into the ceiling to a pitch angle on a roof. And I know exactly where the highest frequency is going to be. It's going to be right in the middle of the pitch on that roof, or to any corners where boundaries meet up, and the bass will be stronger. And it's going to be weakest in a certain middle point. So those bass waves will go up, and then push. They're going to come back down at certain frequencies. So concrete floor. Um, Takes quite just to make my concrete floor shudder at least 120 dB, which I don't care for. And it just shudders, it jolts, it has a slight vibration because the bass waves are moving really quick and just creating something within the structure of the building just to make it just, you know, less is more. And just use the bass shakers because that's my point. Cranking it up, turning up the amplitude, you only get so much that you can feel. When you use a bass shaker, well, you get that much feel, and you get that much feel from a sub bass speaker, but you hear that much kind of like on your ears, and you think, is that shit really necessary? Turn it down. Mm. It's all about, I tell you, the way the bass shakers are running at the moment, it feels like I've got near field subs behind the seat. And that guy, 150 dB, he's sticking a load of those REJs or whatever the bloody hell they're called behind his what? Oh, he's got the most dreadful home theater I've ever seen. One, two, three, is it four seats? And one seat looks like it's way over one side, and it doesn't like. Bloody hell, that's got to be the worst seat for listening to LCR and surround. The surround speakers are only two speakers in the room. They're right in the middle of the room. What? You've got two speakers on each side. Then he's got 20 sub bass speakers. Because trying to get the effect of a car. Car's totally different thing. Where you got all those speakers in the car. Because I think what he's trying to do is get all the hair blowing around, but he's he's at 150 and not even the hair is blowing around on his guests. I think that's what he's trying for. Good luck, because you're probably going to damage your hearing. all for the sake of, and you just make someone that sells speakers, making them just a little bit richer. Because it's you gotta look at the physics of it. I don't know how it's done. I haven't a clue, and I couldn't care less. I don't want that sort of shit. Because even when I heard that shit in the car, I've been in a few cars, and it's like, mm, not my cup of tea because get a little carried away. It will eventually, it's gonna damage your hearing, and you're gonna end up deaf. It's better to have it less and then listen to another day. But anything can happen in our life. Crikey, you can walk down the road and suddenly there's a big kaboom, and you just happen to be too near it, and it just goes over the threshold of your hearing and completely makes you deaf. Or actually, you could wake up the next day and you can't hear anything. I met one person one time. He said he went asleep on the couch. Next day, he woke up. He couldn't hear anything on his other side of his ear. He was completely deaf. Doctor's a little confused, and but he gets on with life. That was many years ago. I met that person. Takes a little while to adjust, and it's very awkward. It's very awkward to something that you've been taking for granted for a long time, and then it's just like putting an earplug in one ear. You go around listening, it's very disorientating to localize positioning and the actual sound pressure level of a conversation because it's diminished by so much dB. And when you talk yourself, it sounds very awkward. Both you on one side, you wouldn't hear an cavity sound on one side of your ear. That's what you hear when you put an earplug in. You hear a cavity in head cavity sound, and you can hear one side that's open. I suppose it's like having loudspeaker. You could do a simulation on a loudspeaker quite easily to make it sound very. Ooh, I don't know what's going on. What, are your speakers broken? And then you say, "Oh, right, you notice." "No, I'll just turn it back to normal." "No, I'm just playing a trick on you to see if you notice." Yeah, you can easily do that. Best loudspeakers you can buy, PA with a DSP crossover because then you can tailor and customize it until you're blue in the face. You won't have to go out, you won't have to go out and buy these crappy bullshitting speakers that claim this and that. Just because it's more money doesn't necessarily mean it's good. Because fucking hell, at that price, I'd expect a fucking house. Fucking hell, you look at it, most audiophiles have got to be the most dimmest around. I mean, you look at these fucking speakers, fucking the stupid prices, fucking hell. And you look at what goes into building a house, all the building material, and all you're looking at is a fucking paint job on some fucking cheap fucking MDF. Unbelievable. I don't wanna look at the fucking speakers. I want the fucking things ugly looking and back behind the bloody screen. I don't wanna see them. I wanna hear the sound. I wanna feel the sound. Why do people buy shit like that? Because they think it'll make them witty and it'll make them happy and try to make other people look like, they're peasants. Ah, please. 'Cause when you think about it, do people fucking care about the fucking sound quality or the sorry, the appearance of their fucking OLED? And then most people probably play their OLED and they're running these crappy little bloody speakers. You know, you put that through the THX torture test, those speakers just would not pass. They'll be completely unacceptable for motion picture soundtrack. It might be okay as a mid-range speaker on a freeway speaker. Uh, hmm, um, I think I could do that, and I could do PDF slides on here. That's interesting. Not sure how that works. Probably try it later. Interesting. This could do just a little more. I'd probably buy the pro version. Uh, um, oh yeah, really. Gosh, that's making me hungry. I've got to throw those eggs out. I've had those eggs in the fridge, bloody hell, how many months? I eat those, I'll give myself food poisoning. Eggs don't cost that much. I tell you, eggs are very, very widely abundant in the UK. Apparently in the United States, they got a bit of a problem. It's all those bonker politicians you keep voting for over there, you know? And you seem like you have an egg scarce shortage or something. Greatest country on the planet, huh? Yeah, right, sure it is. Stop saying the UK used to be the greatest, it's not. That's centuries ago. Um, oh dear, I don't know. I just don't know. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, oh. Oh, yeah. I'll tell you, there was a thing I was watching the other day. You know, everyone's probably seen the McDonald versus Burger King in a video where Burger King pulls up in a car, puts a shotgun out, and blows McDonald away. I watched this movie the other day. It was an outtake that's been, animated slightly from the movie King of New York with Christopher Walken, and he pulls up, puts a and I thought, "Where have I seen that before?" 'Cause I've been watching this thing for a few years thinking it's totally but no, yeah, it's very cleverly done. it's damn funny, and it's kinda like the truth because it's like King, of burgers and such, and he comes along and blows McDonald away because it's a competing competition. Um, oh dear, really. I mean, the only thing I like about the burgers, seriously, is the courgette. Seriously, I don't like anything else on that damn thing. I don't like the bun. I don't like it has to be a, a plant-based veggie. I can't be a real poor creature. I mean, it tastes like that, that what something I was used to, but, really, seriously, I only like that courgette and the sauce of that the sauce, the courgette. Wow. I just wanna get that in a jar so I could put that onto a sandwich and just have a courgette sandwich. Oh, dear. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. Um, no. Um, hmm, 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 hmm. So I can't say that. Hmm, see. Uh, why can't they remix the movie Airport 79 with the Concorde? Why can't they do that? Do that Atmos Mark II version so it's got bass around and do it literally from scratch. Use all the elements and create something that sounds so discreet and sounds and have dialogue moving. Gotta have dialogue panning around and such, otherwise it won't sound believable. Gotta have voices like when you're looking in an airplane. You've got voices that sound like they're up front, voices that sound middle, and voices that sound at the back behind you, and they gotta be all modulated at the correct level. So it sounds like bloody hell, it sounds like an airplane. But how do you do the other thing? I'll get to that in a moment. So that's a thing, that's an element that I noticed it's not I'm not experiencing. Um, and I'm pretty sure everyone else has probably maybe noticed or maybe not noticed. But really, it's getting to a point where, you know, I don't even think a D-box seat would even be able to do that. Forget about the D-box seat. But this is a thing that I posted years ago, as a joke, in some way, because I could see what was going on in in this animated video that where, one of the Dolby Labs guys, Stuart Bowling, is demonstrating all this Dolby Atmos crap and, you know, all these objects hitting the ground, and you can see here in the picture here looking, reacting downward, impact in the ground, yet no below stereo surrounds. I can't hear the whole picture. Oh dear, when will Dolby Labs learn? I mean, their marketing there, I tell you, they managed to bullshit a large majority of you. Um, you are just like thinking this is bullshit. A little joke there, you know. So I think their Atmos is a joke because the sound, as it's coming through the air, might make a kind of whistly sound or something, and then bam, hits the ground, that makes an impact. Not just that, but then debris coming up, coming upward, and they'll be going into thin air. They won't be making much noise or sound because they're objects that are free falling back down to gravity to the ground, and they will make little tingly sounds. That is how sound works. Not like what you hear in all that bullshit. I tell you, one movie where you got all this bullshit, you listen to that War of the Worlds, Dolby Atmos, all that crap, and it is, I tell you, distracting when you got um, the alien, thing, you get this ground going, whoosh, and you got all this debris coming down, tingly, tingly. You can hear it on the overhead, and I'm thinking, "That doesn't make sense. Why is it making all that tingly sound on the overhead? Bloody hell, is Skywalker Sound really making fucked up sound mix? I thought they were the crème de la crème. Oh, I must have been misinformed. Skywalker Sound. Fuck off, you're wasting time. Did Gary Rydstrom do that mix or fucking hell, whoever did that, my goodness. They need to go back and learn bloody hell to do sound at bloody university or college, 'cause it made no sense. Though, thinking about it, I could take that sound, though I'd have to listen to the whole movie all the way through again. I'd have to totally listen to it all the way through again. That would be, I'd rather commit suicide than fucking play that fucking movie again, really, honestly. The 5-point original mix is a lot better. Um, I would take that sound from overhead and flip it upside down. I would just reroute that signal and have it playing on the other speakers, not matrix below surround, but I'll just send the signal to the other JBLs so it goes because then that sound, though, mm, actually will it work? No, because you still hear a portion of it, obviously on the screen channel, and the way it's being done, it's like they just take the sound from the original, pull it out, filter it a little bit, and then just stick it on the overhead. Cheap, that's it. Skywalker sound has gone from excellent to cheap. They used to be the crème de la George Lucas crème. That was decades ago when they were winning Oscars left, right, fucking centre. Today, they hardly win any because I think maybe the Academy are fucking bored. There's other talent out there that can do, and they just get lazy, overpaid and lazy. Can you imagine Saving Private Ryan with all the things, the explosions that you see happening on screen, and you can't see off screen. can see everything that's going on screen. It gives you, maybe a proximity of being on a beach. Yeah, kinda. But why not have explosions within the below surround? And you've got boosh, waters, and then you know, something like whoosh there, fuck, and another one, and one fucking right pew right underneath your fucking seat. It ain't gonna blow you up in the air because there's just simply won't be enough energy. But that's the sort of shit that I'm looking for, and it's just not happening in the cinema. Well, much less a dub stage. And they call this 3D immersiveness. Oh my goodness, what a load of bullshit. Utter bullshit. Um, if I listened carefully to the surrounds, the surrounds on Saint Pro are pretty boring. You should have voices, like I say again, all at the same amplitude level, like they're running around. Otherwise, everything's up. Doesn't make any sounding sense one way or the other. The Academy, they said, "This is our benchmark." I think you need to go back and redo it. That's not your benchmark. I thought it sounded like hot shit back then, but today it's like, fucking hell, it's boring. It's it's boring, it's saving boring Ryan. It's just plain boring. I'll probably get roasted for this. I don't give a fuck. I've got my flame retardant suit on and it's activated. But it's true. People say Saving Private Ryan sounds phenomenal on Atmos. Yeah, right. I'm not gonna fall for that one. Send me the disc over. I'll give it a listen. I'm not buying it. No fucking way. Otherwise, I could take the standard one, whether it be the AC3 theatrical mix or the DVD. Um, I've got a few DVDs of it. Fucking hell. How many times do I need to save it? Fucking Region 2, Region 1, DTS, Dolby Digital. Bloody hell. There is a difference between the DTS and the Dolby Digital. Not not much in the way of the frequency response, or so, but something a little bit slightly different-ish in the way they tweak literally some of the sound frequency in the mix. Um, you know what? It's like, oh, it's this preferring sort of thing, just to divide, confuse. But usually, theatrical mixes are a lot better on that. Actually, it sounds a lot good. It sounds more interesting when it's played on a 5 screen. So yeah, it does. 'Cause it's got dialogue panning used, but not like direction. So it's got dialogue pans in there, and go, anywhere across the 5 speakers. But could have been a little bit more better. But the problem is they think audiences and all this bullshit that mixers keep making up all these bullshit excuses. Oh, it's gonna be distracting. They haven't got a fucking single fucking clue, these mixers, 'cause if they were on a real fucking beach like that, if they were a sound like they probably would. Oh, I would. I'll probably get blown to smithereens because I'm focusing on some fucking guy yelling behind me, and I'll turn around and then next thing, your lights are turned out. Boom. That's how it sound should be mixed, because that is how it happens in reality. No if, no but, no debating, and no voting on this. And yet they use that bullshit Dolby code standard that they oh, I think Dolby Labs are hard of hearing. Seriously. Um, uh, oh dear. That's still an okay, interesting mix. Could have had a little bit more in it. Could have had a lot of more dialogue panning going on in it, and dialogue voices moving around. Could have had more. Hmm. Choose decodering. Mm-hmm. If it's possible to piggyback several signals onto, like so, probably vector steering. I've heard of Pro Logic 2X mix. Sounded pretty interesting. If you get Pro Logic encoders and then you do a mix, that's got to be decoded by a Pro Logic 2X. Whew. Hmm. 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 Yeah, well, that may look all well as it is, and if it was in a specifically designed room. The other regular room, probably very awkward. Yeah, that includes mine because my room is not perfect. I don't think there is anything such as otherwise you've got to get a team of people together and go through this to see is it just bullshit or is it actual. It's too bad what happened to this place. That's just something that's immaterial pieces of materials put together and it doesn't exist anymore. Um, yeah, looks like the pyramids outlasted it. Uh, mm, right. Am I ever going to try and fix that thing? There's got to be a few more capacitors on it, but which ones? It's only a few capacitors, not others. Crikey, what a pain. What a pain in the ass. Basically, it was a piece of rubbish the day it was made. Everybody has the same problem with the damn thing. You got to replace all these capacitors. It wouldn't be too bad if you can buy a blooming power PSU on the blooming stuff, but they don't have any probably in their warehouse, and they probably, if they did, they probably threw it all out years ago. Uh, hmm, 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 hmm. About 5.1 or was it a 7.1 on that dear? I can't remember. Dreadful movie. Just another one of those alien underwater clone movies. It didn't even sound like I was underwater, at least at the time it did. Sound like I was underwater when it goes to exterior. Sorry, yeah, exterior scenes. Didn't even seem like the pressure of water on my ears. It's sound, but probably something a little bit more that needs to be adjusted. And it only lasts a few seconds, so what's the point? Then when anything else plays, it's always going to have this. So yeah, it's going to sound very, very, very strange, but different. Yeah. Willow. Willow, use the wand on that troll. Uh, we've got the NTSC version, the Region 2. I didn't include the Blu-ray disc there when I did the test because there was no point. It was the Blu-rays just got a little bit more tweaking, extra sound on the, and Willow. Willow, use the wand. Um, the surrounds on that movie would have been format 42. They would have been mono discrete. But hearing it on the DVD, you hear it. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Like I say, it's probably been mixed per okay-ish at that end, but still got a lot more on it. But many people fear the FOMO of the Laserdisc because they think it's got laser rot. Mine has minor laser rot on it, which is, I think, side free, and it's got minimal minor laser rot on it, so it's not too distracting. It doesn't look like it could get any worse, I don't think, because the disc was pressed and made flipping years ago, back in the middle 1990s. Um, Actually, I think the letterbox version on the Encore version came out a little bit earlier than the THX one, but it didn't look very good in the picture quality with the way it was transferred. Um, but yeah, wow, THX one, brilliant. Not sure if they used the SR soundtrack for the transfer, but wow, you could definitely with switching between analog track and then digital PCM, there's a flipping like a 8 or 10 dB difference. Like, whoa. And when the end credits play with the London Symphony Orchestra, you really feel the brass and the string instrument. You feel it just like THX cinema. But the DVDs, no, I don't even bother with them anymore. Certainly the Blu-ray, and never with a 4K. You can keep it. THX Laserdisc wins. So what if the picture's a little bit, you know, it's it's more watchable than watching a pirate movie on VHS tape. Plus, it would look a little bit better. And of course, listening, right down to the end credits, I can tell that there's sound differences between all 3 versions by listening to the, right down to where it gets that little chime sound. Yeah, the choir, you go, ding, ding. You listen to how that gets very faint and faint, right down to the last few seconds where there's just a little bit before it shuts off the movie. You can hear I can hear sort of like the very subtleties of the magnetic soundtrack because this is all mag max mag recordings. Um, Oh dear, I like to be transported. To be transported back. Because today is just, I don't know what the fucked up world I'm living in. Oh, rather rephrase that. I don't know what fucked up social society I am living in today. The world is not fucked up. It's the society, the social society. Get that right. Get that straight, everybody. It's not the world. It's a social society. It's us. It's me. It's you. It's them. Fucking hell, I want to go back in time to the 20th century. Seriously, I can't stand this century. I've got to live and play it out. Fucking hell. Or I could just stay indoors and just imagine I'm in the 20th. But I'm still using technologies technologies to use as a tool to rant with or for my own political propaganda. I need to rant this like I need to breathe, which is true. This is a meal I like cooking. Look at this. Look at that. That's a meal. I could have cooked that. I could have cooked this meal tonight. Could have cooked that meal. Just add on extra vegetables and yeah. I mean, I got two servings there of the extra vegetables, two because I make quite a bit, and I have two servings. So that's a lot of vitamins. Maybe a little bit overkill on the vitamins, mind you. You only need some, and you don't need to. It's like having a meal like that is like having an overdose. Yeah, does it make me feel any good? Not particularly. But yeah, I could have cooked that meal tonight. Because you think if you're gonna go on a space trip, all this NASA bullshit to another planet, it's all bullshit. So I would start protesting you Americans. I would start trying to save your fucking tax dollars and shit. You know what I mean? Because that going to NASA or fucking government for NASA and shit, it's going to fucking utter waste. They're not using it productively. All this Mars bullshit and it's bullshit. And beyond, you can forget about beyond. You'd be a fucking old man by the time you get outside the edge of this solar system. What's the point of that? What are they gonna carbonate everybody? Oh, what a load of bullshit. What fucking meals do you think they're gonna be eating? Huh? You think they're gonna be able to order, 7 out, 7-Eleven, KF fucking C? Fucking hell, they're fucking years out there. They'll be eating the same boring fucking meals every day. You gotta try and keep your sanity without cracking up, because you will snap. Anyone can snap. Uh, yeah, there it is. Meals will find a way. Just not their fucking meals, fucking hell. But I just eat something simple. I know it's got I know it's better than a Burger King, it's better than a KFC and a McDonald's fucking thing, and certainly better than a fucking takeaway pizza. No, there's nothing wrong not much wrong with a fucking pizza. Okay, if I want a fucking pizza, I might as well go to a real fucking restaurant because there will be a slight difference in the how it's presented in its style. Um, like, it's too late now. I think they close at 11 o'clock, but yeah, I could suddenly, spontaneously get dressed up quickly, head on downtown, and go for spaghetti bolognese. But I was rather disappointed with the spaghetti bolognese I had at the restaurant. Was it last year? I think it was. I was expecting how it was served by how my stepmom used to do spaghetti bolognese. I mean, a plate that size, spaghetti and bolognese. I mean, bolognese, like spaghetti all round, and then the bolognese was like that bloody size. I go to Italy, I get a bloody small freaking fucking plate. What the fuck's this? Little spaghetti on it. A fucking little bit in a. What the fuck is this? Fucking price? You gotta be fucking hell. I could buy fucking spaghetti in a fucking tin can. Get more fucking what the fuck is this? Daylight fucking robbery. I've gone to another restaurant, paid the fucking maybe paid the same fucking probably got more fucking portion on the fucking plate. Fucking hell. And where the fuck's the bay leaf? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I wanna go back to the fucking 20th century. Fucking unbelievable. Fucking intolerable this 21st is. Intolerable. All I can hear is my tummy grumbling below me. See? Below sound. It's grumbling. Hey, you had grapes earlier, tummy. Yeah, I know, but I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Oh, knock it off, will you? I know, but I'm hungry. I do a good Venom voice. I'm hungry. Oh, dear. See, I do it better than bloody Tom Hardy without without the voice being processed through an extra because I can modulate the voice. I don't know how I do it, but I'm hungry. I could feel that on my chest. I put my ears with it. I'm hungry. Oh, yeah, I hear a different sound, like I hear the sound going up there because of the way the frequency is modulating. Oh, dear. Maybe get a microphone, put a speaker out the, window. Oh, go on. I'm hungry. At night time, and everyone will think it's the Venom voice. I know, but I'm hungry. Oh, dear. Wanna hear my gremlin voice? Fuck, why aren't I hired for fucking sound voice talent shit in Hollywood movies? They have these people that do those voices and they get fucking paid how much? Fucking hell. I can't do impersonations of other voices, so pretty fucking useless there. It's only what you can do. Maybe if I think, and try and think on it, and then you know, listen to how the frequency of the voice sounds, and then try to mimic the accent, sort of, kind of, and modulate the voice frequency, and that's all it is. That's a good sound. That's a good sound of a cat. I can't do dogs because they don't sound realistic enough. But a cat, I've managed to fool at least, several people, and they actually think there was a cat on a bus. Oh, dear. Even at the hospital. Uh, Nurses start looking around thinking, "There's a patient in there." "Yeah, nurse, there's a cat in here." Nurse comes in. When the nurse turns away from me, then I make the sound, and the nurse think, "What?" And then not too stupid, then comes up to me and says, "Have you got a cat?" Oh, oh, oh dear. It's getting the tone right. It's getting the tone of the you can only do certain pitches of I can only do certain pitches of sometimes a cat would follow me. They think it's a cat. But I've tried it on my cats, but, mm, a little bit savvy, um, I think, they look, but they don't, they soon know that something the language or the vocabulary is not quite something artificial, mimicking. But other cats, I don't know why they followed. That's interesting. Uh, woof, woof. Can't do a dog. Can't do a dog. Fail. Oh no, well I'm hungry. Yeah, this one is very, very mysterious. I mean, this just doesn't exist anymore. That just does not exist anymore. George Lucas couldn't save it. I thought he had the power of the dark side. It's too bad where it was built, you know? Maybe if George Lucas gone in there and put a bid on the bloody thing, he could have bought the whole damn thing from the owner. But there you go. The owner will probably be saying, "No, no, bump up, no, price going up a bit." And it would have got into that sort of situation. Otherwise, that's the original THX, the real thing, the real deal where it started. And that all ended up in the skip, stripped out, thrown out into the skip like it was garbage, trash. Everything else in there ended up on bidding wars. Yeah, the seats look cool. I do like the seats, but they're probably not unique. They're probably reused in other, probably just not made anymore, those seats, and probably, you could probably, but yeah, all those seats, well, I do like them because 'cause they're rocker seats. They look really comfortable. I really like those seats. They really do. Nice. And the original speaker surrounds were within the wall in that room, because you can see where the original speakers were located, flush mounted, so you don't see them. And then they added on these other JBL speakers years later. They just stick out like little hot spots along the wall, and they probably, you know, when a speaker's flush mounted within the surface, it has a different characteristics, and they were Boston Audio speakers used for the surrounds. Boston something A something. Forgot what the model number is, but you can get them on eBay. That's what they used. Amazing. Feel the force, Luke Skywalker. It's where it spawned from. It's an interesting architectural design. But does it actually have functionality, or is it just done for aesthetics? A very big room. It's just an ordinary room, and uh, you just make a raised floor and all that. There's nothing much to it there. Everything else that's constructed had to be, manufactured and then put in and then fitted together, like the curvatures and the lighting system on it. Mixing console. You can see in the picture, there's a little thing right in the top picture. There's a little thing or like a podium or something in the middle. That's where the mixing console used to be. And there's also an added extra door that's been added to the room because it had a few alterations over the years. Because it had one kind of like entrance door at the front. Now it's got two. Well, used to. But it bothers looking at the back of it and how it's all, and I know how sound waves are gonna react when they go boom throughout but, it had a bit of an echo in that room because I've heard videos of that room, and I can think, "Oh, that's kinda a little disappointing." It's got that sort of echo. It's not very long echo. It's a little bit disappointing to hear an echo because I only wanna hear an echo that's on the soundtrack, not hear dialogue with this typical honky echo sort of even if it's mild. I don't wanna hear that shit because you don't hear that on the actual sound mix. You're only hearing it because the room is producing that echo. You don't wanna hear that echo because when you listen on headphones, you don't hear that echo. Unless, of course, you add an echo effect on the put the headphone into a plug-in for an echo, DSP, and you add an e purposely, add an echo effect. Oh, dear, please, it sound distracting. So sad, when you go into an actual place where it's echoey, sometimes our voices, you can't really understand what you're saying because of the way it's echoing and coming back to our ears in milliseconds. And plus it adds a little bit extra dB level, and it's like, bloody hell, it's distracting. Yeah, doesn't exist anymore. It's gone. Shaboom. Yeah. Yeah. Um, oh, if you hurry quickly, if you're a real THX Star Wars home theater fanatic, there's one of these still on eBay. Doesn't have the logo on it. Probably, I don't know how that managed to fall off the THX logo. I think it's a bit difficult to tell whether it was the original THX logo on the unit or the revisioned early 90s THX logo on it. Because the serial number is about 1000 0016. Can't remember the other two numbers, but I think it might be in the early 90s, and most likely it's only got three of the original THX crossover cards in it, because it's very rare you get one that's got 5 or even 6 THX crossover cards in it. The one that got pulled out of the THX original dub stage, that had 6 cards in it. Mine's got 6 in it. But yeah, that's the real deal. It's like people that are purists. Do they prefer DSP crossover? Though you can dial in any crossover frequency to cater the speaker design, with ones that are only fixed at certain crossovers. That's it. You can only use it. You know, these played for many years and dazzled and amazed a lot of audiences, a lot of the THX audiences. It was a mystery for many years. People talk about THX on that AVS forum like they think they really want the real thing, but they got this home version. The home version's totally the opposite of the professional version. There's one of those, very cheap. I'm tempted by it, but no, I'm not. I've got 3 of them. So yeah, that'll be sold soon, maybe. It'll probably still stay on eBay. Um, so anyone home theatre, they just go looking for and they're looking at the home versions. Because I think Tom Holman was, and whoever else in that team were thinking, no one in their right mind is going to be sticking right back then. Okay, think about it. No one in their right mind back then is going to be putting a load of speakers around the room. Oh, that's funny. We get to today now. How many people are putting speakers all around the room? Oh, and bloody ceiling as well. The irony, I tell you, really. But how many of these home theatres have got those speakers configured so when they play regular Dolby stereo, not that they can, unless they've got a plug-in to that processor that can play the proper signal, and then the decoder or the processor would activate all the speakers along the sidewall and the back, so it plays the same sound signature. There are not many home theatres that are probably even tuned up to do that. Spare change? I doubt it. He's probably only got his system rigged up so it only plays Atmos and two-channel stereo, because that's usually how the processors usually come when you get them. Storm audio, you just get two-channel stereo, and it's up to um, how you configure the processor and create a theatre mode number 1, 2, 3, 4, and assign the speakers. Took me a while to figure it. Um, Otherwise, you're thinking, what else have I got? I've got to connect this. I've got to connect that, and then this to get just to activate everything. Yeah, they could play anything. They could play that pan sound movement or sound discrete there, or sound discrete whatever, but or I just prefer, not to play Atmos much now. That's my prerogative because it's worn off on me, I'm afraid. Atmos is worn off very quickly. I thought I'd really be into it, but very disappointed. And I think, also, you gotta configure you gotta put the other sub-bass speakers in the room to divert the lows at a certain frequency from the, surrounds, whether it be all the surrounds and the overheads, because they are gonna be limited to they can only do a certain low end. Though very interesting, when I play experimental overhead, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Laserdisc, I mean, good gosh, I think I got my sub bass turned on, but it's switched off, it's muted, and it just flipping heck, what? That low end that's only filtering into into the surrounds, and it's like, wow, brilliant. But there is only a certain limit. Still, there is still an excursion limit that those speakers can play, but when it all multiplies, 9 speakers, wow. And of course, I just add a little bit on the sub bass, not too much though, 'cause I can still get a good sufficient, bit of bass across the screen channel, but little bass extension, OBE, a little bit of OBE, those ridiculous bloody body punches in that bloody what do you call it? It is bloody. Bloody hell, bloody violent. I'm surprised that movie got a PG rating. You can feel it. Punches and that, flipping some of it hits me, startles me because that just doesn't happen in reality unless you're getting punched, you feel it. When other people are getting punched and you're observing, you only hear it. Feel like cannon blasts. Kaboom, kaboom. What the blazes. And all the panning to like left, right, centre, panning, and I'm like, participate, yeah, with the, sound. Mm, 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 hmm. Yeah, I was gonna get to the other thing. I kinda skipped I just saw an image here, it just skipped my mind. Um, aeroplanes. Aeroplanes. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Shall I use that image or should I use that image? Oh, maybe this one. Um, Airport to Concord. I tell you, it's got some interesting sound mix for a mono. It would be great if they remixed it. I mean, I can't believe they remixed Jaws: The Revenge in is it Dolby Atmos? You gotta be fucking kidding me. I wouldn't rent it or have it for free. But no, seriously, there's some movies that could really do something that could be updated and such. But the problem is, it doesn't sound like you're on an airplane. I mean, there's I guess with maybe just simply experimenting with the sound system in the room with sine wave tones, pink noise, and mostly sine wave tones, and then seeing what you can get and what you can't get. Because what you should try to aim for is to try and get, like many years ago, I had an ear blockage. It lasted nearly, I don't know if it was 6 weeks or 7 weeks, but it was really depressing. Um, because there was fluid. It was just fluid, and that's all it was. So I went to, what do you call them? Audiologists, and, other people were there with other symptom problems, and I go in, "Okay, I'm gonna put an eardrop in your ear." I thought, "Oh, okay." And he said, "Okay, it's gonna have and I'm gonna put this probe in your ear, and the water is gonna give you a similarity of a pressure of 20 hertz." I thought, "Oh, okay." So, basically, it was just to put the water in there and then put the, probe in just to I don't know if it was an echo, some reflection thing or what. It was just to see whether the ear was perforated, and it was okay. Um, yeah, and g it was going back and forth and watching the movie Titanic down at the cinema, and there was this thing what I call crazy bass. Crazy bass. Because weeks before I had the infection, and then Titanic was playing bloody months downtown in SRD. Um, it was the shittest, hottest sound on the fucking planet at the time. Nothing on TV came even near to it. Anyway, there's a scene in the movie, and I always kind of reacted to the bass because I could feel it on my ears. Um, that scene where they got the Titanic going along the water, and you got the dolphins leaping out the water, and you got the James Horner music score going. Everyone likes that shit, Um, and then when the dolphins kind of whoosh leap out, there's this bass bit of going on the screen on the stage, and I think in the LFE track. Um, and then suddenly, when I heard it again, I felt this kind of liquid movement moving through my ear, through the tubes. I felt this kind of flowing liquid motion, and suddenly my ear was picking up full range again. I thought, "Oh, thank goodness." And I think it has something to do with the frequency. It had a little bit more testing with the audiologist, maybe give certain sine wave frequencies or something to try and stimulate the ear and the pressure in the tubes and such. It might nudge or push the fluid, or it could have been just coincidence. But it did occur right at the time when I knew this crazy and all I could hear was just one side of my ear, and the other side was completely muffled. And suddenly, boff, it just cleared. Oh, fucking hell. Um, so it's like when we go on airplanes, the cabin's filling up with pressure, and so therefore the eardrum that's settled like so, it's kind of pushed inward slightly, and then we blow to kind of push it back outward in or back into this sort of position because it's gone inward. Um, that is one thing you just don't get in these movies. You know, you see all these crappy woke fucking movies. We're gonna take this 747 to an altitude of 1,000 feet, Mr. fucking President. So you're gonna feel like fucking shit for the next few seconds. Yeah, they really bullshit out with these fucking Americans and these fucking movies and Hollywood and shit. Fucking hell. And I don't feel any sensation in my ear. This fucking, the movie I'm talking about is fucking that White House Down or whatever the bloody more like Thumbs White Down. Crikey, dreadful movie. Um, so you think you're going to take a 747 suddenly from ground level, and then you got the cabin pressure's got to equalise. You know, um, nah, I just don't get that shit happening. Doesn't happen. It's just not on the soundtrack. At least I don't think it is. And even if it is, you're going to have other sounds there. It's got to be something that has to play kind of discreetly on its own. That's why I think all this multi-amp shit is a load of crap, because you've got to try to create, like, a pressure, and there's gotta be guidelines, like, or new things, like, you can't just put that on a dub stage. It just wouldn't work, because when you try to put a pressure, that kind of sort of pressure somewhere in the room, that pressure is gonna escape. It's like if it was real air pressure and suddenly there's monitors on the that suddenly in that would probably start bleeping or indicating to say that the pressure's gone down. There's something venting, or the device that's put the pressure out, is malfunctioned, so it's one or the other. But you just don't feel it. You just don't notice it. You don't notice it in movies where it's going underwater, because if we're going underwater, it'd be a certain pressure going against our ears that would be completely uniform throughout the whole room. So no matter where you go, walking around the room, it would be like, "Fucking hell, what the fuck?" Oh, you can get a little bit of water, put it in your ear, but you've got to keep your head at this angle, because if you put it at that angle, the water's gonna flow out. Defeats the, purpose of the project or the experiment. You put headphones on, closed ones, play a 20 hertz sine wave, you can feel that pressure on your ear. And it does feel a little bit uncomfortable if you do it at a soft level. If you do it, and it gets very uncomfortable. And yet when you play a sine wave that through in a room, there's a lot of that that's going to waste in the room. I don't think it really should really go that far, because then some people are gonna end up damaging their hearing. Um, because when we feel it, no, we're not feeling it correctly on the So like I say, there's a lot more to it. And like you see the Concorde flying around, you see it go up that way, yeah, goes down, and you think, okay, looks like it's gone down up front something, but you don't know because it's gone off screen. It could turn around and be going along this way underneath in the air, you know, because as they say, sky is the limit. With Atmos, it's rather the opposite. Yes, yes, it's the opposite. What a waste of technology. But anyway, when I play it in mono, it's okay. I'll just play it over 5 speakers now. It sounds phenomenal. Create a theatre mode. So um, when I play a mono signal, it will just duplicate it across the 5 speakers. Nothing else in the room, just behind the screen. I played it on all around before a mono sound mix all around the room, and then getting the levels adjusted and frequency and so forth. And, it just sounds like speakers all around the room. Doesn't sound like they're very near to me because there isn't anything near to me. Can't come up and whisper in my ear because if it does that in a system, everybody will hear it. So it's not really that clever or immersive now. Could be, could be. Oh, it's too bad they just couldn't have this years ago because now I'm just a little bit ahead of everything. And to me now, it would be annoyingly boring. I should have done this more than 13 years ago, at least. 25 years ago would be possible. So a few more years forward, that does not make much difference. How many more years it would take for Aura 3D to frizzle, and then followed by DTSX, because how many people run DTSX in the home? I've got a few discs up there that they sound absolutely terrible because they're gimmick effect just to make you go and buy the movie again, just to make the studio just a little bit of greedy profit. Shame on them. Otherwise, other people have been bragging in the past. Oh, the up mixer. Oh, phenomenal. Oh, I hear the bat wing moving around and all that shit. That sound is coming from front speakers. Goes for a matrix decoder. You think it's coming from, but it isn't. It's only coming from the front. Otherwise, what they should have been done with their design for an up mixer matrix decodering is put a matrix decoder on the front, on the side surrounds, and on the back surrounds, and then it can do extra. which anyone can do. You go out and buy them off eBay. If you've still got an old piece of AVR junk in the loft that you haven't used in years, pull that out the loft and think, "Oh, it's got Dolby Pro Logic 2X on it. Oh, that'd be useful." I'll just connect it to the side surrounds and then do experiment, and then, "Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that makes that film a lot better now." And then if you got another one of those decoders, add it onto the back surround, but you design the system so it can you still switch over to play your Atmos crap, or you can still have your Atmos crap going through it, and it'll just enhance it without necessarily buying a Trinnov that's gonna or a Storm Audio that's gonna be rather limited to what it can do. Because I don't think Storm Audio are gonna add on any other software or ways to put a matrix decoder, um, so it can look for anti-phase signals. So it's negative polarity. Otherwise, it's very simple for me to put use 2 Room EQ wizards, have it play through my multi-stereo mode. I've got one channel that's playing positive polarity, and I've got the other one that's playing negative polarity. And that signal negative goes down to the matrix below surrounds in the room. The positive signal will go around all the other speakers and the overheads, and it sounds extremely disorientating to listen to that sort of ping. It makes me dizzy. Yeah, never mind about playing bass at 150 dB. Bloody hell. I'll tell you, if I would have put the bloody multi-tone through it, oh, fucking hell. Oh, oh, mm, 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 no way. A multi-tone, fucking hell. God, if someone were in a room tied down, listen to that, fucking hell, they'd go, fuck it, oh, fucking hell, I'll tell you, that multi-tone will fuck your ears up in just a minute. If it were played at a certain SPO, it will fuck your hearing up. Your hearing would be all fuzzy and buzzing. It would take fucking minutes for your ears to settle down because it's a completely unnatural sound. It's ideal to look at the signal wearing earplugs and ear defenders, or maybe you'd still hear the tone in the lower frequencies going. It is very disorientating, but it's very ideal to analysing the frequencies, and then you can look at it and you think, "Oh, the EQ, you cut that frequency there and this one there," because it's very steady state signal. Whereas pink noise, it kind of fluctuates, it just wobbles a little bit. Um, so I could do that shit in the room. When I use the multi-tone, I exercise extreme caution, and you should, because if you get carried away using that tone, you could fuck your speakers up faster than you fucking had to save up and buy them, and you'd fuck them up in just a few minutes. Oh. Down the road. Gosh. My goodness. Do you smell that there? Gosh. Seems like someone's got a vindaloo going. My goodness sake. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Mm. Yeah. Concord. Um, boom. What else was on the mind? Sound. Like, what's it? Some of this. Oh, the audience is listening. Oh, my head's exploding. Boom. Oh. Oh, that shit just doesn't happen. Yeah, I mean, really. Otherwise, THX cinemas would be extremely unsafe. Oh dear, enough of that. But get that off. It doesn't add in. It does. Bloody hell. It's nothing like that. It's nothing like that. All this vibration bullshit. I mean, I've seen how earthquakes. The more I watch all these videos of real earthquakes happening, and I'm thinking, if the camera happens to do that, that's because it's mounted on a wall or whatever. And but the camera's not really shaking. I mean, or like the sound waves or whatever it is. Yeah, it's not doing that. It's only what fixings are and what items are not secured are just thrown around um, with that amount of tremendous magnitude of energy. Um, I like that guy with the big sub bass speakers. My goodness, he's got those tiny little, what do you call them? Calypsy speakers. Oh, you got to be kidding! It's doing it totally wrong. There's another home theater out there that's doing it, all the sub bass and all that. Totally wrong. Because the standard has been for many decades is 15 bass cabs, or 15-inch bass drivers and big bass cabs, and 18-inch bass drivers. Baby boom, when it first came about, was they were just all the same bass cab behind the screen, and then just using channels 2 and 4 for the sub bass. And then they went discrete with close encounters, and then probably used maybe 15s clusters or maybe 18s, because Sherwin Vegas were using 18s with sensor around. Um, and that, has been a standard for many, many, many decades. And you go very rare, you go to somewhere where they're probably using something a little bit larger, 22-inch or whatever. But the more you got, and the more that they are all coupled together, it just doubles the cone size. and you don't have to go out and spend stupid amount of money and do bullshit videos where it's doing this shit. Because I've not seen one or ever experienced, not once, that sort of thing. To make that happen is between 20 and 90 hertz, where our eye vision will blur or vibrate between 20 and 90. You got to have the speaker, or you got to be in a position to where you will feel that going up through your spine to your head, and that's your vision starts to blur, and you think, "What the fuck?" That's only happened a few times. Once in a room when I played a movie, and the sound waves are going through the floorboards, and because where I was sat on the floor, the sound wave then goes up through my buttock, up through my spine, up to my head, and then makes my vision blur just for a few seconds. Other time on a bus, resident on well, the engine was so poorly out of tune, it just rattled the bus ridiculously when it comes to a bus stop. When it's in motion, the pitch of the sound and everything else, the mechanics are a little bit different. So it was unbearable. I had to get off the fucking bus because every time it comes to a fucking stop, my vision's blurring because I'm sat in the seat. My feet are on the floor, and and the way it's just very uncomfortable. And if I make a certain sound or do certain thing with my lips, I can actually make my vision blur because it's creating, I think, not that I measured the frequency with the RTA, but it's creating an in-cavity sound that's blurring my vision. So when you see fake bullshitting videos with that shit again on that, what's it guy, Needy Eddie, whatever he's got, 33-inch sub bass speakers. So what? I feel sorry for those little clips that he can't put out proper bass from those speakers. He's got to divert it to those, and it's totally wrong way to do it. It's totally the wrong way. And then what does he do? He goes and buys some butt kickers that are what, $400, I think. You can get the auras, they're cheaper. Um, and then what does he do in the video? He then creates another bullshit shake, blur, bloody shaky. It's an algorithm. It's a thing software you load up on the computer, and at a certain point you can create this rather than shaking the actual camera. What a load of bullshit. Shame, very shameless. Um, you couldn't even do it with bass shakers because there's only certain limit those things can do. You got to get other things like what they cost an arm and a leg. But if you're seated, I think even if you were seated in a D-box seat, would it make your vision actually blur? Hmm, yeah. The amount of money you got to throw just to get that. When you could do it something simple. Experiment. Experiment with just an ordinary speaker. Experiment with it. Do it safely. Yeah. Hmm. Little daytime exciter um, fitted on the back of the seat. That's my first attempt. Then I did a second with fitting it inside the back of the seat. So the back of the seat uh, dismantles. There was just a small bit of area inside for that little puck, or sorry, not puck, exciter to be mounted. But I think it's kind of decoupled a little bit away from the surface because it's sticky. I think it because I took it off the back of the seat and then fitted it inside, it's reduced a little bit of its adhesive stickiness. Um, so I don't notice much feel. It can also create like a bass shake effect as well as making an audible uh, sound. And yes, it can go up to high frequency. Amazing. Um, but it only had limit. It's got limitations. They're 40 watt. I think they're 40 watt handling. They don't have much specs details on it on the website because they're experimental. So trial and error with it. Uh, so I'm going with a different solution now, which will be here in the next few days, and I'll try that. I think, much to my surprise, I think it'll work better than. Not that there was anything wrong with the exciter. Um, they're affordable, and yeah, pretty experimental. You play around with them until you can't find anything else left to play around with. You exhaust all your ideas. You know, um, because you should have sound in the seat. You should have sound in the seat. So it gives an extra sound field. Because typically the speakers, like I say, they're on the side walls. They're mounted on the walls, ceiling, and they always give that same typical sound, and nothing like that's a little bit nearer or closer to the seating. You can't have a speaker in front of you like so because it will look intimidating. So you got to figure a way. Is there another way around it? Not many home theatres would be doing this. Um, much less. I don't know. I don't know if it's been around or has been used many years ago, but probably not publicised. Maybe sometimes it's best to keep an idea under wraps and then just keep everyone guessing. Good. I am defenseless. Strike me down your path to the dark side. Um, oh, that's making me hungry. I'm hungry. Mm. 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 Wow. Mm. That was rather disappointing, that Blu-ray 4K. That really was. And you got the that 4K Star Trek rubbish. Oh my goodness gracious, it was god awful, that Atmos on it. Didn't sound anything like the fucking wormhole. You want the sound of that whatever imaginary sound, fictitious sound to be, like I say, going around in a sphere. No, not a sphere. Like a tube. It's like going down into a tube. So it needs to go all above, down the side, below, right the other way, throughout the floor. So when it cuts to a certain scene, I tell you, there was some slight interesting bit where the acceleration picks up and then everything slows down, all the voicing starts to slow down in the way it was readjusted in the mix so that the voices are, I tell you, oh, it made me dizzy. Made me feel really dizzy. But they could put, or I just have to take my own steps and measures. I could, I could have used a um, bit more enhancement on the blow surround, but it depends on what the decoder can pick up and send out. It takes quite a bit of tweaking. So you get decent. Yeah, that's cool. Um, hmm. Mm. Boom, shaboom. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing with these explosions. That's what's missing. Mm. They they don't do that a lot in these movies. That's the thing. That's the gotta listen to a real thing first to really understand how something like that works. Well, not works, how it actually happens. Uh, hmm. Then you got a translator. Got to put that into a mix. I was I thought it was coming from that, so it's coming from the wind out there. Wow, depends on how that sounds, doesn't it? Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. That's how like I say, that's how it should be. Overhead, below, surround, side by side, and actually a little bit more than that. You gotta think how sound waves work, how to manipulate into a fabrication. It's all make believe. It's all bullshit. You got to fabricate it into a psychoacoustic illusion that completely may grab all listeners. Well, maybe everyone. That's maybe some that are not listeners, but suddenly they become a listener. It's mostly most people go to a cinema, they hear the sound, but they're not listening because they don't know how it works. Those that do are listening. If there's something wrong with you know, it sounds like something's just broke, and maybe bring it to their management attention so that, 'cause it might go unlooked for many days or something without being fixed, or but if you went back and still noticed it occurring, and then went back another week or two again, and it's still occurring, then it never went to the attention, and they're ignoring it. If this were the day back in with THX, they'd probably say, "What's going on? Nope, you can't do that. You can't show that THX trailer. You got to take the poster down. You are not suited. You're not up to, say, a sort of strict guideline. It's like an MOT for a car. If it is not deemed worthy with the checks, then it can't go on the road." They could still play the films and that, but they just can't advertise THX because they're no longer. So yeah, it's very tight. I wonder if they still charge that money, or have they reduced it, or do they give the cinema a discount, or coupon coupons? Come and visit us at Skywalker Ranch. Or do they, I mean, really? Bloody hell. 16, I think it was 16, 16, yeah, 1,600 it was. I think that's something like, but many years ago, they were charging something like 1,600 or something. Bloody hell, George Lucas. He must be swimming in it in his swimming pool. Oh, it's the technology. Mm. Oh, well, tomorrow is April Fool's, so don't fall for it, okay? Don't fall for it. Um, I think I've already seen a few April Fools one guy posting something about a home theater or amplifier, whatever, and I could see him grinning in the video, thinking, "What is this nonsense?" Come on, fools. Yeah. I couldn't do a thing like that on someone because it's just not me. So there'll be a few of these going around at the moment with all this audio crap that like this. So that you think, "Oh wow, I'm gonna try that," and then you realise it doesn't work. Oh, April Fools, bloody hell. I could tell you if you eat enough cheese or dairy food products, cheese on toast, any most butter or such dairy products, you can manifest yourself a dream and it looks better than Technicolor and it sounds way better than Dolby Atmos. I don't know how the mind manifests that sort of thing. It's staggering. And whether my cat is dreaming, very rare. You see the way their eyes are moving and their paws and their twitching, and they're having a dream. What are they dreaming about? I'm kind of curious. I'm very curious to have a conversation with my cats. Yeah, you got to think and dwell on something, and you just have the right balance of, and then you get a few manifestations of sometimes some brilliant ideas. I had one dream one time. I thought I was at Skywalker Ranch down in that basement where they got that stag theatre thing. But when I went into it, because I've only seen other pictures of it, and it was all kind of dismantled in some way, and it had William Shatner in it. The fuck has William Shatner got to do with this? I have no idea. There was this wooden frame that was all built because they were gonna build something on top of wooden frame, and you got William Shatner laying on it. I can't remember whether William Shatner was naked with his toupee, his hairpiece and that. Um, but it was a very strange dream, and I could hear the acoustical sound of the it sounded very quiet, as I've heard other people saying it sounds right, but how the I don't know what caused that manifestation, and it was many years ago now. Very, very strange. So, do I have yogurt? Do I have cheese on toast, raw cheese, cheese sandwich? And there's so many different types of cheese. There was a brand many years ago that's not available anymore called a Funky Cow. Ah, now I know why it's funky, because I had some funky dreams. That's serious. But now I got other cheese, and I think, I'm a little bit disappointed in get a dream now, not for a whole month. There was something about the ingredient with the funky cheese, the funky cow cheese. Maybe it just got reported that too many people were having too many fucked up dreams, and, they recalled it maybe because it's not right, you know? Um, yeah. I don't want Donald Trump in my dream. Absolutely not. Twice. Fucked up. Don't want that again. I don't even want to talk about it. That was totally fucked up, that was. Anyway, um, I think I'm slowing down. Uh, Andale, andale, Ida! It's not much to think of now. Yeah, this is another scene, like pressure, the abyss. You know, do I mean when the scene plays, I get this kind of, you know, wiggle the ear sort of thing, or I notice this because the way the sound of the frequency is playing with the here we go, equalizing now, and then it cuts from the outside to the interior of the chamber, and it's all sound fabrication mix bullshit. But there's something there, they're trying to create um, something there where, it'll make a listener like, "Fucking hell, what's going on?" You know? Because you get this kind of but it's not enough for me to cause me to pinch my nose because the pressure would be a totally different because it's filling up the chamber with a certain atmospheric pressure, so it's totally different to, you know, probably a bit more experimentation to see how, like listening on headphones. Um, yeah, until you get something that's like, yeah, but probably come near, but probably not totally. You have to go into an actual, say, like, ask someone, like, "Is there any decompression chambers that are nearby? Because I want to check out an experiment and take that and then try out see a little bit more how you can." So I don't think it's in the low frequency, it's somewhere in the middle high frequency. Yeah. And, I'm not sure about time delay. Yeah, so really, most people have time delay on their home theatres. I hardly use it. I hardly use time delay because the speakers are such close proximity within the room. I'm not too far away from them. And when thinking about it, in reality, there is no time delay. It is what it is. There is no time delay. Uh, it's bullshit. It's like that other thing about the X curve they talk about. It's a phenomena or doesn't really exist. Um, hmm, so, hmm. Again, another movie with all these typical cliche visual images, but they haven't really got sound to match all that very accurately. Um, mm, bit disappointing. So, actually, that Armageddon movie is an absolutely load of garbage trash. God, fucking movie. Fucking hell, how long is it? They couldn't even make the launch sequence, last, say, 8.5 minutes, because that's how it takes. Takes approximately 8.5 minutes from launch from pad to, to where the engines are all shut down, and then you're in orbit. It's all done in less than that because it's all compressing it and editing. It sounds like some fucking Flashdance fucking movie. Oh, fucking boring. Does it feel like, probably get a little bit of, yeah, but it's fucking, I can't stand it. Terrible. Is it a Michael Bay movie as well, I think? Good God. I'm surprised it hasn't got fucking Transformers running around in it. I don't intend to even buy any more Michael Bay movies. Fucking hell. I mean, but anything that's brand new, say, like that ambulance, I bet that's a bloody terrible, bloody Atmos mix. Everybody's calling like it's fucking hot shit. Yeah, yeah. Talk about it. Yeah, talk about it. How How did they do? How well is the overheads? How many channels are used on those overheads? 'Cause they're selling that shit like it's a fucking epic movie of the 1960s in 70 millimeter. I don't know. Hmm. There's the original screen that used to be downtown that I was talking about earlier. Screen number 2, and it got gutted, and, the screen size totally reduced, but if you look very carefully on the ceiling, you can see one of the overhead speakers. Can't see the other ones that are going down the sides of the auditorium because where someone's taken the picture, it's not showing the rest of the angle in the auditorium. You see one of the speakers that they use for the overheads. There were 6 of them in the auditorium that were spread out. Mm, sounded interesting with Aliens and, Predator and, RoboCop. Um, gosh, Star Wars, fucking hell. Empire Strikes Back, Return of the Jedi. But when you're seated so far back, at the angle from where you can see in the picture, the stereo coming from the LCR sound coming from the screen, it's gonna sound very, very off-putting, very strange. You gotta be somewhere down the middle of the seating aisle, in the middle. You're off to the sides too much. It's not gonna be because sound it's artificial sound at the end of the day, but you still hear it. It just doesn't sound like you're getting detail from it. Auditorium that still exists, only, it's got all the 3 other screens that are dividing it up into sections, into, 4 sections. Um, mm, yeah, that was a decent sized screen, that. Mm, mm. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Uh, oh, that was a very. I'll have one of those again in the hospital. Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Whoa. Mm. Um, oh yeah, that's interesting animation. The sense around an artist GIF illustration. Interesting. And look at that. Kind of like makes bass waveforming look like dear, my goodness. Yeah, that's brilliant. That design or is the for the auditorium, the Chinese Manning Theatre. Yeah, look at that. It's just filling the whole bloody. It's no wonder bloody plaster was falling off the bloody ceiling, for Christ's sake. You know, like I say, we got bass sound waves that are building up in energy, and they go up to, you know, certain areas where they might peak higher levels and such, and yeah, anything that's probably, it's probably bound to happen because, it's earthquakes occasionally, and then, certain things become a little, and it's just something just gonna make, but you don't want plaster falling down on people's head, and, if it's a large piece and it's coming down at a certain speed, it could, end up in hospital. Um, it's amazing that thing worked. It's like it makes my eyes dizzy just looking at it. Hmm, just got to look at yeah, the wave pattern. Hmm. Of course, it might not actually be like that. It's something like just an illustration until you actually, and then you could try and visually map it because there's nothing around then say, "Oh, yeah, that's how it looks. That's how it would sound and look." If you could actually see the sound waves, which is, I think it's out there. It's just not something you can go and buy and see what's going on. which I believe if someone can make something that is like a like some sort of laser. I tried messing with an idea a few years ago, but I wasn't getting anywhere with it. Um, might be a little bit more to it because you can set microphones up in a room, multitudes of microphones. Um, you start basics by looking firstly at how the waveform looks on an oscilloscope. Um, because when you go through the sine wave tones, the, the wave changes its shape. And when you go down to the very low frequencies, the wave goes a bit more like that. And but you can change the scale on the oscilloscope to kind of put it back the other, but it's got to be at a certain reference shape standard. And so when you go through the scale, you're gradually going up to the higher frequencies, the waves just get closer and closer and closer and closer together. Um, but you can, adjust it. That's of course if you're doing analyzing, and the waves just narrowly just get so close to wavelengths at the high frequencies, just tiny few millimeters. Um, and of course they just even more when they're going up above our outside of our range, and it's only going to cater a dog and a cat, or what other species there may be that can identify with that. Not that they tell us, but um, so how Ray, I think a Pepsi or maybe an orange juice. Hmm. I've got water. So I think orange juice or something. Maybe, yeah. Vitamins. Um, if there would be a way, because I do believe you could see this maybe animated in a graphic design, but to actually make a laser do what I think is just not doable because of the way the nature of a laser works. But it would be possible if there's a way, and then you can literally be able to see it in a room, literally in its actual form. And then you can say, well, the seating needs to be positioned here because this is where the waveform is actually. because every room is completely different with its design, its scale, building materials, or whatever. Room EQ Wizard, it gets near, but the problem with Room EQ Wizard, you can't actually design the shape and scale of the room. You just got this typical box, and you can either expand it and do all that. That's all you can do with it, and it's pretty good. Gives a proximity to, yeah, you're gonna have a frequency peak roughly here, and and then when you change it, the scale of the room, that peak of frequency, where it's usually typically gonna peak at, it either shifts down or it goes up a little bit. And of course, it also depends on whether it changes with the room that's sealed, so door closed or such, or there's a door that's open, or it doesn't know. Room EQ Wizard doesn't know how many windows I've got in the room, or if I open a window at a certain, it's gonna give a little rise in some of the frequency in the infrasonic range. I get a 3-4 dB increase if I open the window just a little bit. So, um, yeah, I don't need a I don't need an Ascendo sub or any of these southern, I was about seriously, I was about that near, seriously, to buying one of those latest SBS subs. And I was thinking, I'm looking at the specs, I'm looking at the frequency chart thing on it, and I'm thinking, it's not worth it. I'll keep the JBL, because all it is at the end of the day, any speaker, no matter how, you drive it really hard, whatever, because most people will, it's start gonna make noises and all sorts of other, you think, "Bloody hell, it's nearly £3,000." Not worth it. It might have a different driver and thing for than a JBL that was made, but still, I'm quite surprised that I can get a frequency response down to about 10 hertz, and then it rolls off because of the mechanical design of the driver, and probably the enclosure, partly a little bit of the room. But electronically, it goes smoothly all the way down to pretty low, but it rolls off every spud, or you check and the frequency goes, and then it starts rolling off at a point. That's 'cause there's another filter going on within the system that's rolling it off. Otherwise, theoretically, it should be going along flat, right down to 1 hertz. Um, if you run tests for a sound card, run a loop signal, so you do a frequency sweep, and then you see what the sound card's frequency response looks like, and you probably think, "Okay, is there something I could put in there to modify it to get it a little bit flatter?" And then you could probably then think, "Okay, now I can use it to testing this audio equipment and this and this and that amplifier and so forth, and seeing what its frequency response looks like." And then when you see that going on, there's some filter going on, which if you could just go in with a schematic diagram, locate the part, do some soldering technique, and put in a switch on that component, so you can just switch it off and then just let it go, because then it'll give you a little bit more, you know, and then you can design the system so you can if you want to have something to, so it's not going to damage the sub and push it too far. Really, it shouldn't be doing too much. If it's doing too much of all this movement and you can hear some audible sound, then it's not infrasonic because you'll be able to look at the RTA within the room, and you'll probably see that you got some harmonic frequencies, and you got to turn it down because it's like those are not real. They're artificial. If the amplifier, again, if you test the amplifier and you can't see any harmonics, so you put a sine wave on, boom, and you can't see, you turning the level up, you can't see any harmonics, and the level's up pretty high-ish, maybe not up to its total max, unless you want to really take it up to it to see whether or not any harmonics start appearing. But if they do, they're going to be way down here. The sine wave tone fundamental frequency is going to be way up here. But when you translate that into a speaker within the room where it's been picked up on the RTA with the microphone, then you start seeing the harmonics that you can see up here, and they're a little bit higher than they are, because the speaker's doing that. And then you can hear, like, you think you're hearing an infrasonic. Our ears can't hear that shit. You gotta turn it down so it looks more realistic. And if you want more of that level of infrasonic so that you can see it on the SPL meter. You can see that, oh, there's an SPL reading there, and you've got very minimal, you don't have any harmonics because I can see that on my system, and I can just turn it down a little bit. SPL level goes down a bit, and then I do the calculation, and I think, okay, realistically, I need to add another sub, another, and of course, the level goes up 3 dB each time, theoretically. And the SPL meter is going to go do up, up, up. No, I have to change it to the next scale. Oh, right, I'm up at there, and I noticed like oh, a feel or something that's very uncomfortable. That's how it should be. Most people are just cranking it up, and that guy with the 150, I doubt he's even shown any data that this is how it is. Oh yeah, got some harmonics, but I need to back it down because it's unrealistic. But he's got how many subs in that room? 20. So if a sub's putting out a certain sonic frequency, it should be pretty uniform around the whole room. If you go around checking with multitude of microphones in the corners, upper corners, lower down, down to the, you just deck it out with microphones, and then you'd be able to, you can put it through a multi REW or through a computer where you can just have literally windows so you can see all the microphones and you see all the levels. Otherwise, you have to manually go through them one at a time and then observe, you know, the frequencies to what's occurring within the room. And I mean, a lot of microphones because you can't be with our ears and we cannot be in all those positions simultaneous. It's impossible. So you got to deck it out. You can do some serious testing, and then you probably find that you don't need all that SPL level. You need less. Less is more. Um, it would be interesting if you could see the actual waveform occurring in the room, but it would have to be some Area 51 era alien encounter, Earth encounter technology, because you just can't do it with what is available. It's just not, you know, and I have not seen a single video on YouTube. I've seen other videos and things that I've also done, and they're called, I think, I can't even pronounce the name with it because it's a French word, Lysion, Lusion. Basically, it's simple. Like you get a laser, a mirror, and you need a diaphragm. And what you do is it's like a drum, and you place it in front of the sub, and then put a little mirror on it, a little mirror. I've used Pringle cans before, and I just cut both ends off, and I put a balloon on one end, and I glue a little tiny plastic mirror, very small. Doesn't have to be big because the laser is very narrow in its beam. And I just glue that onto the diaphragm, and then I'll just place it in front of the sub near, say, the airport or maybe the driver, whatever. And then I angle a laser on a tripod, angle its position, and then focus the beam until the beam goes onto the mirror and then reflects maybe onto the ceiling, on a wall, on a surface, and then play a sine wave tone, and then you get these wave patterns. Um, it's like your own little Zhao laser show. Uh, yeah, and when you put multitude of sine wave tone, you get all these other different patterns occurring. That's okay, but when you got some smoke in the room, um, you see some movement in the laser, but it's only doing that. It's like my finger. It's only you see that flicker effect. That's all it's doing. It's not doing anything else because the laser's just going straight. But I could visualize it, literally. I can literally visualize it. Yeah, it'd be great just to suddenly see it, and then I could say, "Great, I need to move the seating a little bit that forward." Because we can see it. Oh, sorry, we can see it on an SPL meter. You play a sine wave and you move it like that, and you see the sine wave, the level on the meter is up there, and suddenly, yeah, it drops down, doesn't it? That's the same with moving the microphone. But I wanna visually see it, so I can see it right there. It's just I think that sort of technology, something is years ahead. Because if it existed, I would be using it right now. It would be kinda cheaper, I would say, because they've gotta make it kind of, so it sells like hotcakes. It's too expensive. You don't reach people. I mean, just think how many bloody oranges it takes to bloody hell make a carton of that. Where the bloody hell to get all this stuff from? Another planet? Yeah. But with microphones, yeah, you could visualize the signal. and you could do a little bit more by using the microphones and then passing it through an oscilloscope. So you could experiment with a few other ideas so you can see what's going on with that wave or signal of the wave of the sine wave. I can't be asked to do any of that shit. I've got a project with an audio mixer console, 24 microphone input. They have their own phantom power. Um, but it's setting up all the microphones. My goodness. Some of which I think I would only have to put on the floor. And some would have to be on microphone booms, and there would be just microphone booms all over the bloody room. Oh, and I would have to do a test, the door open with the door closed, and um, to see what's occurring, and then think, yes, of course, some of the bass at certain frequencies at the back of the room get a little bit boomy, and it's just looking at that information as well as elsewhere in the room where, you know, do you know why people put sub-bass speakers so close to their seating? Really? How much money is that? It's a lot easier with a bass shaker. It's a lot cheaper and a lot more efficiency because they're trying to impress everyone. Look at the size of these subs, but bloody hell, they're not placed anywhere else in the room to do that impressiveness. They got to be placed that bloody near to a seat. Really? I've tried that. I know how it works. And it's just like, there's no way I'm doing that. Well, you wouldn't be able to sit in the back row of the bloody seats because you got these bloody things in the way. You know, you play a 20 hertz sine wave and on a sub at a normal SPL level, and you think it's big, it's big. You're up close to it. What the fuck's it doing? It's not even vibrating. You turn it up a bit, yeah. Providing, of course, it's not putting out a load of stupid harmonic frequencies and stuff. Can you feel it really honestly? I mean, you know, does it sound like it's got a proper tone? And then you think, okay, what about if I take it outdoors and then do the same test again? Because indoors you've got room gain added. The sidewalls, the seating is adding extra artificial level to the thing. It's probably doing other things where it's making it sound a bit, When you test it outdoors, you know, I mean, if we hear something like going suddenly outdoors, kaboom, kaboom, like um, sound wave, sonic booms, um, we're probably thinking, "What the heck is that?" And we start looking around, we're probably thinking, "Yeah, automatically, it's an aeroplane." Um, but there are not many aeroplanes around, commercial ones today, like Concorde or anything, that would have sonic booms. Um, You gotta be thinking, "Oh, must be military." Um, do I rarely hear something like that around it? No. Uh, so I'll be really looking around till probably your eye catches very rarely something like an asteroid meteor, very small, that's coming through the atmosphere and it's punching, boom, punching the air very fast, makes a few sonic booms. Would we feel it? I don't know. I've never seen a meteor of a size to make sonic booms yet. I've heard thunderclaps go really with a lot of energy charge building up that almost up to 120 dB on the SPL meter many years ago. I thought that was impressive. Bloody hell. I mean, that storm was brewing, but, you wait for some certain thunderstorms, sometimes they're very boring, they're very short, sometimes they're very long duration. Um, hmm, a home would very rarely, depending on how the home is constructed, would very rarely, vibrate due to the sound waves of a thunderstorm. Like, you're seeing all that shit in these stupid movies, like that Open Range, or I don't know what other movies out there, some stupid thunderstorm effect. Bloody hell, it doesn't even sound realistic when you play it in the room, honestly, it's totally exaggerated. Um, I felt I think it was one time, but it was very mild. I think it was indoors, but it was years ago, and it just made a little teeny vibration that I could feel. Because the sound waves are outside and they impact against the buildings, the roofs, and then the roofs are made of wood, or they're tiles, they're wood, and then that goes down into a wooden frame, which is joined to the building, and then the sound waves, they travel through sound transmission, and then you feel it. I felt a helicopter kind of vibrate a little bit because of the propeller and the vortex and the waveforms, and they come down and do the sort of same thing. Everyone's into that stupid movie. What's it? Black Hawk Down, Irene, and all that sort of stupid, and all the other, you know. Um, I think a lot of that. I don't know whether a lot of the helicopters actually make that signature sound that go down into infrasonics. Um, I mean, some of it could be just made up BS. Um, there's another thing, like I say, people are trying to create wind effects and so forth and all this. And then, of course, if you're near a helicopter, you're going to get a blowing wind effect on your hair and such, aren't you? Clothes. Oh, yeah. Um, Otherwise, I think the sound of where subs are located on the floor, they don't have to be on the floor. They could be up a little bit middle. They could be the same speaker cabs that you're using for the left, center, right, or the left, center, right. Sorry, 5 screen left, left, center, right. Um, just bigger drivers than standard 15s. So you could, and the cabinet box is designed and so forth, and yeah, they could be a little bit higher up. So the waveform of the bass will go up to the ceiling, down to the floor equally, because when it's down at the floor, it's going to hit the floor first, and then it's going to go up, and then of course the wave is going to change because it should be, shouldn't it? It should be like translating like an oscilloscope. So you got a wave going up to see it, up to the top, and a wave coming down. So you got positive wave up at the top, and then you got negative wave at the bottom, and what it should be, what, somewhere in the middle. Those waves are not gonna 30, 20 and 30 and 40 and 50, they're not gonna fall into the same position. You want them to fall into the same position, but you just hear differences in the pitch. Um, right, you know, it's like I'm shaking there. I do that. The camera shakes a little bit. I can feel my whole body shaking just by doing that. Bloody hell. Oh, it's making me jolt forward and back by doing that. um, I've shown experiments with infrasonics with a door. Just by put your hand on the handle and just move the door back and forth. It's very large. It's bigger than any bloody sub, you know, and it can do an infrasonic frequency down into the digits, right down at below 10 hertz. In fact, I think it's around when I did it in my room, it was around 4 or 5 hertz. That's pretty impressive. The more back and forth I do, which is giving it like amplitude or aggressiveness or amplitude, the signal on the spectrum lab gets more increased in color. That's amplitude. You know, it got into the range where it was going very pink, and that's relatively pretty high at that frequency. Could a sub do that without having any other harmonics or any other sort of weird artifacts appearing? I mean, Doom 2, so what? Goes down to 1 hertz, big deal. Um, so, moving a door back and forth, so, of a something like that sort of area. I mean, that makes an Ascendo sub look like a bloody dinky toy made for bloody, Bose. I'll be kidding me. No speaker on the planet can move that much back and forth, not without it being ridiculously big, and it's got to sound natural, you know? Can't sound like, you know I mean, would anyone honestly want one of those? My goodness, you would just hear it. You would hear the mechanics of it moving, the what do you call those bloody things? Totally, totally useless because no one's buying them. Uh, you can make a DIY version very cheaply. Um, what the heck are they? I forgot what they're called. They're infrasonic. They could just boom, okay, they can do large SPL levels. It's just like a glorified fan that's attached onto a diaphragm of a speaker, and it's just rotating sub, I think it is. But you can hear those in the videos on YouTube. You can hear all the mechanical rest of the noise it's making. You think, bloody hell, that's distracting. You can't have that. That's not part of the soundtrack. It will just be off-putting. But the principle or the idea is that, okay, so what am I gonna do? Have some sort of hydraulic sort of thing, fitted to my door so it can move the door back and forth, and it would just create this infrasonic. Oh, oh dear. Or infinite baffle. Yeah, infinite baffle. I think I'll go for an seeing how those things work. Wow. Um, that's all right. I'll just knock a hole in the wall and have a big ass 18 sticking out the bloody wall, and then come back into the yeah, right. That's impressive. That's impressive. Infinite. I could probably do one in the ceiling for crying out. I mean, there's a lot of area up there. I just don't know what my ceiling design is like. I don't know, where, you got to know what's above it before you start. You can't just do it. Infinite baffle array. Hmm. But are you gonna feel a lot of it, and how much harmonic? Of course, got to look out. Got to keep an eye out for the harmonic, and got to keep an eye out. Is it rattling anything? Because you've got to secure and tighten everything down so it doesn't rattle or buzz. Because you're only trying to produce like a sine wave tone that you want to hear on headphones. You can hear the fundamental. Take out the levels on a headphone, I suppose they will start to appear with harmonics. But you play at normal levels and you think, that's how the tone sounds. It's interesting when you play a sine wave on headphones and then play a little bit for a sub-bass speaker, and you adjust the levels. So you listening, adjust levels. And also, it's double interesting when you got it for going for a bass shaker. You got the tone on the headphones, you got the feel of it on the bass shaker. That's a very interesting thing to listen to. It gives you more idea. It's really, I tell you, that sense around animation is really inspiring. And it's not the first, everyone knows or such. Some guy in his back garden shed back in somewhere in America, early 1960s, developed subwoofer, and then had it patented, and it took a few years until it was patented. And then you know, it probably doesn't get much exposure, and then suddenly it gets picked up again. And other manufacturers decide to use it, or and then use a development of it for cinema, for a sensor, 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 mm, sense around. Mm, mm. Pressure. What could I do with there's things you can get hold of. Do some sort of experiment. Pressure, head, body pressure, heart pressure, blood pressure. Um, Makes my skin crawl. My tummy has been grumbling. It's either something with all the acids or such or whatever. Hmm. Oh, fucking hell. Gotta blow my nose. Oh, it's so stuffy. Breathe and think. What are you doing out there, Bear? You're relaxed. Meow. I'm looking around in sense around to figure out an idea. It's got to be right there sometimes, and it's staring at you in nature itself. For which nature itself cannot be fooled. Hmm. Yeah, staring at me. And I'm looking right through it, and I can't see it because it's eluding me. You know how frustrating that is when you can got an idea or something, you just see it's just staring at you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Just it's just like I despise of that thing of the atomic bomb, and yet one of the scientists they got the idea. They're trying this every time, and it's fail, it's fail, it's fail until you get an idea, and it's just in your hand, in your hand, it's in your hand. Huh. Maybe that's what I got to think. Like, maybe there's something there, and yeah, you can change it. You can just change something a little bit about it, and then bam, you got something that can work. Hmm. Hmm. Anyway, where's the progress of the? Next couple of days, few more days. I think I'll relax for the next few days. and wait until I go in the room. Ah, got some XLR cable that arrived. So that's for the other thing. Whether I can get that, I want to do that or want to do the other thing. Oh, so I'm gone. Now I'm stuck with two another thing on my plate that I don't really want. Um, I'm just trying to think about this storm and all that, and you got the AES or something inputs or something, which I don't have the module. I don't have that module on the unit. I'd have to, because I don't have much experience using that AES whatever. Can that be used with another module to input audio signals into the processor? Because you've got 8 channel, is it 8 channel? Yeah, it's 8 channel RCA for um, some other processor or some other decoder, or you can use them separately for stereo, and have other sources like say like a tape deck. I guess a turntable. Yeah, so that goes through the Denon, and then it goes through to the crikey, it's a bit complicated how that works. Goes from the Technics turntable over to the Denon's phone input, and then goes on from the zone output, one of the zone outputs, and then that connects down to where it's going to now. Uh, I forgot where the bloody thing's going to. Um, I think it connects onto the Sony. Yeah, I think it connects onto one of the Sony auxiliary inputs. I think it's on one of the auxiliaries, and then from there it goes over to the Storm audio processor. Bloody complicated, and it works, but it's just flipping complicated. I don't put a phone input on the Storm, um, and yet they say they got all these other things that you can plug into it, and probably when you look at the circuit board behind it, so the circuit board is going to take up so much area. But when you look at the actual component on the back panel, it's only a two little ether connectors to plug in, and they're only small. But it's the circuit board that's behind it that's taking up the additional space on it. Otherwise, then there's only certain. I think they could. I mean, I don't think it's even an optical output. Uh, Even on a Trinov, I don't. Yeah, it doesn't have an optical. And some of the earlier Storm processors, I don't think had an optical output. They got optical inputs, but no optical output until they made the Mark III version. I don't know about that 20 channel AV storm or whatever the heck it is. They really, honestly, what's the point of making that? It's not gonna sell like hotcakes. Um, because then how long does it take for Denon or Marantz or something to make an AVR? But they just keep putting the price up ridiculously stupid because they think every one of you out there think that this Atmos thing is a luxury. It isn't, because if it were a luxury, where the bloody hell's the below surround? Huh? It's not a luxury. Seriously, honestly. Storm Audio are gonna bring out something in, the next month or 2, um, till that actually appears and I can see what it looks like, so everyone can see what it looks like, and also they're gonna or I don't know how they're gonna do it. So you're gonna go from 33 channel decoding up to 35 channel, 4, 5, 32, 34, 35, 2 extra channel. I have no idea what that's gonna bring to the table. Is it gonna have a center middle surround, or do I have to use, a matrix decoder to make that happen in the room, which is easy, easy peasy. Just put a matrix decoder between the stereo back surrounds, and you got a center middle, so sound just pans and pans and goes, easy peasy. But are they gonna do one where that it'll actually native with the apples? Uh 'Cause they said many years ago they were gonna add an extension on the surround, an extra, make them active for that. Taking a while, isn't it? And it's like, yeah, why can't they there's so much wrong with these processors. There is so much wrong with them. You got all this bullshit marketing where they use a sphere and it's a bubble of sound. That's bullshit. Horse shit. And then they do another art a graphic illustration. It's a hemisphere. Well, that's bullshit again. Since when does it create like a hemisphere like you see in the graphics? Horseshit. I'm gonna design their room so it looks like an Omnimax. So it's got a dome-shaped screen, and then you just curve this, and then you just because it's curved, you put the speakers to that curve angle. You got to make sure everything else is going to. It's a little bit more than it's a load of horse shit. Just trying to look for graphic illustrations. It's like the graphic illustration they have the sensor out. It's like, oh wait, look at that. But show the visual of it the way round. Yeah, and a little bit more. What's going on above the ceiling? You know, 'cause those sound waves are going up through that ceiling and they're going up a little bit. Yeah, what's it doing? What's it all doing? You know, apart from rattling the plaster and your teeth out your bloody head. Um, mm, but it is still fascinating. And like I say, with sound waves, how they work and such. Um, if you were to put um, like a large, I don't know where you get one of these large things here because it'll have to be the biggest condom that's ever made for an elephant, maybe a Tyrannosaurus Rex. So they're pretty large and they've got big dicks. You know, you need a I mean, what I'm trying to say is maybe you could do it with clean film. It's possible. Though clean film has got a different type of property. Uh, maybe a weather balloon? Not sure. There's so many different types of weather balloon, but it'd have to be a material, which of course I think, yeah. Anyway, if it has to be an elastic kind of springy, and if you were to put that in front of a door, so you open the door and then you have this thing literally attached. So it's going right down to the floor. So it's like a diaphragm. Now, what would happen? What would happen? I don't know. I'm kind of interested. It's kind of making me. If you play sine wave tone, would it start resonating, moving? Hmm, might be something there. Oh, it might be something there, actually. Yeah, yeah, yeah. There might be. Never know until you try it. I'll let someone else do that because I can't be asked. Might make Trinnov base wave forming completely obsolete. And all you need is one of these. It's far cheaper and it's got great effect. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking a little bit more going the other way around now with this. Hmm, maybe something else. Hmm. So, oh, look at this graphic. Sidewall surface, sidewall, it's got a kind of something like that, but it's also going to partly pass through it. Hmm. Yes, that too. Yeah, it also partly pass through it. Hmm. There might be something there. Might be something there that's totally eluding. Hmm. Hmm. take that off there now. Um, use. Yeah, that one. Beep. Otherwise, yeah, that sense around thing will hypnotise you. you'll get sensor syndrome. Sensor syndrome. Mm, um, beep, 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 beep. Ah, bloody hell. Meow. How many hours have I been doing this now? Oh my goodness gracious! Almost eight. It's I'm going. I'm going for another record again. 8 hours. You see. See. This is all not. See, I'm dedicated. Though I don't really give much fuck hoot hoot about it much anymore. That's why I'm in here. I'm not in the room. Um, because it's people like all these YouTuber shills that are completely, utterly depressing me, and they're just turning me off on all this shit because the moment they open their mouth and start talking about luxury, that's a turn off, and they know it's bullshit, and they're just because they're just greedy and totally, utterly deluded. Shit, it's pity on them, but they won't change because they're like a leopard. It doesn't change its spots. But they do. People like that really do put me off. That's what ruins this. It's what ruins this rich manufacturers and all this bullshit because they think it's a luxury sort of thing. Really, honestly, most people or engineers or something can say, "Oh, crikey, if this has got this noise floor or this signal right noise ratio, bloody well, there's some ways round it to make modifications and then improve it." And you think, why the manufacturer in the first place even let this go out of the bloody out of the bloody factory like this? But sometimes those things are really cheap. You know, you're gonna notice it. You're gonna notice all this noise and this. I mean, I don't notice hiss on my system as it is, set as it is, because any system's gonna hiss. Don't matter how bloody great, you crank it up, you you up, turn it up, 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 up. Eventually, you're gonna hear some hiss again. I hear noise in my ears. That's tinnitus. I hear so that's signal to noise as it is, or how I um, perceive it at present. It sounds like it's maybe about that sort of level. Other days, it sounds like it's at that level. And it's very hard to say what dB because there's no way you can get a, because the mind is receiving the signal that's coming from, that's like the ear, the cochlea, and you got the little bones, you got the ear, boom, 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 you know, and it's occurring within there somewhere. It's occurring. It's got probably something to do with the fluid and how that got misbalanced or its level threshold with fucking sense around. Fuck's sakes. Battle fucking Star fuck off Galactica. Fuck off, vipers. Fucking that shit gave me tinnitus. I only saw that fucking lousy cat movie once, based on a fucking TV show, and then they put it in fucking cinemas with fucking censor around to fucking rattle your fucking insides. Oh, I saw Earthquake 5 fucking times. Never had a hearing issue, not until 1979. Fuck's Otherwise, when I used to go to these nightclubs and shit, I never liked the fucking loudest or I cover my ears, fingers in the ear or fucking in some way, fucking hell, but, uh, it's, because of the top end, all the top end on the fucking things. But if you get a threshold level that's or a level that's very high on the low end, you know, it's probably like how cinema is. You sit in the wrong position because you don't know what the frequency response is throughout that whole auditorium is like. You have to sit in the wrong seat and where the SPL gets reaches a little bit higher than some of the other seats, and it's just bad luck, basically. Some days my tinnitus is I can't even notice it. It's like idle, it's in neutral mode, and that could be, like, several days, and then suddenly, bam, wake up, I can hear it, you know? Um, it doesn't get me it does get me down. Enough sometimes where I've heard it for fucking days, literally, and it hasn't settled. The only time it settles is when you go to sleep and you get some sleep. It's not as if they say it's not as if I should say, "Get some sleep." No, the reason you get sleep is because you go into a sleep mode pattern, and then you're completely oblivious to it. I've had so many blackouts due to my, blood pressure or my heart fibrillation or such. I've had so many blackouts, I've lost count. When you have a blackout, you I mean, you have a blackout. Well, you can still see some light coming from the screen there, mind you. But I mean, a blackout's like literally, and I mean, you can't hear anything or see anything. You're lucky to come around, and then you think, "How the fuck you ended up on the floor?" That's a blackout. That's scary shit. Um, where I one blackout, I'm in the seat, and then suddenly I just go completely out. I'm somewhere still partially, but it's, like, very low, I would imagine. I noticed the hissing sound that I noticed in my ears suddenly goes from that completely off. Mm, yeah. I may not make it to my 60th birthday. I'll probably die before then. Um, that's very negative, but, um, I feel like Jesus being nailed, crucified to the cross over and over and over again. I don't know why I should think that. I mean, I'm atheist and I'm a bit skeptic, but I should have died at least many years ago. I just think heart fibrillation, it sucks. Oh, 'cause one moment I think I can do something that, oh, and then I realise once I get a little bit into it, suddenly I notice that I've got to listen to my body, and I realise, do it. I haven't got the correct dynamics to do something that I once took for granted. Mm, majorly pisses me off because I'm sick and fucking tired of being indoors. I can't risk. If I do, I end up in the meat wagon down at the hospital again, and I have lost count how many times I was in the hospital last year. I lost count. Never in my entire fucking life have I been in the hospital so many fucking times in a single year. Ridiculous. And it's all because of my blood pressure and blood circulation. And most people have that issue. They probably have the same sort of thing, and they probably pissed off with it. But you just gotta relax, that's it. Just gotta relax. I feel easy, yeah, but when I start standing up and moving around at times, I just notice it. And I notice that the feel of it, the sensation, seems more up here. Seems more up here because I can notice the circulation flow. I used to get this issue both sides of my legs up in this part here, and that's because the muscles, they require a certain blood circulation. Otherwise, I found walking extreme fatigue, and strenuous, muscular sort of effect. It's because I didn't have sufficient blood circulation going to my upper part of my legs. Um, it's the first time I noticed when I first had my mini heart attack. Though I didn't get this aching effect in the upper part of the legs, I just noticed that mobility had gone from something like that to something like this. Bloody hell. And that occurred sort of like last year again with like the heart fibrillation. My walking motion had slowed down. It just took a few weeks. And so I just don't know. I don't know sometimes if doctors are telling patients everything, you know. Um, they only give you information based on CAT scan, ultra scan, blood laboratory tests, blood pressure tests. Um, I think that's the only sort of available data they can give a patient, and then prescribe the correct medication to give to stabilize it and just make a patient just get through it. Um, but not in the same way as they used to. Yeah, but the thing that I cannot oh my goodness. I got hours of video with my ECG many years ago that showed this occasionally irregular heartbeat It looked like an irregular heartbeat, but it was something that suddenly I felt in my tummy. It started down here, moved its way upward, and it just completely knackered me. Oh, mate, I couldn't stand up or even walk around. I'd be crawling along the floor. Um, that sort of thing had been ongoing for many years. It just got the duration time just got longer and longer and longer. Um, what I can't understand is, though someone I bumbled into a nurse and she told me it was called oh, what do you call not heart hernia. It's something that's occurs in the tummy, hernia or something. What I can't understand is the last time I had that issue and the last time I did a long video with it on YouTube was 2020, 20, 21, 22? No, um, I think very early of the, very early 23 or the late of 22. Have to look at the videos to give me a clearer picture, because that's the last time that one of those occurred, and 'cause now I've been on the different medication, that was, prescribed, and, um, yeah, I've had a few little problems with that. Got messed up fucking last year. Fucking, I got all my medication completely messed up because it was not prescribed in detail to a it should have been put in what they call a tray. So you got morning, afternoon, evening, and so on through the week. It makes it a little bit clearer then to go because I got all this freaking medication in the go, and I thought, "What the fuck should I be on?" And I got so fucked up, confused with it, and it made me last year because I got fucking hours of videos showing me sick as a parrot. Fucking worst fucking summertime I had because I got all the medications skewed up, and it was also making me yeah, one medication particularly that I'm not even taking that shit anymore. That was seriously giving me some bad side effects where it kind of close to inducing vomiting, which, the only bit of vomit I brought up was just a little lick, but, fucking hell. I didn't get a fucking decent sleep fucking last year, and plus the heat wave, that didn't help because, I had to get an air conditioner put in the bloody bedroom just to get the temperature down. I think I might tolerate a little bit better this year because, my medication's a little bit more in order, and I've not had any of those fucking side because one, I tell you, it really did that other type of medication completely make me felt so damn fatigued and exhausted. I could feel it all over my body. And I was thinking, "Fucking hell, I wanna get out of the fucking bed, do something in the room or what? I can't even do that shit." You know, what that fucking medication was fucking hell. Ugh. Yeah, yeah, pharmaceutical. Yeah, try taking a few of those and see how you feel within a couple of days. Bloody hell, that was terrible. And of course, there's other medications I'm on. Don't know why I'm talking about medication when it's about decoders, but I go random. I've got enough fucking hours, so you can anyway, you can have a think what I'm thinking or maybe try it out yourself. Ain't gonna hurt, it's completely free. Um, you yeah. I just don't I don't think I'm gonna have the energy to go on the bike. I wanna get my cat out. He's he's sick as a parrot. He wants to go out. It's still only what? Gotta wait at least, I mean, temperatures are starting to gradually go up a little bit now during the day. Evening time, it's still a little bit low, so it's at least, till May, at least, until the evening temperatures are a little bit higher, and then obviously, if it goes too hot during the day, there's no way I'm gonna risk going out in temperatures that are higher than 20. Because every time I went out last year and the temperatures were above that range, I just ended up and down I ended up in a meat wagon down at the fucking hospital because my body just dynamics and the medication that was all I got fucked up. Anyway, hopefully, this year it won't be that repeat. Last thing I want is a fucking another case of fucking deja vu. Oh, for crying out loud. My cat has just taken a shit in the kitchen sink. I've got to go and clean it. See, my cat, he's got a little senile. Clean it, fucking sterilise it. Fuck's sake. I haven't got that fucking video for an intermission to play. Anyway, it's a fucking lie. Ugh. Why isn't he using the cat litter? Oh, for crying out loud. There, can you stop crapping in the sink? There. Wait, wait, get the fuck out. At least you're not doing it on the kitchen counter. Fucking joke. You're a fucking weird cat, you are. Fucking disgusting. That is disgusting. Got a senile cat. Without being a servant. I don't like people out there, but really, seriously, mate. Seriously. disgusting habit, Mr. Bear. Yes, you do. You've got a disgusting habit. You're not a normal cat. You're not normal. You really are. You look normal. You're not. Oh, give me a meow. You just have your biscuit feeder. Oh, yeah, there he is. A disgusting cat. He really is disgusting. Oh, really? Aren't you? Aren't you? Yeah, you give me that. Yeah, you got a bit of first stuff to be fair. I'm going to pull that out. I think I'll put that on eBay. Bidding can start at 100 million. 100 million. I mean, that's authentic bear fur. 100 million. Bidding starts. Any bidders? Any bidders? Any bidders? Look at that. You can clone another cat from that. Look at that. Look at that. So somehow the bloody invasion of the body snatchers. You're a cat, but you're not a cat. You're not normal, are you? You're not normal, are you? Yeah. Like a lion there, aren't you? Meow, 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 meow. Aren't you? Aren't you, mate? Yeah, meow, meow. All right, I'll leave you be. Servant. That's all you are, as a servant to a cat. Oh, maybe that's why I'm not so relaxed. Because he's not like next to me, or or laying on your cat. See, helps to relax. After all the service I'm giving him, I'm not getting anything in return there. Lower my blood pressure a little bit. Fuck's sakes. Need another kitten. Need a kitten to. Um, yeah, I'll probably come across one soon. And then his character will change. He'll probably stop sitting in the kitchen on the counter. He'll come and lie on the bed. I mean, he hasn't laid on the bed next to me now, seriously, since Magic passed away last year. 7 months. And he's not the same cat. 7 months, or is it 6 months? It's just not the same. Never seen that emotion in a cat. Hmm. Um, what could I do? Stimulate to get him coming. I could even lure him in here with some food. He ain't fooling for it. It was a bit last year. And I got mentioned. If I would have anything like some yogurt or ice cream, bring it in here. They come running in and they want it. They want a piece. Oh, yeah. He won't even do that now. Yeah, yeah. Maybe I don't know if he's gonna like going out. If I feel like I could possibly go out, I don't know how he's gonna react. He might struggle. He might struggle a lot. Whereas before he'd fidget a little, but then he settles. And when going out long duration for a go around, and then when heading back home, he tends to get out of the or step up a little bit inside the basket. He's stepping up a little bit, leaning out a little bit, as if he can sense the going home, as if he's got some magnetic navigation, like how birds navigate or such. He's got some sort of sensory, because most of the time when heading out, he's mostly inside the carrier, so he's not really taking much information, looking around at, things where you get a reference point. Like, you visually see something and you know, "Oh, right, you're getting nearer to wherever it's going, wherever it where you're heading to." You see a reference. Ah, it's interesting. It's interesting. Of course, he's very anxious then, of course, to get out of the and get off the harness and, um, yeah. I just don't know how he's gonna react if it's possible this time, which I'm not very optimistic about. Is if I go down the road a little bit and then suddenly feel I gotta turn round, come back, that's it. I know I can't do it the next time because it's just gonna be the same, and I'd only risk putting myself in hospital, and they'll just say, "Oh, well, it's okay. You got this issue again." You and oh dear, the time that they wanna keep you in and monitor you. Um, you think about outer space. They all gotta be medically trained. It's a big deal, a big deal. Hmm. Just 'cause drinking orange juice doesn't necessarily mean it's okay. Have a little bit of water and orange juice. Maybe I'll mix the water with the orange juice. Then you get more orange juice. You just water the flavour down. Exactly like what they do with those blue 4K discs. They water the dynamics down and they make it a loudness war. Oh, no. Oh, it sounds impressive when you compare it to the other one. It's like, yeah, it's a loudness war effect. It's a scam. How? Why that ever came about? I mean, really, I mean, the signal noise ratio on CD is very low. Why they need to raise the, suddenly they increase it? I don't understand that. Specifications are okay. Suddenly they just need to, you know, because do people turn it down just because they made an increase? It's like the thing with cinema, the mix levels and such. If they're done correctly and done to a standard that follows that standard, the fader level should not really need to be turned down. It seems like they overstep their boundaries a little bit, and then they're nudging it up a little, making things absolutely ridiculous, making softer dynamic sounds too soft, certain frequencies too soft. And it's like, I might as well get the real thing and put it in front of me and, "Oh, yeah, I can hear that," and then it's like, that I don't know what what they're trying to do compared to something that was something similar in the mix style that was done at maybe 10 or 20 years earlier, and it was a lot clearer sound, or they make it sort of hyper dynamic, but not ear deafening when louder dynamics play, or fake dynamics rather, and then you gotta put your fingers in your ear for crying out loud. I mean, when we hear this nonsense in movies, is it anything like what you actually hear in reality? And is it that loudness? Hmm. I think those Star that movie, Star Trek and Star Trek Into Darkness or Into Deafness. My goodness, that movie was louder than the fucking last one. That's why it was called Star Trek Into Deafness. Fucking hell, that thing was ridiculously and it's a stupid movie. Um, I think that movie should have a low IMDb rating along with Snow White. Fucking preposterous movie. And then Star Trek Beyond, a little bit less than the loudness and deafness, but still a load of rubbish. Now they wanna make another one. Oh, good gosh. They can keep it. I'm not interested. Uh, Not interested in the least. But there is a way round it when you use your dynamic audio range compressor on the AV system. You just turn it on. You see, make the deafness, go from that stupid absurd SPL level, and it's down at a more comfortable level, and it also increases the softer sounds by raising it up slightly. So when you got I think it's in the first one, first Star Trek, where you got some subtle sound of this nuancing. nuances. Yeah, you got that Chris Pine thing with the gigantic eyebrows of Captain Kirk. I mean, it's like he's taken the toupee and stuck it, hot glued it on his bloody eyebrows. I mean, seriously, I can't stand that flipping movie. But anyway, there's a scene where he's in a bar and he has a fight, and later on, you had this Pike, fish captain, fish Pike comes in, blah, 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 and he has a conversation with him, tells him he should join the Starfleet. And then he's thinking about it, and then he's looking at this, what do you call it? Like a little spaceship that's like salt and pepper or something. It's got salt in it. It's like a spaceship, and he turns it upside down. You hear these little tiny sprinkly sounds of like the not as if it was well, partly maybe it coming through the little, the holes in the faucet, and then the rest of the sound would be landing on a table or a surface. But the sounds on that are so bloody faint, it's ridiculous. It's like, I know there's something there, but it's in the higher frequency range, because that's the range it would probably normally be. But if I were to get something like, um, I don't have salt and pepper pots, but if I were to get one and put salt in it, because pepper's a little different grind, powdery sort of thing. Um, and it also depends on how you move the item with the amount of, if you do it in such a way where it becomes or very the fuck, that is dynamics or so, or it's fake dynamics, but it's like testing. What the fuck's the fucking movie trying to do? Is it like trying to test the audience's hearing? And then you just get these other loud things where they could have reduced it a little bit in the music mix, in the frequency range, and brought it down a little bit, because really, seriously, like I say, just use the dynamic audio range compressor, and your problem is solved. At least part of it. If it sounds still like it's a little, harsh in such way, you can use a audio limiter, um, to control the level on the HF form, so it won't allow it to go any higher. Keep it down at a certain level, and it gives an illusion of increasing the bass. Um, so he is carefully monitoring the levels and the frequency and what's going on, and then making note of the crappy films and what you got to what measures that you have to take to keeping it a little bit controlled. Otherwise, if you just simply turn the fader volume down, it will make any of those soft little sounds all like, completely unheard. You just wouldn't notice it. End of story. Um, but do those phasers and all that shit? Do they go? What the fuck? Do they really make that shit noise? Honestly, interesting, but it's like every time they're firing an energy of whatever it is, they're discharging and they're making that sound. Mm, yeah. Mm. And another thing is, like, because I saw that, what do you call it? I saw both of those Star Treks at the Empire. Um, first, seated in the front row, front and center, and then second show in the middle circle. That's typically where they usually reference the sound. Um, um, yeah, so like when you got there's a scene in the movie, and I just kept it memorized because I thought, well, that was an interesting sound effect, a scene, and this is near the end of the movie almost, where the Captain Kirk is having a fight with Romulan. That was a Romulan. Anyway, there's a close-up scene where the foot or the Foley, it goes, you got Captain Kirk, like, I think he's like, hanging on to something because he's hanging over an edge and he's hanging on. It's like a cliffhanger. And then you got this foot suddenly coming down. Boom! And the way I could feel it, boof, I can feel it. I just wait for that to, when the disc gets the disc gets released, and play it back in the home, and oh yeah, I get the same effect. A little bit diminished, I think it was first on the other JBL system because they were different bass cabs, different cabinet size. The JBL Control 12 SRs that I made a modification to. Um, but when I play that again today on the other JBL, oh, oof, yeah, feel that foot coming down, like, as I think a little bit of it is slightly mixed into, or the onto the LFE signal, um, so to give it a little bit more weight. I can't remember really, to be frank, but it almost gives me a sort of similar. Mm, try doing that on a typical home theater system that's got a little center channel. No way. A little speaker just wouldn't be able, you'd hear it, you wouldn't feel it. Not that you should really feel it, but that's how it was presented. That's how it was played back in cinema. That's how it was. Mm, mm. And of course, you got all that, what do you call it? Warp factor. He's gone to warp speed. Go after him. Flipping heck. That had I don't know. I don't know whether I took crack up. It just sounded, I don't know. It was interesting, but it was just like, yeah, everyone's played that. Everyone knows it. Yeah, it's got certain sound elements mixed with it, certain layers of sound. And it's like it's trying to create a sonic boom in a vacuum. Uh, that sort of thing. Oh my goodness me. Oh, oh dear. How low does that go down? 20 hertz? or just a little bit below 20, I think. And you think, what the highest peak ranges are when you look at it on the Spectrum Lab or the RTA, don't know which, and you can see where, oh yeah, the 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 energy is at, and, you think, "Crikey." It makes me cringe every time. 'Cause I think I wanna look at the amplifier levels to see that they're not gonna clip. Oh, dear. And if you got something that sometimes you think that, "Mm, I I I I don't wanna wreck my speakers just for the sake of this bloody movie, for crying out loud," you know? Because when we play sine wave tones or do a frequency sweep, they're done at realistic levels, but when you got that's the thing, um, if you I did one time, if you match the pink noise, you get the pink noise at a certain correct level, yeah. Um, think, so it goes up to a certain level. You got the fader set at number 7 or 0. 0 is 7. 7's here, and 0 is, I don't know, the scale reading, Anyway, it's number 7. Most, I think, Storm Audio only goes up to 0, but if I wanted to dial an extra 10 dB, I'd have to put the fader level at -10, which would indicate to which would then translate to number 7, because I've dialed a because you got the fader at 7 on a cinema processor, you can turn it up another 10 dB up to 10, and that goes up another 10 dB to 10, and no, it does not fucking go number 11, that's just a stupid movie. Um, so I'd have to, I don't know about the trim of, whether its dial level goes up to +1, +2, and so on, and +18, there are, oh, yeah, you could say, the Onkyo, well, not in my cupboard, I've got a few Onkyos, they go to +18, so that's a little bit more than 11, theoretically. Yeah, yeah, fuck you, Spinal Tap. They go to, 18. No, really, you shouldn't play a dynamic range mix, film mix, or any music that's got very high levels, because you knacker you put you put the Onkyo definitely into clipping mode, and it will just shut off because it's gone into clip, and it will automatically turn off. Um, so it protects the speakers because it's got a shut off and auto safe, fail safe on it. Um, Kinda like an audio limiter, I would think. Um, it always used to shut off that Onkyo. It was one of the top of the range models. I got it very cheap. Um, and any time it played a scene from Mission Impossible with I can't remember what movie it was, which bloody one of those rubbish ones it was now. It's where he has to dive off or into a pool of water, and he's got to get a memory card circuit thing from under the water or something. Um, but every time it showed the shot with looking down onto this gigantic water thing, suddenly the AVR just turned off. Boom. Because the levels on that mix are so ridiculous. It's in the low end, it just triggered and turned off the amplifier. If I turn the volume down a little bit, not a problem, but that was not really the problem because I was using that AVR only as a processor. It wasn't actually using the amplifiers, but because like some AVRs now that I think they manufacture, they have option to either if you've got it connected to speakers, then you have the amplifiers turned on. If it's using the pre-outputs, can go into other amplifiers, then you turn off the internal amplifiers. Thus, the AVR won't shut down. You can turn it up, and up, and it won't shut down until, of course, you reach until of course the other amplifiers that you're externally powering reach clipping, and then yeah, okay, you've got a problem there because some may just automatically shut down, or some might not shut down, and you're going to knacker the amplifier pretty soon, and then you've got to buy yourself a new amplifier. Um, yeah, um, if I were to play that Mission Impossible thing now, not that I'm probably into it. I think it was also Atmos encoded or mixed. And it's okay. It's not one of those pretty crappy gimmicky ones, but because it was a new movie. Crap. Be interesting to see what the VU level meters look like on the processor. Because they were, you know, pretty high, I would say. I think I also had it also monitoring going through the Sony. That's it, yeah. 'Cause it was also going from the Onkyo, and it was also going through to the Sony, so I could see the level meters, which were relatively pretty high. Um, and it's like, you look at other movies from many years back, going many, many years, and you look at how the levels were a little bit different. You can still get a good sound, but the levels were just mixed differently to what they are now. They're just doing it so absurd. I don't know, some sort of ego sort of thing, I think. The levels need to be fucking bang up here, really. Is that how we monitor a daily day sound of SPL level and frequency? If we go monitoring and then compare it to all these, to see what is going on. We know what's going on. Projectionists, some though, probably very rare. Not that I give a fuck about that shit anymore because I'm retired. Normally would turn the fader level down. Thus, the mixers and the director or the producer do not win. And the fader goes from 7 and gets turned down. But it depends on what's going on in that mix and, whether you can, but measures could be taken, like say, easily just by using audio limiters. Because the audience's first reaction or projection's first reaction is gonna think it sounds too fucking loud, and it's only the HF horns. If you subtract the bass drivers from the mix, turn them off, and listen just to the HF horns on their own, see how you react to the sound. and observing the SPL meter and an RTA if you've got all that gear set up. And then you might notice like, oh yeah, something's going a little bit above the 85 dB level. Um, and you hear all the other softer sounds playing in it, and they're not anywhere near 85. You think, okay, yeah, just put an audio limiter on it. One, it also protects the investment because sooner or one day the levels are going to reach a level where, or in a frequency range where it will knacker the diaphragm, and then you've got to replace the diaphragm, which is a real pig's. It can be a real pig's ear to because it's not just putting a new diaphragm on a compression driver horn. You got to do all the tests to make sure it's correctly aligned. So it's like having a finder on a telescope, the finder where you look through one one eye and the other, and then you get the two objects to come together, and then you can look through the telescope, and there is your star right in the middle. Bam, spot on, aligned. You got to make sure that diaphragm doesn't make any buzzing noises or resonant noises, buzzing resonance. That you got to have it correctly centered, so to speak. And then the screws have got to be tightened down in a specific order. It's not just put the screws in, tighten it up, you put some sound. Oh yeah, I can hear sound. A little bit more than that. They're very complicated things to get set up correctly. Takes hours and a bit of experience, which I've got because I had to learn that myself. I couldn't think, how the bloody hell do you align these things? Because I was noticing it and thought, fucking hell, I'm fiddling around with it. I want to get on with listening to something, but you got to get it aligned. Otherwise, you're going to be thinking, fucking hell, it's making a weird sound, So you got to spend a few hours and you got to take the whole fucking lot down, put it on a bench and go through it because you've got to get everything to be more or less identical, the same with the pink noise, though it's never going to be spot on. Even when you do a frequency sweep, it's going to be plus and minus, but that's okay. Tiny little plus and minus. You got to make sure you get everything spot, and then you can put it all back up in place. Pain in the ass. It's a lot easier to with a bass driver. A lot easier. It's still got to be centralized. Then once it's all done, and you recone it. You know, it's all centralized, and you put a sine wave tone in low frequency at 20 hertz or something, just so you can listen to see if it's making any rubbing noises with the voice coil there, the magnet here. If it's too near, it's going to rub against the voice coil. It's got to be, free and move up and down without any noise other than hearing a fundamental frequency. Uh, yeah, you don't have to take all the bloody drivers down, but with HF horns, it's a little bit more, it's a little bit more tricky. Unless I think I can find a way around it to make it less, so I know everything else is a-okay. And they're all spot on, but there is, you still need to take something down to so you can compare with reference. Because the HFs give directionality, transparency, sparkle, localization, and though bass drivers also give localization depending on the frequency. Um, yeah, pain in the arse. Tweeters are easy. So, you still got to do, the check, because you're putting a new diaphragm on a tweeter and then you gotta glue it down and, because they're usually no screw. You gotta glue it down, do the soldering on the fine wires, and then test it with, pink noise and then a sine wave sweep. Um, Test it with a few, um, yeah, sine wave tones and such. Make sure it's not making any resonant noises or such and anything, because you might have got it maybe misaligned slightly. Hey, that could be a pretty messy situation because it's glued. And unlike the diaphragm that's only screwed down, I think there's a little bit more to it. I think there's a little bit more to a diaphragm being just fitted onto, and making some minor subtle improvements, because I could see how where the diaphragm is fitted and it's plastic mostly, and you got the diaphragm and then the voice coil and so forth, right? When that's connected down onto the magnet, I'm thinking of putting like a silicon around the outside, so where the two pieces come together, there might be a little slip of gap where air pressures or such can slip through, if you know what I mean. Yeah, I was just suddenly thinking, why not just put a bit of tiny little bead of silicon around it, and it'll make a seal. And, silicon, next time if you have a blown diaphragm or something, you take the silicon off and you throw it away, and when it's all put together, I'm just wondering if it would give a slight difference in the variance in the sound pressure level or frequency by tiny fraction margin or whatever. Be interesting if I were to do that sort of, to see if I could, see that sort of thing. Mm. And of course, when the metal plate is put onto the back, because then you've got the diaphragm in the magnet, and then you put a metal plate over the back, and though you can still hear sound on the opposite side, you hear it on the front of the horn, and if you turn it around, you put your ear to it. Hmm. So most of that sound is trying to push forward through the horn. Um, just wondering if there's, yeah, something a little bit more there that can keep it a little bit more extra, so it's going a bit more forward, so you get a little bit more. And then you can maybe readjust the levels and such. So, you know, I don't know. Suppose it's housing uh, the CD, the compression driver in mm, something like an extra housing. Hmm, hmm. Get more out of it. You don't really need a lot of power wattage just to drive those things because they got high sensitivities and, but as sound travels across the room at a certain frequency, it dissipates. Um, you may need less or put a filter, high pass filter, a low pass filter, a low pass filter in there to sort of bring it down a little bit, but it's gonna do that. You want a curve on it, you wanna have a curve. So, usually some typical high frequencies have this roll off. You want those elevated up, you know, and then you can hear the rest of how it sounds, and you just want it so it's got this slight elevation going up. So the higher high frequencies, though they get very tiny and very faint on our ears when we listen to them, you just want a little bit because it's not gonna hurt your ears unless you're s sweet 16. You might think, "Oh, ouch," you know, 'cause our hearing range is rolling off. To a microphone, it might be going, "Fucking hell. Oh, you're hurting me." 'Cause that microphone's gonna pick it up quite easily, and that SPL meter is gonna be like, "Whoa." You think, "It's over the 85, but it might only be what frequency is it over?" You know? It's depending on what frequency or frequencies that it gets up to that, level where it's like, "Fucking hell, it's in my ears." I've got to put the fingers in because you gotta fear it. You play it too loud, too long, such as you get high frequency hearing loss, where it damages the little hairs in your ear. You end up losing your high frequency. It's a dangerous sort of thing, this hobby. Mm, um, mm. I'm coming up to almost 9 freaking hours. My goodness. And I'm so relaxed, almost relaxed. And I've just got sound on the mind. I don't know why it is today. It must be something to do with the climate. It's got to be something to do with, maybe it's my nose. I'll blow it. Because I've got so much dry mucus up my nose. You don't want to see this. So, look at maybe that for a moment. So I could still have the camera looking at me, but you can't because I've got the camera off. Anyway, you can look at that and think about how that would sound if it were in your living room. Um, yeah. Oh my goodness. There's no way I'll blow that out. Crikey. Oh my good. Well, what the fuck? Get off me. Get off me. Bloody hell. Look at the size of that. It's like something out of the bloody movie, The Thing. My goodness. Look at the size of that. You gotta be kidding me. It's bigger than the bloody creature that crawled in their ears in Star Trek. Fucking hell, look at the size of that. Oh, oh, this is like trying to. Oh, let's sit there. I got that one out all in one whole piece. My goodness. The other one's awkward. Ah, it just restricts your airflow going through your nose. You find that you're going to be breathing in and out through your mouth too much, and when you do that, you dehydrate. Oh, bloody hell. Go it out now. Oh, 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 fucking hell, you gotta be kidding me. Every blood day. Yeah, yeah. 4 hours, 8 hours. Um, what was it? 8 hours. Oh, 16 hours. Oh, gotta be kidding me. Every day. Oh, got it. Oh, look at that. It's not very big. It's pretty small, but oh my goodness. Ah, like a fly trap. Oh, ugh, bloody hell. Oh, oh dear, that is not normal. Look at the size of that. Bloody hell. My goodness. Crikey, that's bigger than a bloody garden pea. It's like that bloody thing out of Total Recall. The bug's in your skull. Yeah, just blow your nose and get it fall out. Yeah, right, sure it will. Wrap a towel around your head. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, oh, God, every 4 hours I've got to do this. Every 4 hours. Oh, that's like 8, 10, 11, 12, 16. What was it? 8, 4, 8, 12, 16. So at the most, I've got to do this 4 fucking times every day. Fucking hell. Oh. Get a break. Unbelievable. Oh. Oh dear. It's like they make cleaning tools for your ears. So if you get wax, and but it's very tricky cleaning your ears. If you got something intruding in your ear canal, you just go to the doctors. They can do it easily. They use the same similar procedure that you could use and do in the home, but you got to be extremely careful because someone came in suddenly, bam, and all that, and you're doing that, you could damage your ear, damage your hearing. So I use this little tool. Yeah, seems to work. Maybe I'll patent it for those that have this sort of issue, because I'm not the only one. Many people have this issue with where the mucus, it builds up in the nose area, because our nose might be wide on the outside, but as it goes up, it narrows, and you can't stick your finger up there. You can feel it. You want to clear it out of the way, because you try blowing, you think, oh God, I don't want to try it too hard because you could rupture your ears if you blow excessive. Oh, you could, so we use this. This goes on the pen. And what I do is I bend the end here a little bit, and so when it goes up, I can feel where the mucus has dried, and I can latch onto it, and then sometimes I pull it out whole, like the last piece I pulled out was almost bigger than my fingernail there. I mean, it was flipping gigantic, and that was just causing. Now I put my finger on there, I can feel the airflow coming out, and I can feel the airflow. Still got a little bit on this side. Anyway, I've got to do that shit every fucking 4 hours. If I'm awake, I've got to do that fucking at least 4 times, maybe sometimes 5 times. Depends on how long on the day I'm up for sometimes. But when you're asleep, you don't notice until you wake up and you think, oh, crikey, I can't breathe from the nose. Because you just dehydrate. You end up breathing through your mouth. You just rapidly, your mouth dries up. You've got to keep drinking and drinking and drinking and drinking. That's what they say. When you go, feel it in just a few seconds. Well, if I keep doing that too much rapidly, you're going to dehydrate yourself in less than a minute. Never do it if you're hot. Hot weather, outdoors, survival for outdoors during the summer. Water, And though, depending on whether you know how you are with salt and vinegar crisps, you just take a this isn't salt and vinegar. I mean, it's got a little bit of salt, I don't know. I think it's matured cheddar and chive. Anyway, you take a salt and vinegar crisp, just put it on your tongue or move it around a little bit, chew on it and gulp, and then next, crisp, and you will find that just a little crisp, because a little bit of salt and vinegar, hot weather, you'll find it like it gives a little it takes some of the edge off. And of course, naturally, you need your water for hydration. You find that a bag of crisp, and even if you're walking, you can, survive. That's what I've learned. Little something free tip there. Doesn't cost much. Bag of salt and vinegar crisp, and then down it goes. You don't have to munch on the bloody old fucking. I don't know. I try to discipline myself sometimes, but it's very difficult to discipline. And you know, a cat, a dog, down it goes. They don't even pause to like, "Mm, that's nice. Mm, I really like this now," and give you a kind of delightful look. I like that. And oh dear. Oh, that's easy now. I breathe through my nose. Mucus. If you look up your nose with an optical scope, you can see the kind of like a contraction. You see this guy kind of moving up and down, sort of thing, and it's all liquid. It's all liquid, moist. Most normal people, it'll probably be okay for a whole day without having to blow your nose fucking 4 or 5 times, unless, of course, you've got an issue. I've tried nasals and that, and they got no effect. They just don't seem to work. So I just got you know, pick it out once it dries up, and you forget about these things and it dries up and you just can't blow it out your nose. Well, not without you thinking, "Oh, I don't wanna damage my ears," just because of a bit of bloody mucus. Um, mm, mm, tastes like eating cheddar cheese. Yeah, it's like cheese. Mm, mm. I don't notice a chive. I can't hardly I notice a taste of cheddar, sort of cheddar cheese, but chive? Not really. Maybe they didn't put enough of the spice of the chive on it. Otherwise, it seriously. fucking disgusting. They taste like fucking stale fucking cheese that's gone fucking hard. That's what it tastes like, to be honest. But when it melts a little bit, no, it doesn't taste like fucking cheese. And some of the flavour's now wearing off because it's dissolving. Hmm. I think it's a lot easier to get a real bit of cheese. Hmm. How do they make these gimmicks? Seriously, it's a 25% recyclable plastic bag. Oh dear. Hmm. Hmm. Not sure if that's a pepper that is there pepper in this? Probably is. I don't believe a single word of this bullshit. Hand cooked. I don't believe a single word of that. Unless there's a video, otherwise it never happened. Otherwise, it's easy. Easy to make. Fine. And then just do that in the home. Probably changed a little bit from its original. What's it? It's not much difference. I mean, who invented the chip crisp? Oh, for crying out! You know what this looks like? I'll tell you what. I'll tell you, it's going to make you feel. It's going to make you feel sick. It's got the same texture look to what dry skin looks like when you got psoriasis. Kid you not. I see a similar sort of characteristic with it. It's like that fucking movie, Silent Green. Potato chips is psoriasis. What? No, no, it's not. It's not. If it were, we'd fucking be suing them. That's what it looks like. 'Cause I've fucking seen it so many times. Oh, especially this one here. Fucking hell, it looks like it's a gigantic piece of psoriasis. Fucking hell. I love it. I love it. Actually, certain vinegar ones I wouldn't be munching too much on because you end up then getting an ulcer. They're okay for a survival through hot weather. Just put, like I say, put one on each hand, just let it melt, dissolve. You find that you drink less water as well. It's hmm, it's very difficult in hot weathers. Very difficult. Our body only perform. Our body only performs in a narrow band of temperature range. Too cold, we slow down. Too hot, we slow down. Just like electronics. If it got too cold, freezing for the electronics, they probably have issues, moisture or any sort of condensation or something. And then too hot, components exceed their technical tolerance range because they're only designed to go up to a certain range on their components until you add on temperature and and then they just break down, especially indoors with a home theater. And then the range goes up a bit high. Ambient temperature in the room, you got to keep an eye on it. Keep it a 20 Celsius range. Although some processors with automatic sensory fans, temperature gauges and such, then still activating the fans, but it's not necessary because the ambient temperature in the room's gone adding on top of those electronics. Interesting to test the what are the tolerance ranges on a microwave oven? Hmm. Or an oven, you know, but, an oven that doesn't use electronics, so you got a typical gas one, versus one where it's got a fan on it and it's got some other electronics on it and such, so forth. Interesting to look at the tolerances, what they are designed to perform at. Particularly if the kitchen would get very warm and hot, and then so it's adding on extra temperature. Mm. Mm. So I like looking at the certain audio components that do not have a or require a fan to cool it down, and yet they seem to perform okay. Um, hmm. Gotta look at all these these tolerances, but it's best to keep your room maintained at a temperature. Also, it helps with the sound. Um, 'Cause if the temperature gets very hot, this has been tested, of course, gets very hot, along with ourselves, we get hot as well. Our hearing range for high frequency, it drops off a little bit more. Interesting. You can see it on test equipment on a RTA, pink noise, real time. So you got raise the temperature up, and up, and then you're playing. So you got a microphone near a speaker, looking at the frequency high range, and then it will gradually just start to shallow. So it's got to be kept within a certain range. Otherwise, you could overcook your high frequencies, and you wouldn't hear those nuances. Oh no! And of course, the colder and colder and colder it gets, I imagine, of course, it will slow down because the speed of the velocity of sound travels at a certain speed through a nice cool temperature range may explain something that sometimes why we start messing around with the system again because we notice something slightly different. The Behringer um, has a I'm not sure if that really works to be frank, or if it's a gimmick. It has a temperature range setting to set for the speed of sound. Goes down to a certain low level and then goes up to a certain max level, and that's it. It doesn't go too high, so it controls the velocity. I don't think the Storm Audio's got something built into it where you adjust for the temperature range and the speed of sound. I'm not even sure if a Strinov has, but I wouldn't be surprised if there is because I've looked through that manual so many times on that Trinov. There might be something there that's probably got something like a setting to set for temperature for speed of sound. Otherwise, you can add on something to a system or just simply maintain the room temperature to an even 20 Celsius. So, yeah, you got to have it a little bit, not that it's necessary or a necessity or it's paramount. It's only a woke movie you're going to be listening to, um, unless it's a really supreme. Mm, mm. SPL. Mm. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness me. God be kidding. Hmm. Bloody hell. Oh my goodness. Talk about the funky cow. I swear these. I swear, I absolutely swear, Edward Snowden is absolutely spot on. Where's that Bane cat? Oh, that Peanut in it. Was that Peanut the cat? So- That's so funny. Hmm. Uh, fill your tummy up, these things, unless you eat a whole bag, like gobble, gobble, gobble. Actually, I prefer dipping these into some coleslaw or something. Just a little bit of extra on it. That's it, last one on board with these. Oh. You buy these things and only get half a bag. For crying out loud. What a rip-off. They call it a big bag of crisps. God, Pete's sakes. You look very cool there, Dad. You're very cool there. Okay, relax. You relax. Relax. Yeah. You look very cool. Very cool there, Dad. No, you relax. You relax. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, don't get much. Taste the sweeties. Alright. Oh. Okay. I've got sound on the mind. Especially mind over sound. I no longer mind because it matters to me, really. But has it got more depth to the dimensionality? How far can it be taken? I mean, used in such way for, oh yeah, encoding frequencies into data that's used for um, oh gosh, I guess if I Google it, I guess it exists. Um, 'Cause there's so many things going on within think tanks. You know, you think about it. I've heard all these rumours about what they're doing with those bloody things that they were sticking in us a few years ago. Fuck's sakes, why did I even allow say yes to that? I should have just said plain no. Um, maybe that's, I don't know, partly causing my AF. Um, mm, should have said no, but they're getting everyone in there to sort of like all this BS, and we all know now it has been all. You know how I feel like I could put my foot up Bill Gates' ass, kick that fucking motherfucker off the planet. Uh, yeah, there's so many perverted uses of things going on. We think they're good. We think these are good things, and there's such twisted pervertedness going on of taking something that was used, good things, and then twisted. It really does honestly make me feel, why am I bothering with all this? Yeah, I've just been looking at stuff and, oh, yeah, I just can't believe, like, it doesn't matter what you do or what you say today, if you're connected with all this, it seriously is. It's still being monitored and all that, for crying out loud. Unbelievable. You look at food products or things that you do with takeaways and such, and then you find that suddenly you're seeing advertisements aimed specifically at you. You think, "What the fuck? What the fuck?" You know, I haven't ordered the takeaway or whatever this for fucking weeks. Why am I getting plastered with all this bullshit? They're trying to put the images in your mind because they want you to come back and buy a takeaway. Mm. Ugh, mother, 'cause believe me, you didn't get this shit decades ago. Just didn't exist. It just was not happening. Just not. Unless you get the daily newspaper and you fucking open a page and you think, what the fuck is this? Why is it like it's aiming some sort of advertisement aiming it at me? What the fuck? What's going on here? There's definitely Big Brother out there. He's fucking watching. He definitely wants to sell advertising or thing, sell, sell, sell. Fucking hell, unbelievable. It is truly unbelievable. Oh, but the manufacturer's also doing it to themselves. So, whatever a manufacturer or whatever, these big companies, whatever they're into, they're also getting plastered with the same bucket. So we're plastering ourselves with it. We're not aiming specific at people. We're aiming at ourselves. They make it and they get it aimed back at them for whatever else they want. I'm bloody hungry. What fucking upside down society am I living in today? Well, at least find a fucking cure for this tinnitus or heart fibrillation. Uh, um, of I want a kitten. Is that too much to ask for a kitten? Anyway, I'm almost getting near the freaking 10-hour mark. I'm 40 minutes or so away from freaking, I mean, really unbelievable. Ah, 37 minutes away. Unbelievable. What the blazes? What a rant. See, politicians, they couldn't rant like this. Not for not the hours I do on this. They couldn't do it. Always thinking of dimension. I've always got dimensionalities, and they are just seeing different because I want to try something with more bass, but waves bass of immersive. But what frequencies give you the feel, and what frequencies tend to be like, well, it just sounds loud on my ear. I'm not really feeling it that much because I can play the fundamental of that frequency. I'm not really feeling it that much. So I know it's up there. If I put my hand on the diaphragm, I feel it. If I had the bass shaker and that sound up there, mhm, and then you play it through a bass shaker, I feel it through the whole seat. I feel it in different areas of the seat depending on the frequency, how it resonates, that frequency wavelength travels through the seat. Yeah, you feel it. Yeah, feel it. You wanna feel it. So when your feet are on the floor, you're still feeling it. Because when you stand up away from the seat, which is giving that different uniformity of the frequency, and when you stand up on the floor, it's gonna be a little different, somewhat different. And you want its energy to be a little bit more. It takes quite a bit of patience to get the frequencies, textures to be felt. So it gives illusion to wherever you walk around the room, you can feel it still. Whereas typically sine wave that plays from generated from a speaker, specific speaker anywhere in the room. You walk around, that sine wave tone is going up and down, up and down, up and down, sideways, sideways, forward, backward. As that sort of we perceive it, we can map that sound and thinking, I'm kind of perceiving it like this. I move that up, kind of like there. It's got those random, which you can't really change too much because it's just the way, the room is with where the speaker is located. And of course, where you hear it in such a very strange way. If you had, it's very feasible, it's very easy, doable to have the speaker to move its position on a track so you can remotely move it. so to speak. And of course, it's going to change. It's like just moving it just a tiny little, and then it's what you notice. You can air it because if you keep yourself stationary as still as possible, and then you get it to you notice it. Oh, it's shifting. It's got a movement. Because when we move like that, it's got a movement because one side is picking it up at a different dimension, and the other ear is picking it up at a different dimension. So our two ears are hearing it in two or three, maybe a fourth dimension. Hmm. Oh, yeah. It's got that movement, and it's yeah. Well, you got sound mixes, and they're just randomly the amplitude's just going up, down, up, down, up, down, and fade out, or bring this track in, oscillate at these freaking oscillate, all this bullshit for crying out. Dancing from bouncing around on one speaker to the other, pan, pan, pan. Yeah, where's it going? Where's it going? Yeah, like I say, just move a little bit, just a tiny little bit. You really, like I say, you need speaker array overs, your overheads. They got to be an array so that you're not just noticing, oh, it's there, oh, it's over there, because it's just panning, or it's generating a pink noise, a sine wave tone, which is very difficult with a sine wave tone because of the way it kind of spreads around very strangely. And though it's in pink noise, I mean, if you had everything completely uniform, it would be a whole new overhead sound. Be like a hybrid. Wouldn't want to go back to that boring spec that Dolby Labs say, "Oh yeah, this is where it should be." Yeah, right. Sure, it is a Dolby. Whatever you want to say, Dolby Lab. Got you free your mind, like Matrix. Free your mind. Mm. Mhm. 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 Something's up there. It's coming down. The sound is up there. Pink noise. And you only feel certain proportions. Maybe I should use the CEA. Is it the CEA 110? So you got the pulse signal, boom, 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 boom. So it's at a level there, and then up, boom, boom, boom. So it's mm, so you could use the sine wave tone on that, and um, there's a few other things you could do with it. Probably not been tried. It might have been maybe in a laboratory. Um, hmm. Hmm. I think you just pass through it because it's just frequencies that are propagating the air particles that get excited, and then they go. We stimulate the air, and we perceive them. It's amazing how we can notice the directionalities and such. And depending on if it's pink noise, it's easy to get around, and you can hear it wherever it's moving. Sine wave is just a little bit more complex. Mm, complexities. Complexity. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. Hmm. Anyway, I'm going off now and keep thinking about, you know, what I've said. Try use some of the ideas or use ideas of your own. Expand. Bend those spec rules. Bend it. Don't have to keep following Dolby Lab like a lost puppy. Um, just go beyond it because you'll find that you can improve your system tenfold And then, yeah, probably think, oh, I don't need a storm audio. I don't need a Trinov. I mean, the way those speakers work with the um, certain mixes, if they get a certain mix, um, theoretically, that is. No, not realistically. There are gaps in that sound field sometimes that just seems to me unacceptable. I've got a master plan. I'm thinking, oh yeah, if I try this, I can make it do that. Whilst everyone else, including the mixers, they'd be doing it still this way. They got it. They done something there, but they're doing something else, and it's just not right. Well, not immersing. So, and if I just take a little bit of something else and then put it through a different additional process to create a movement, but it's artificial at the end of the day. Um, yeah, so many, so many things missing with it. Anyway.